The genius battle had created huge waves of excitement in every universe. Country, getting the attention of countless people. And the pinnacle of geniuses battle currently from the 1008 universe. Countries made countless people from all over incredibly anxious it couldn't be helped after all the training elimination round wasn't broadcasted. Publicly, only the rankings could be checked. Rongjun is too cool. Look, on the Virtual Universe website, the newest footage of Savage Rongjun has been shown in the Virtual Universe streets of the Ganwu continent. A couple of youths pointed at the screen in the street, that girl said excitedly. As the man beside her laughed, the ranks are constantly changing, however, as long as they make it into the top 1000, the Virtual Universe company will create a broadcast for them. It's only our Ganwu Universe country's Rongjun has gotten that honor. Wasn't there a Luo Feng before? Haven't you seen the ranks? He's all the way at the bottom. The man shook his head. Didn't a lot of big people say Madman Luo Feng was very strong? What happened? Why is his rank so low? The girl asked curiously. No idea. The man shook his head and sighed. It is rather disappointing. I still worshipped him so much before. I always felt he was more vicious than Rongjun. However, now over 100 million galaxies in the Ganwu Universe country, countless people were discussing the ranks of the genius battle, while many were expressing their disappointment at Luo Feng because, in the past, within the Ganwu universe, the discussions were rampant with the ranking of the geniuses. Of the Ganwu country, Rongjun was ranked 1 and Luo Feng 2. These two were the main stars. However, from the current look, Rongjun was intrepid, but Luo Feng, he was ranked right at the bottom within the over 10,000 star fields within the Ganwu universe country. Their words about Luo Feng were already considered gentle. The ones from the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, however, had gone mad. Madman, have you really gone mad? Why are you so lousy? You shouldn't be so lousy. Such a disappointment. Madman, my beloved Madman, my worshipped Madman, where is he? How can you be right at the back? I don't expect you to rush to the front. But you should still make it to the top 10,000. Madman, Madman. You are such a letdown. In the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the countless citizens that were proud of Luo Feng had intense feelings, some so far that they scolded Luo Feng with rage, hating that he didn't fight hard enough. The rankings are still moving. We'll only know at the end. Luo Feng may just go at it at the end. Before, in the first world, he did the same thing, as he only showed his strength at the back. Everybody has to believe in Madman. We will always support Madman. One spectrum was intense hate and rage after experiencing disappointment. The other was a solid support, keeping faith in Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng, who represented the Black Dragon Mountain Empire in the pinnacle of genius battles, had indeed hurt many of the citizens' faith. Virtual Universe, in the plaza, surrounded by 1008 skyscrapers. 1008 undyings all sat there, looking at the floating screen, laughing and discussing. There's really a bunch of geniuses who hid their true strengths in their respective universe country selections. Surprises. The group of undyings were judging a few of the shocking performances, as the top 100 of this training space elimination would immediately receive a slot on the name list. Hence, many of the truly strong warriors who had been hiding their strengths unleashed it all using their full strengths, causing the undyings to be surprised. That 8-man youth is really nimble. These sort of places with many opponents really suit him. Beside, the scale-armored giant's voice rumbled, training space is. After all, just a test, it's nothing like a 1v1 battle and whatever spin. Arranged within, there's metal life forms, automaton dolls, these are all things that don't fear soul attacks, hence, those proficient in soul attacks are at a major disadvantage. 1v1, human duel. Compared to this training space elimination, there would be differences in the people picked out. 13. What you said makes sense. Beside, a silver-haired man in a silver long robe said, however, a true genius would still perform well, and I feel that this training space has been designed well, because in the future, their enemies will be the many different strong races in the universe. The scale-armored giant nodded his head, looking at the ranking on the screen, where it displayed the 1,000 geniuses form the Ganwu universe country. Rong Jun, ranked 16, not bad. This Luo Feng. The scale-armored giant was angry, he's really treating it as a training ground, taking the maximum 10 days every level, this punk, he really doesn't care about others scolding him outside. As he paid attention to Luo Feng, he could easily see that Luo Feng was using up all the time given at each level. Eliminated. The scale-armored giant discovered that 2 other geniuses from the bottom had read universe language words behind them. Eliminated. 2 more died. At this time, in the center plaza, there were already up to 100,000 eliminated geniuses. Shwa 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 shwa. Almost every few seconds, 10 or so human silhouettes would simultaneously appear in the center plaza. Windmill, you've been eliminated too. Bulasi, you were earlier than me, the green-haired youth Windmill joked back. I've never expected myself to be able to get into the top 7,300. A handsome youth with curly hair, dressed in golden armor, shook his head. When I entered the training space, I fought hard with the greatest speed through each level, wanting to raise my rank, and everything went as I expected, killing fast at the start. My name rose extremely fast, rushing to the top 100,000. Even however, the 3rd tower later was really too difficult, my speed slowed down, and finally I died in an instant. My rank dropped to the back 300,000. And after my death, at the 3rd tower 5th level, I was sat on by that automaton puppet, really tragic. Sat on. Windmill laughed loudly. How far did you reach? That handsome youth asked. 3rd tower level 7. Windmill couldn't help but curse, that bug clan mother nest was too strong as the bug soldiers kept coming out. The production speed was much faster than the previous 2 towers, and much stronger as well. My killing speed couldn't match up to the production speed. I could only watch as the soldiers increased in number and buried me alive. Haha, the handsome youth couldn't help but laugh. Oh, right, I just checked the rankings. The madman from our universe country, the one that you are on good terms with, why is he so low? Low. Windmill gazed about. Have you looked around? There's already over 100,000 eliminated geniuses. As long as Madman stays within the training space, his name will continue to rise. Just wait, that punk, I'm very sure, just like the last time in the first world of elimination, this punk didn't even do anything. The October 1st days, and later went on a slaughtering spree. I'm sure this will be exactly the same. So devious, the handsome youth stared. This is called calm grounded. Windmill mocked, unlike you, rushing headfirst, being eliminated at the 3rd tower 5th level. 7 towers. 1,008,000 geniuses, they had all passed the first and second towers. However, the moment the third tower began, many had been eliminated. The third tower had eliminated the most people, almost 90 of the entire number. Luo Feng, right, just like that, stay low. The ninth Prince Brolin was within his own Black Dragon Mountain Islands palace, comfortably laying in his chair, looking at the floating screen. On it was a forum. He was watching a large amount of people scolding Luo Feng for not fighting hard enough. Interesting, interesting. Brolin was all smiles. Luo Feng, even though I don't want to mess with you, I don't want you to be too strong too. The position you are at right now is just right, it fits you. Brolin could continue living his satisfied life as a prince. After all, the imperial family was backed by that emperor that opened the country as an undying being. Luo Feng couldn't pick a fight with him. However, Newland Shan was different. Right now, Luo Feng could easily get people to help him settle Newland Shan. Hence, ever since Luo Feng made headlines in the genius battles, the cautious Newland Shan was scared out of his own family palace. He ended up moving to a distant Karma star field, on a harsh environment, normal life planet, and living a secluded life. Good. Good. After his training, he flew back to his simple villa, his cold eyes looking at the quantum computer screen in the living room. The rankings changed. Occasionally, he couldn't help but smile coldly, forcing me to leave my family. This time, you little punk, you will drop and fall hard, right at the bottom. Great. In spite of the madness happening outside, rage, suspicion, scolding, cheers, Luo Feng maintained his position steady as a mountain, taking 10 days for every level, slowly progressing. Second tower level 7, passed. Third tower, 7 levels, passed. The fourth tower 7 levels. If the Masha clan clone hadn't been born yet, Luo Feng wouldn't have been able to make it through. However, as like before, he took one step at a time and steadily passed all 7 levels. Virtual universe, in the center plaza. To the eternal undyings, staying 1 year here was a very casual thing. Altogether, undeniably, this level of gathering, they couldn't leave so easily. Either the 1008 undyings were all in discussion. 13. Your universe countries. Luo Feng has risen greatly again. Look at this broadcast. That punk has maintained a steady pace, not rushed, but not slow either, and he passes every level easily. Look, he's made it into the top 500. The scale-armored giant sat in a huge chair, looking at the screen before him. The ranking on the screen was very peculiar. The Ganwu universe countries. Genius number 1 was Rong Jun. He was currently the overall rank 13. However, Rong Jun had already died in a battle, and was kicked out of the training space. This Rong Jun made it earlier on to the 5th tower. When he died during that time, Luo Feng was still at the first level of the 4th tower, slowly moving. The scale-armored giant couldn't help but force a smile. He remembered clearly the joke that happened before. Back then he said, Luo Feng is maintaining a very low profile. Slowly, just watch, towards the end he will rise to the top 3,000 5,000, the scale-armored giant had said to the other undyings back then. However, later on, Luo Feng's name rose steadily, and right now, he was in the top 500. 5th tower. Luo Feng has entered the 5th tower. First level, success, rank 128. Third level, success, rank 42. As time passed, the scale-armored giant creased his eyebrows. Under that helmet were eyes that were filled with a deathly aura, staring hard at the screen, saying softly, "This Luo Feng, he hides his power really well, however. I like these kinds of surprises." His eyes had a sense of glee. The scale-armored giant used his right hand to gently tap the armrest. Looking at the broadcast of Luo Feng battling on the screen, he said softly, "He's using the 10,000 threads, and he's reached quite a high level." During the universe country internal selection, he didn't reveal any bit of space origin laws comprehension, but now, he's able to use the 10,000 threads. To such a level, this Luo Feng, still waters run deep, the scale-armored giant's lips curled slightly, with an interesting expression. The 10,000 threads technique, even though it's widely spread, however it's still usually spread amongst the Undyings. This Luo Feng actually has this technique, looks like his background isn't simple. Interesting, really interesting. I don't know which Undying from our Ganwu universe country, Undying or sector Lord, nurtured such an exceptional disciple. The scale-armored giant was very clear from the selection in the virtual universe, things like the Nanshin armament and the Dark Cloud shuttle, etc., were all easily picked by the participants' choices. However, the training and techniques were all their own. In reality, to be able to acquire the 10,000 threads technique in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, less than 100 people had the ability or right to get it. The Undyings from the different universe countries were considered calm and collected. Those participants that had been kicked out early in the training space, however, were agitated and jealous. Luo Caxiu, your Ganwu universe country really has many strong geniuses. That Savage Rong Jun is ranked at 13th overall. As for that madman Luo Feng, no one noticed him at first, however he's already made it to rank 42. No matter how you look at it, these two are definitely entering the core of the virtual universe company. Madman is quite a vicious person from our Ganwu universe country. I heard that at the start of the elimination he wasn't rushed to, and only unleashed everything towards the end. Over 1 million participants were watching the screen in the center of the plaza. There were only 4 screens left, because there remained only 4 people in the training spaces. The Virtual Universe Company website had just published a latest broadcast. This time's genius competition. At the current moment, there are 4 that have yet to die within the training spaces. They are: from the Noah Universe Country, Death God Bolin; from the Nine Flames Universe Country, the Blood Tip Candida; from the Ancient Will Universe Country, the Blade of Life Yi Feng; from the Ganwu Universe Country, Madman Luo Feng. Death God Bolin is wearing an eternal white cloth, hauling an eternal blood red blade. This training space, from the beginning he's been in the lead. However, since the second tower began, his speed declined greatly, and he has slowed down a lot. There was even once when someone overtook him, however. Right now, he's the overall number 1, his points far exceed the second rank. Blood Tip Candida, this tall and sturdy wild youth, seemingly a fighter. However, in truth, he's a powerful spirit reader controller using one of the 9 godly controller weapons, the Blood Tip armament. He was at the bottom, towards the beginning of the training space stage. However, as time passed, he continued to head towards the higher levels, and had great progress. Right now, he's ranked at 43. He's long been accepted into the core of the Virtual Universe Company. The Blade of Life Yi Feng, this small and skinny punk, is actually a shockingly powerful fighter. His blade represents the beauty of life itself. his face always carrying a bashful expression. At the start of the stage he was at the bottom, however right now he's made it to a very high level, and currently ranked over 45, similarly earning the right to enter the core of the virtual universe company. Madman Luo Feng, similar to Candida and Yi Feng, was at the bottom at the beginning. However, he has showcased shocking speed, progressing through the levels. However, the main difference between him and the other two is Luo Feng's battle techniques brings along with him a bone-chilling bloodthirst. His eyes are cold and carry the look of brutality and slaughter. He is indeed a madman, and right now his overall rank is 42, earning the right to enter the core of the virtual universe company. This time's genius competition is definitely considered one of the highest in quality. In the training space, the absolute geniuses all revealed their true powers, surprising us all. And right now, with only 4 absolute geniuses remaining, on the day they are kicked out of the training space, that would be the end of the training space stage as well. Let us all wish the 4 absolute geniuses to bring us even more surprises. There was a total of 5 parts to the latest broadcast. While explaining the 4 geniuses remaining, the other 4 parts were individually special broadcasts for each genius, the entire human race from the 1008 universe countries, trillions of galaxies with tens of millions of human races. Countless humans were all waiting in anticipation and nervousness. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. The Ganwu universe country had erupted. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire was even crazier. Madman Luo Feng on the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. It was frequently seen that many people were before the screens on the streets, raising their wine glasses and shouting excitedly and roaring, all cheering for Luo Feng. He's from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. He's from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Luo Feng. He's from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire, who is an absolute genius. After a trillion years, he'll definitely become a strong warrior within the universe. I always believe there were many disappointed people before from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. However, with his rank raising rapidly, many people had been stunned. With his rank rising greatly, rushing into the top 10,000, top 5,000, top 1,000, top 500 and top 100. It was a straight path upwards, finally lighting the flame of passion within the trillions of people within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. My God, in the vast universe of human-owned territories, the Black Dragon Mountain star field was indeed nothing but a small dot, not noticeable at all. Who would have thought this time that an absolute genius would arise from their little spot and compete with the other pinnacle geniuses altogether? Madness. The entire empire was in madness, especially when Luo Feng was confirmed to have the right to enter the core of the virtual universe company. Even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's emperor made a whole celebration for it. That was the core of one of the 5 great leviathans of the human race. In terms of position and power, it was thousands to tens of thousands of times bigger than the imperial family of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Luo Feng. Madman Luo Feng. Go rush into the top 10, rush to number 1. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizens had totally lost it, especially the countless youths who were blindly devoted to worshipping Luo Feng at this time. Luo Feng was the idol of all the citizens in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Within the specially opened space for the genius competition, Center Plaza, over 1 million geniuses from the 1008 universe countries watched the 4 screens in mid-air, the utmost left screen, even the undyings in the huge thrones were all watching that one screen. When that blood-red slash sliced past the Bug Clan Queen's weak body, the entire plaza let out a suppressed shocked sound. My God! That death god Bolin has already passed the 6th tower. That's crazy. Right now, from ranks 2 to 6, they all died at the first level of the 6th tower, and this death god Bolin actually passed all 7 levels, completing the entire 6th tower. His points will leave everybody far behind. Too strong. Looking at the white-robed blood-red blade human silhouette, all the geniuses felt a sense of envy within them. If the other geniuses could bear with it, it could be said that this death god Bolin had completely exceeded all the different geniuses from the universe country's expectations altogether. Death god Bolin was so strong he made others despair. Training space. A meteorite in the universe had 7 towers, and within the 5th tower, the 4th level. Hoo. Standing on the dark cloud shuttle, moving as fast as lightning, becoming a peculiar arc beam of light bending 12 times and directly dodging from the surrounding flying monkeys, leaving behind 4 images in mid-air. Luo Feng discovered the screen of his wrist moving. Looking down on the screen, the rankings displayed the remaining 4 people still in the training space, and with the movement it meant that there was some change. Number 1 Bolin Noah Universe Country, points, 7,777,770,000. Number 2 Gusi Luo E Mu Universe Country, points 1,682,970,000. The screen displayed the top 100, in which included Luo Feng and the 4 Bolin, Yi Feng, Candida, and himself. That death god Bolin Luo Feng's expression changed. He actually made it through the 6th tower. From the points he could deduce, ranks 2 to 6 were all eliminated in the first level of the 6th tower. Every tower had 7 levels, and every level had the same number of points. Hence, even though the difficulty of each level increased, however the increase itself wasn't that huge. The great jump was when one moved to a new tower. Just like the first level of the 6th tower, the points was 10 times that of the 7th level of the 5th tower. With so many more points, the difficulty too rose greatly. Hence, from ranks 2 to 6, they all made it to the 6th tower. If they were able to make it past the first level, it meant they had more hope of making it through level 2 and 3. Who knows whether he'll be able to make it through the first level of the 7th tower. Luo Feng thought, if he's able to do even that, then that's just too terrifying. In an instant, the over 1 million geniuses in the plaza, along with the 1008 undyings, and even other undyings, were watching the broadcast. Undyings had the privilege to watch the broadcast. He's made it to level 7 of the 6th tower, and it still seems easy for him. However, with every tower, the difficulty greatly rises. The first level of the 7th tower, compared to the 7th level of the 6th tower, is much harder by a few times. Who knows if he'll be able to make it through? Countless people were staring and watching. Passing the 6 towers before brought his score to 77 billion, and right now, the 7th tower, just the first level alone, gave 10 billion. The high points represented the difficulty too scary. The blood-hairy mammoth from the seventh tower is actually so strong, 10,000 of them. I think every one of them has the power of the top 100. The spectating geniuses were all shocked. The difficulty of the seventh tower was an extreme leap. The 10,000 blood-hair mammoths from the first level, all their attacks were infused with origin laws and were extremely powerful. He's injured. Bolin is injured. Death God Bolin was injured for the first time. Explosion. Continuously passing the 6 towers, the relaxed Death God Bolin finally unleashed his true terrifying strength. Even the Virtual Universe Company and the other 4 great Leviathans, many powerful people who could shake the entire universe, were all watching this battle. After all, the 7th tower's difficulty was set so that a star level had absolutely no chance of passing. They could only watch how this Death God Bolin was going to perform now. In the first tower, the ferocious beast blood-hairy mammoth was completely easy to defeat, as it was very weak. However, with the second and third tower, the blood-hairy mammoth got stronger with each new tower. The moment it reached the 7th tower, the 10,000 mammoths, any one of them was enough to kill 99.99 of the 1 million geniuses in this competition. When 10,000 of them surround and attack, that was simply a nightmare. My God, they are all images. This Death God Bolin has unleashed it all. On the screen, the mad mammoths covered the entire area it attacked, while stomping at the same time, and in an instant, surrounded the blurred images of the white-robed youth silhouette, which looked incredibly realistic within a set space. A green energy was being emitted. The green energy flow alone had over 1,000 white-robed youths, almost like the Death God Bolin's absolute domain. It seemed like he could attack from any one of them at any given time. The light of his blade was ice cold. Every slash was almost as though the space was sliced open. He was quick as lightning. Every slash was so fast that the geniuses there could barely see it clearly. He was as swift as the wind. Every blade was so unpredictable in nature, it was almost as though there was no rule to it. Chi. Every blade slashed at the heads of the blood-hairy mammoths, as fresh blood spewed all over the mammoths who were comparable to the top 100 geniuses were slowly getting killed, while the others grew even crazier and rushed to surround and attack him. The thick iron hoofs were stomping at the Death God Bolin. Precision, incomparable precision. The mammoths slowly fell and died one by one. This was the Death God Bolin's blade. The moment it showed itself, it meant certain death. Poochie, one of the mammoth's tusk, pierced through the Death God Bolin's arm. Fresh blood flew out. Simultaneously all the images vanished. Humph. The cold white-robed youth's eyes flashed. The blood blade immediately pierced the head of the mammoth before him. Rumble. The other mammoths rushed and stomped over to attack him. After about 3 continuous heavy attacks, the white-robed youth was finally knocked into the herd of large mammoths and was trampled upon till he died. 10,000 blood-hairy mammoths. Death God Bolin killed 5,612 of them. Just from the first level of the 7th tower alone, he had acquired 5612 billion points, making his total exceed 10 billion. However, he still failed at the first level of the 7th tower. Over 1 million geniuses gathered within the center of the plaza let out a sigh of relief. The Death God Bolin's battle had completely made them hold their breaths. His blade was extremely quick, unpredictable, and fierce also. Complemented by his unbelievable movement, it made them all envy him. He failed. What a pity. The seventh tower is too difficult. If it wasn't Death God Bolin, anyone else would have been instantly trampled on by the herd of mammoths. He actually managed to kill over 5,000 blood-hairy mammoths. Doesn't that mean that he alone can kill over 5,000 of the top 100 geniuses? Even though the Death God Bolin had failed, it had made the geniuses that managed to make it to the top 100 all shocked. The genius siblings from the AO Goosey planet, along with the Manka prince, even the Dream Shell lady, and the wild youth Rong Jun, these people all stared at the screen. Too strong savage Rong Jun gripped his fists tight, staring at the screen. Doesn't matter which side, he far exceeds me. If I fight against him just one move, I won't be able to receive even one move. Big brother, no wonder teacher said we have no chance at all in defeating him. He is too strong. The green curly-haired gentle girl with an engraving on her forehead said softly. The green-haired youth beside her nodded, right. Qian Shui, I feel that even I won't be able to block him, not even just one move from him. The Death God Bolin's strength made the others look on in envy. The people who ranked overall, between 2 to 6, had all died at the 6th tower. Level 1, the ones ranked between 7 to 11 all died at the 7th level of the 5th tower. The ones between 12 to 21 died at the 6th level of the 5th tower. And the number 1 actually reached the 1st level of Tower 7. From these results alone, rank 2 and others weren't too far off from each other. Except for the one ranked number 1. He had completely cast everyone far behind him. The distance was too huge. Death God Bolin was kicked out of the training space. The only ones remaining were the 3 people Blood-Tip Candida, Blade of Life Feng, and Madman Luo Feng. 5th level of the 5th tower. Standing on the whirlwind tape, his face with 2 purple streaks, a bald, strong-looking Candida squinted his eyes, looking at the scene before him. Unfolding, it was a huge automaton testing base. Its surface was completely made of an alloy. At the same time, on its alloy surface, there were 108 m tall, completely silver humanoid automaton puppets. Automaton puppets, these were soldiers created by the automaton race. Every one of the automaton race were all living AIs. All of them could be considered control terminals. Any one of them can form an automaton empire, and the automaton puppets were one of the soldier weapons the empire had created. Wang. The 100 tall automaton puppets began to move. Their eyes were shooting out red light which immediately locked onto the human Candida. Rumble, 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 rumble. The automaton puppets immediately became beams of light, running until they began to fly, swiftly heading towards Candida. Their speeds are obviously much faster than the puppets of the 4th tower. Candida stood on the whirlwind tape, becoming an arc and dodging the puppets. Frontal attack. The best way to win against the puppets was to kill them one by one. Matching force with force was simply crazy. Shoo 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 shoo. Formless railgun beams shot out from the automaton puppets' arms. The rail guns were separated into many categories. The highest of the lot could reach light speed. However, railguns were extremely expensive. Even the automaton empire of the automaton race could only install such light-speed weaponry on the most important of devices. And these automaton puppets shot from far. Their speeds were far below light speed. I hate these long-distance attacks the most. Candida grit his teeth. As time passed, the battle grew more tragic and Candida got injured. The automaton puppets were slowly getting their heads destroyed along with their chips inside being destroyed. Rumble. The automaton puppet's iron fist slammed hard, but Candida managed to dodge. Barely, causing it to hit the ground. The alloy ground immediately had a huge dent, creating a huge crevice. Iron fists, leg knives, railguns, flame body slams. These huge automaton lumps were insusceptible to spirit attacks. One could only destroy them through forcefully breaking their chips. Pung. The heavily injured Candida, who was facing against iron fists aimed at him, finally failed to dodge. One fist directly slammed him into the alloy ground. He instantly became a pile of meat. Candida, 5th Tower, 5th level, failure. Final ranking 28. Similarly, on the 5th level of the 5th Tower. Big bastards, come, a handsome purple-haired youth was almost like a monster, like a gust of wind, floating above the heads of the large automaton puppets. The reaction and movement speeds of this 5th Tower automaton puppets, along with their attack strengths, were all set to be very high. To actually dare to weave through amidst these puppets, that was simply madness. He was the blade of life, Feng. This shy youth's eyes were very pure. They had a sort of glee, almost as though dancing in the face of death didn't bring any nervousness at all to him. Poochie. Blades infused with endless amount of life energy lit up, be it harming the joints and parts of the puppets, or directly piercing through them and damaging or killing them. He smiled happily as he unleashed every move, and every move was simply dazzling. He, Feng, was born in the ancient Will Universe country Imperial family. The Imperial family had been around for trillions of years. The Imperial family title alone didn't give him much though. If he wanted to get wealth or position, he had to rely on himself. However, since he was young, he had some problems mentally. The lower half of his body didn't respond to him at all. Only the upper half was normal. Although there were advanced technologies which were able to change bloodlines or a body's internal organs, etc. However, the brain is the core where the soul resides, hence the brain was something that couldn't be changed. Changing it would mean it would become a totally different person. As for repossession, he didn't have the power to do so, and no one could help him. Ever since he was young, he sat in a wheelchair and watched the other young children of the Imperial family train. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He thought that acquiring the most basic training methods of the Imperial family, and according to other sayings, maybe through the training, his body would naturally improve and cure itself. He trained hard. Since he couldn't use the lower half of his body, he used his 2 hands instead, swinging the blades over and over. The blades gave him hope, and was his understanding of life. His blade skills continued to improve, to the point where it was unbelievable. Eventually, Elliot gained recognition from the Imperial family, and he was finally passed to an Undying who personally helped him, allowing him to be able to stand finally and control the lower half of his body. He was able to stand up. Being disabled for tens of years, this gave him an incomparable enjoyment of flying. Every time he flew, he used his movement, dancing with the blades. He would laugh happily. His blade work allowed him to enter the wood origin laws. Movement allowed him to enter the wind origin laws. Stepping through the gateway of 2 origin laws allowed his position to rise greatly within the Imperial family. Even though his position got higher, he was still that same shy youth from before. In his heart, he had a burning passion for life. He was in love with the wind he produced when he flew. The blade of life Feng destroyed 100 automaton puppets, and successfully. made it thought the 5th level of the 5th tower, and later moving on to the 6th. However, the 6th level was filled with 10 space beasts, song the songs. Nimbleness was much higher than the puppets from before, and these were all songs that had stepped through the gateway of origin laws. Feng killed 3 songs before ultimately failing. This shy youth made it to the 6th level of the 5th tower and eventually ranked 16. At this time, with Blood-Tip Candida and Blade of Life Feng being kicked out of the training space, the only one still within was one person, Madman Luo Feng. At the 6th level of the 5th tower, it was a boundless wasteland. On it were 10 enormous, dark golden beasts, some either lying down or others walking about surveying the area. The space beast song. The targets of the 6th level, space beast song. Luo Feng looked at the 10 space beasts. From his inherited memories he had already known the exact details of Song. Accurately speaking, Song and the golden horned beast had a special relationship. Among the golden-type space beasts, ranked top was naturally the one who stood at the peak of the 12, the golden horned beast, and ranked number 2 was Song. Even though it was a simple difference of 1 rank, in truth, the difference in their battle abilities was huge. The golden horned beast, once it reached maturity, it automatically became Sector Lord level. Song at its peak, however, only reached the Domain Lord level. Even though it was one of the stronger space beasts, it still couldn't compare to the 12 leading bloodlines of the space beasts. However, Song had powerful natural talents, as one favored by the gold origin laws. They had fierce and powerful attacks. They could naturally fly, even without any wings. None of the space beasts couldn't fly. In terms of battle ability, their average level was stronger than even the most elite of human bloodlines. These 10 space beasts Song, their body length alone were 300 m. The tail was almost as long as the body. Its entire body was covered in dark gold scales, and its back had sharp protrusions. Its head was extremely large. Just the size of its bloody mouth sent chills down one's spine. Its teeth and biting strength were also incomparably shocking. The top of its head was shiny and covered in scales, and its corneas were triangular, filled with cold bloodlust. Hell. The 10 space beasts Song all turned to look at the tiny human Luo Feng. Interesting, Luo Feng's eyes were filled with an even more chilling killing intent. When Song meets a golden horned beast, what would happen? Right now, Song had met with a human form golden horned beast Luo Feng. Rumble. Luo Feng stepped on the dark cloud shuttle and became a beam of faintly discernible light. Immediately the 10 space beasts became beams of lights and chased him. However, after 5 years of training, Luo Feng's speed on the dark cloud shuttle was much faster than even Rong Jun during his battle before, and much more nimble. Shwa 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 shwa. In mid-air, 8 Luo Fengs appeared. The 10 space beasts Song all blinked for a second, almost as though they were confused as to which to chase, immediately spreading out and aiming at one individually. What arrogant punks! Luo Feng curved, and simultaneously 5 golden lights floated around him. It was the 5 golden blades, and they immediately shot towards the head of the Tsong that was closest to him. That Tsong's reaction was extremely quick, using his powerful claws to slash at it. Chi 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 chi. 5 golden blades, 2 of which clashed with the claws, the third 2 was knocked away by its tail. Chi. The fourth blade, however, pierced right through its throat, and right through its brain portion, killing it, different from the golden-horned beast, as a middle-level space beast. Song had no internal world, hence it didn't have an internal core. Its life and soul was similar to that of a large portion of the flesh and blood life forms. Before reaching the domain lord level, the soul was in the brain. Hell. After losing one Song, the incredibly intelligent 9 other Songs understood that this opponent wasn't easy to deal with, hence, they immediately stuck to each other and did not separate. It's no use, you'll just waste time. Luo Feng was very clear. Even though the space beasts were very powerful and quick, with terrifying natural talents and strength, a same-level human had no ability to match force with force. Against them, however, their one weakness was that their sizes were too immense. With a bigger physique, it created a dilemma against a human who was much smaller, hence, Luo Feng trained hard in absolute space and deities of the world techniques. Deities of the world allowed him to shrink and condense his size. The absolute space increased the nimbleness, instantaneous explosion, and raising his movement effect. To be able to create 8 images, plus being extremely familiar with the habits and weaknesses of Song, even though Luo Feng took up to 10 days to finish this battle, in truth the battle was still simple and clean. The main thing was that last Song. Luo Feng purposely waited till the last half hour to actually go and kill it. 5th Tower, Level 7. The space was a blur. Luo Feng entered the 7th level. The 7th level is much more troublesome than the 6th. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, as a spirit reader controller against numbers and surrounding attacks. He had an advantage over the fighters, however that's because he had higher speeds to dodge and using movement and space to create an advantageous position. However, when the opponent's numbers are too crazy, anyone would be caught in a dilemma. This was an endless desert. In the distant green patch in the desert, there was a bumpy round ball with a diameter of 120 m. Its surface emitted poisonous liquid, while poisonous gas surrounded it. 120 m was akin to the 40-floor building. This 40-floor building mother nest's surface with bumpy holes, all began to produce green mucus triangular brain like bugs with outer shells, all with 2 horns, their huge compound eyes all focused. Their 2 hind legs supported their bodies, with 4 other legs in front. Their bodies were like blades, and on their backs they even had 2 translucent wings. Within the 40-story tall huge mother nest, every hole itself was at least 1 m in diameter. Almost in an instant, the surface of the mother nest had produced 1,000 bugs. Hoo. After 3 continuous rounds, it produced about 3,000 bugs altogether, and all of them were the same green praying mantis. The green praying mantis was a very common cannon fodder seen in the bug clan warriors. Even though they were called cannon fodder, these were still cannon fodder that battled outside the starfields. Luckily, the entire power of the bug clan mother nest had been pre-arranged, otherwise a true mother nest could produce many different species of bugs from their abilities. They could be split into the scanning types, assassin types, long distance, attacking force, etc. If they were split according to their structure, that would be even more. 3,000 green praying mantis. Luo Feng looked at the mantis that flew or marched over, as they covered both the land and skies, creasing his eyebrows. The mother nest sent everything it could at one go. The next batch should be 20 minutes later. The mother nest required time to produce the bugs. These 3,000 were prepared long ago. Of course, in reality, the mother nest's ability wasn't that weak, otherwise how could it easily dominate a galaxy or entire starfield? Kill. Luo Feng's gaze was cold, immediately producing 8 images, maintaining his highest speed. He began his massacre. He immediately released his limit of 9 blades. These 9 rainbows were like lasers, piercing through each and every bug, as they killed the green praying mantises. A bit stronger than what I expected. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. He could at will control the 5 blades, however, if he pushed it, he could control up to 9 blades, but that way, nimbleness, direction, and precision were all affected slightly, because right now there were 3,000 bugs. Luo Feng decided to do so, killing as many as he can by striking their heads. However, Kuchi, the body of one of the bugs was sliced in half. However, it bit and swallowed the corpse of a dead bug beside, and it began to recover and completely heal itself. This is the most annoying part of the bug clan. 8 images immediately appeared throughout the 9 blades, danced about and pierced through time and again, working hard to pierce the heads of the bugs. However, as bugs of the 5th tower, their nimbleness and reactions were obviously higher, and they covered the land and skies and engulfed everything. Their speed was also much higher. Luo Feng couldn't dodge too far. He needed to stay close to fully control the Nanshan armament and attack. Hence he couldn't avoid getting hurt occasionally. 20 minutes later, there were still 682 bugs surviving. Luo Feng's face went pale. There was an injury on his face. The second batch is coming. That huge mother nest surface once again produced red-shelled bugs, a total of 100 of them. Not good. Luo Feng's expression changed. Blood-praying mantis, and 100 of them. The first time, the mother nest actually released everything, 3,000 green praying mantis. And every 20 minutes it could produce another 1,000 green praying mantis. However, it did not necessarily produce green mantises. It could produce even more terrifying bugs, however in smaller numbers. With Luo Feng fighting hard and killing over 2,000 of the green mantises, with only 682 left, if the second batch was another 1,000 green mantises, he may get heavily injured, but he could still win. However, this time, it was the blood mantises. These were much more intrepid and stronger than the green ones in the first tower. To the 4th, Luo Feng had never met the blood mantises at all. This is big trouble. Luo Feng's expression changed. Wing. The surviving 682 green mantises immediately formed a 100 little groups, some with 5 or 6 green mantises and 1 blood mantis, some with 7 green mantises and 1 blood mantis. Anyway, immediately there were 100 little bug groups under the blood mantis leadership. They began to surround Luo Feng progressively and began their hunt. I'm not afraid of their strength. What I hate the most is the blood mantis leadership ability. Luo Feng's expression changed. According to his inherited memories, the intellect of the bug clan was much lower. However, there were certain bugs that had the position of leaders within, and these blood mantis were often used to lead the little teams of green mantis, a dispersed and unorganized group of 100 green mantis, compared to 10 of them working together as one body led by a blood mantis. The latter was much more terrifying. Wang. The 100 little teams were like a well-organized party. 70 or so teams attacked from above, while the remaining 30 or so attacked from the ground or even underground, that plus the blood mantis leading and acting as the blades. Luo Feng was in big trouble. Kill Luo Feng grit his teeth, he could only fight it out. 5 minutes later, Luo Feng's right arm was broken, his expression pale, his spirit energy usage was extremely high, and with 82 of the 100 teams left, 82 blood mantis were leading 353 green mantis. Luo Feng killed a lot more green mantis. If I've reached the 9-thread level, pity Luo Feng faced the overwhelming force of the bug clan from all directions, almost seeing the scene of him being devoured beforehand. Even if I die, I have to kill more. Luo Feng's eyes went red. Bug clan, all of you go and die. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle, and his speed accelerating even more against the 82 little teams. He clashed and killed one green mantis at a time, and occasionally killing a blood mantis. With great difficulty Luo Feng fought until there was only 76 teams left, while his entire being had gone insane. Even under such strenuous situation, his whole being felt ice cold. This was the quality of the golden horned beast. Luo Feng felt a familiar ripple of space movement, gradually feeling slightly different. It's this way. Just like this, Luo Feng could even feel the square domain formed within the space, almost as though it was a 9-palace grid. Immediately Luo Feng's speed increased obviously a little, at the same time in his surroundings 9 images formed. 10,000 threads, second level 9 threads. Even though his speed had only increased a little, and there was only one more image than before. However, in truth, it was a change from the foundation itself. Secret technique. What was a secret technique? The secret technique was a way to unleash the strength after understanding the origin laws, reaching a more effective way of usage. If one comprehended the space origin law, producing 3 images, 4 images, 8 images, 9 images, he would feel the limit of his strength increase, even though the difference between 8 images and 9 images wasn't too big. However, after training the 10,000 threads technique, this was completely different. Each thread represented a special battle technique. 9 threads, however, represented another special technique. If one reached 9 images, only then could he use the 9 threads. 8 images wasn't sufficient. And Luo Feng's Mozhong clan clone trained for a long time. In truth, the Masha clan could produce over 100 images much earlier, considering it was favored by space itself. It could naturally unleash it easily, and while Luo Feng was in the virtual universe, his body had been stuck at the limit of 8 images. In times of crisis, madness, Luo Feng could finally feel that special feeling, similar to the Masha clan. Using the 9 threads feeling, because it was a familiar feeling, Luo Feng swiftly grabbed onto it. 9 threads, haha, 9 threads, I've finally made it. Luo Feng was extremely happy. Within it was too difficult, it took so long for him to finally reach the second level 9 threads. Rumble. Following that familiar feeling of space, he swiftly moved the dark cloud shuttle and immediately became a string of images, every one of them dispersed, following the layout of the 9-palace grid. The efficiency of the 9 thread was at least 10 times higher than the 8 images before. Chi 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 chi. His movement was incredibly unpredictable. The golden blades too became nothing but blurs, with extremely high power. At times the blades even pierced threw a few blood mantis and green mantis at the same time. At this time, after killing almost all the bug clan, he slashed open the mother nest with lightning speed, immediately heavily injuring the queen, following which he rested for half a day to let his body recover and regenerate before directly killing the queen. He didn't have to wait anymore. No longer waiting for 10 days, since the 9 threads had already been achieved. What was the point of waiting 10 days? From the beginning of the loser circle duels till now, it had been over 5 years. 5 years of seclusion, 5 years of hard training. He had finally stepped onto a new platform. The 9 threads was a lot more terrifying than the 1 thread. His strength too naturally rose to a new plateau. To the next tower. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. 5 years of seclusion. The moment he exploded, it rocked the skies itself. The plaza. Over 1 million geniuses, along with the Undyings, all watched that one remaining screen. The only remaining participant, Luo Feng, suddenly unleashed his strength and produced 9 images, destroying all the bug clan in a sweep. The scene had made all the geniuses go totally silent. 9 threads. He actually reached the realm of 9 threads. The scale-armored Giant 13 watched the screen, his eyes giving off a heart-palpitating gleam. 9 threads. 13. Your Ganwu universe country hasn't had any punks make it into the top 20. For over 100 competitions, who'd knew there'd be 2 of them this time? Haha, Mo, so is right, there are 1008 universe countries here, and you've taken up 2 slots around him. The Undyings all laughed and made fun of the scaled armor giant, even though Luo Feng's performance was extremely shocking. To these pinnacle of strength Undyings in their own universe countries, he was still nothing but a punk. Didn't the Aogusi planet siblings both make it to the top 22? The scale-armored giant revealed a smile on his face. Haha, you punk, you actually know how to laugh. It's very rare. I've met him 3 times during this 100 eras. This is the first time I've seen him smile. He's proud, so, of course he'll smile. The surrounding Undyings were all chatting and laughing. There were a total of 1008 Undyings here, and the scale-armored giant was naturally sitting with those he was on better terms with. These powerful Undyings, some were friends, some enemies, some with distant or close relationships. Naturally they formed their own cliques and chatted. Haha, what do you all think of this Luo Feng from my Ganwu universe country? The scale-armored giant looked at the surrounding Undying. Reaching the space-flying technique, 10,000 threads to the 2nd level, and the Nanshan armament, capable of brandishing 9 blades, 1 dark green long hair. Man with a huge nose, his gaze seemingly endless like the ocean, calculated. His basics are very solid, his temperament is steady and calm, and his potential is very huge. His current strength can rank in the top 10. He can indeed make it to the top 10. Within the training space, he can definitely make it to the top 5. Even if it's the true arena duels, he should be able to make the top 10. The other Undyings nodded. Training didn't exactly reflect a person's true strength, because this training compared to the 1v1 duel was extremely different. A spirit reader controller on a spirit weapon could distance himself and attack from far. A fighter, however, had to kill until he is within range and attack also. With the automaton puppets and metal life forms and other beings that weren't susceptible to spirit attacks, it made it hard for some to unleash their full strength. Just like before, the absolute genius regarded as being able to make the top 20. The hypnotist from the Hollowing God clan, Jiao Lai Shi. That hypnotist Jiao Lai Shi, during his own universe country's selection, he only had to look at his opponents and defeat them. It had been relaxed all this while, however, during the training space, against the automaton dolls, etc., his hypnotism had no effect at all, and all spirit attacks were useless. Hence, hypnotist Jiao Lai Shi only ranked 189 in the training space round. Does this mean he was weak? In the plaza, over 1 million geniuses looked up at the screen of which Luo Feng was making his way into the first level of the 6th tower. Your Majesty, this Luo Feng is very strong, an iron-like man who was like a steel cast, said softly. Beside him was the silver-armored, black-haired youth. The Manca prince had ranked 18 in this round. His eyes gleamed as they stared hard at Luo Feng on the screen, saying, I admit, I made the wrong conclusion before. From earlier, the Manca prince had even said, from the looks of it, he can't take it anymore. He won't be able to make it past the 7th level of the 5th tower. I estimate his final rank will be around 9 or 10, even though he's higher than me. However, the training space is different from a 1v1 match. In a 1v1 match, he definitely isn't my match. I have confidence I can defeat him. He was still filled with confidence before. However, now, what a strong opponent! The Manca youth's eyes gleamed like crystals. Completely locked on Luo Feng, he's training the 10,000 threads. He's already reached the level of 9 threads. A strong opponent indeed. If I want to enter the primal secret area, this Luo Feng will be a huge barrier. I will definitely defeat him. Following which he clenched his fists tight. Sparks of lightning flashed. Luo Feng, with messy hair, bare feet, the wild youth, savage Rong Jun stared hard at the screen, saying softly, he's already become so terrifying. However, no one can stop me. I will definitely become the strongest. I definitely will. Covered in a black robe, a youth amongst the other geniuses stared all at the screen, saying softly, Luo Feng, enjoy the spotlight, just watch. Very quickly, I will let you all know that training space is just a camel beast's shit. I will defeat all of you, including that death god Bolin. The elite and most outstanding of geniuses were gathered here. All of them didn't submit easily. All of them had absolute confidence and pride. However, almost all that had made Luo Feng their opponent weren't easy to mess with. He can't continue anymore. He's about to fall. Even though he's strong, however, the 6th tower's difficulty is much higher by a few times compared to the 5th. Oh, he's injured. It's going to end soon. The geniuses all started discussing. During the first level of the 6th tower, the battle was already at its craziest point. Go and die, all of you. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. His body was filled with blood stains. There was even a hole in his waist. He stood on the dark cloud shuttle, his movement unpredictable, producing 9 images. These 9 images weren't continuous, but they formed a circle, and within those 9 images, that was almost like Luo Feng's absolute domain. His movements were unpredictable. He was extremely nimble. Rumble, the blood-hairy mammoths engulfed the land and skies and stomped over their huge bodies, clashing all about. These large amounts of the mammoths had their own domain with countless domains spread out. It caused the entire battlefield to become their domain. Luo Feng couldn't dodge at all. No wonder the death god Bolin didn't even make it past the 7th tower's first level. Luo Feng thought the difficulty jump is too much. so much higher than the 5th tower's level 7. Right. In the 7th level of the 6th tower, Death God Bolin was still very relaxed. He didn't even seem to use much energy. However, the moment he entered the 7th tower level 1, even after unleashing all his strength, he still failed, and Luo Feng could feel right now where the problem was, even though his strength had increased a lot after comprehending the 9 threads. However, the first level of the 6th tower was simply too difficult. Peng, a blood-hairy mammoth's tail hit Luo Feng's body, causing his movement to be disrupted. The already mentally tired Luo Feng fought hard to dodge but got hit by the iron hooves around, following which, it all became black and he lost consciousness. Genius battle. The final participant Luo Feng killed 6,892 blood-hair mammoths. This was comparable to the previous ranked 2 to 6, stopping at the first level of the 6th tower. Final rank, 3. Luo Feng felt the space before him turn, and after which he appeared in the plaza. The geniuses of the human race from the different universe countries all looked over. Luo Feng's gaze swept past them, swiftly determining the location of the Ganwu Universe team and heading over. That's Luo Feng. Final rank 3, I have never heard of him before, yet he's that strong. Within this training space process, suddenly a lot of people popped out of nowhere. However, this Luo Feng, he belongs to the strongest of those that appeared. Hearing the various discussions about, Luo Feng walked back to the Ganwu Universe team. Madman, you really gave me a shock. You are truly vicious, the green-haired youth windmill shouted. Luo Feng, congrats. Congratulations. The other youths that Luo Feng wasn't exactly very close to all smiled and congratulated him. After all, 99 of these people knew they had no hope of making it into the top 1,000. Luo Feng, Rong Jun, follow me. That thick voice resounded within Luo Feng and Ron Jun's ears suddenly. Luo Feng and Rong Jun turned to look at an area within the plaza. The 1,008 Undyings had already stood up and flew towards their own teams, of which the scale-armored giant immediately reached the Ganwu Universe team and shouted, all of you head back to the living quarters. Rumble. 1,008 teams of geniuses, under the leadership of the Undyings, returned to their quarters. Skyscraper 0825, Level 1. The 1,000 geniuses of the Ganwu Universe country all stood there under the pressure of the scale-armored giant. All of them were extremely respectful and silent. This time, our Ganwu Universe country's team's performance is very good. The scale-armored giant's voice resounded within the entire Level 1 hall. It was rare for him to actually praise them, except for Luo Feng and Rong Jun making it into the top 100 and gaining direct entry into the core of the virtual universe company. There are 3 others who made it into the top 7,300 and gained the right to contest for the final 900 slots. And other than these 5, everyone else. Your pinnacle genius competition ends here, the scale-armored giant said, causing the geniuses from the Ganwu Universe country to get slightly depressed. Even after fighting for so long, right now they were simply eliminated. You all can return to reality now and leave here. You can also wait a while, and the Virtual Universe Company organizing team will send you automatically back to your universe country continents, the scale-armored giant said. Luo Feng, Rong Jun, you 5, follow me, following which he took long strides towards a walkway Luo Feng, Rong Jun and the other three followed. The atmosphere within the large hall was depressing. It has ended. Our journey has ended. Haha, everyone, even though we've failed, we've still been offered to enter the Ganwu secret area. That's not bad too. Right. Even though I'm weaker now, I don't believe that I will still be weaker in the future. We are only star level now. The training process has just begun. There is still the universe level, domain lord and sector lord level. Our journey is still far and long. Spoken well. Even if you enter the core of the virtual universe company, it's still extremely hard to become undying, and our Ganwu secret area too can produce eternal undyings. Right. Let's go, we'll go drink. These young ladies and gentlemen all had the right to enter the Ganwu secret area, except for a few that returned straight to reality. A large portion of them left towards the restaurant in the plaza. At this time, the 1,000 geniuses of the Ganwu universe country split into two paths. Many of them entered the Ganwu secret area. A few entered the core of the virtual universe company. How the future unfolds no one knew. The geniuses were still considered calm. The 1,008 universe countries, however, were bustling with excitement, especially the countless citizens in the over 1 trillion galaxies within the Ganwu universe country. That was a gathering of over 1 million absolute geniuses from the many universe countries. In the top 20, there were actually 2 from their own. What degree of honor was that? Our Black Dragon Mountain Empire actually has a genius who made it to rank 3. That's the entire universe. He's from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. My God. Luo Feng is too strong. Entire universe, that's 1,008 universe countries. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire was completely stunned by this piece of news. Even though the Black Dragon Mountain star field could be considered vast and endless, compared to the 1,008 universe countries, that was simply tiny. Even the Ganwu universe country hadn't had a genius make it into the top 20 for a very long time, much less the tiny Black Dragon Mountain starfield. There probably hasn't been one in the past trillion years. Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain. Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain. Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain. All of the Black Dragon Mountain's internal websites broadcasted this news day and night, any footage regarding Luo Feng, the passion and support for him within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had reached an unbelievable level. Even the Emperor of the Empire said excitedly, Luo Feng is from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. He is the hero of our empire. This little starfield that wasn't even worth a mention, because of Luo Feng, gained recognition from many citizens from other universe countries. Luo Feng is the hero of our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. A news broadcast spread on the Black Dragon Mountain Island sites. The Emperor exclaimed, he's from our Black Dragon Mountain starfield Milky Way galaxy. I've decided to officially give him his home, the Milky Way galaxy. From today, he is the leader of the Milky Way galaxy. The Emperor decreed. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire's imperial family were all prepared. In truth, the Emperor had already earlier on promised to give the Milky Way galaxy to Luo Feng. However, with the public declaration, obviously it was to raise Luo Feng's position even more. Luo Feng, to be able to gain such a reputation within the empire, the work by the imperial family was nothing to be sneezed at. Bastard. Brolin sat in his study, gritting his teeth hard, breaking the cup in his hands. It's over, there's no more hope. the entire upper echelon have all decided to rope in Luo Feng. The imperial family along with the backing sacred land Black Dragon Mountain. The upper echelon all decided to use all their strengths to try and rope in Luo Feng with his home galaxy and relationship, as long as he doesn't die also with his rank 3 talents, he will definitely have enough power in the future even within the Virtual Universe Company core. Virtual Universe Company, one of the 5 great Leviathans, even standing ahead of the other 4 themselves. Even the 1008 universe countries had to respect the 5 Leviathans. The moment Luo Feng grasped solid authority during times of crisis, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire would exhaust their resources to help him. As for that 9th Prince Brolin, he wasn't even considered amongst the upper echelon of governance. How could he sway any of the decisions by the Empire? It's over. Newell Shan looked at the screen, his eyes unwilling, with his status as a core member of the Virtual Universe Company. The moment they discover me, killing me would be as easy as killing an ant. Seclusion. Seclusion. Newell Shan grit his teeth. Unless I become stronger than him in the future. Otherwise I'll have to remain forever silent, not leaking any trace of myself at all. Since it's come to this, Newell Shan's eyes gleamed coldly. Then I will go outside the starfield to the battleground, otherwise I'd have no chance of ever exceeding him. Newell Shan was a ruthless and absolute person. To be able to survive 1,000 life or death battles in the huge Axe Dojo, that was also a strong decisiveness. The moment he detected danger, he left his nest. And now, he sat in a universe ship and immediately left the planet Earth. OMG, what Luo Feng is the leader of the Milky Way galaxy, North America continent, Washington Basin, America. A group of upper echelons were shocked. Leader of the Milky Way. How can that be? Before, the information we gathered from the virtual universe all stated that a universe-level warrior could acquire tens of planets as territory. Only a sector lord could be given a galaxy as territory. According to the information, sector lords are terrifying warriors that could destroy the Earth with a flip of their hands. Even stars, or the white dwarf planet, was nothing in the face of a sector lord. How did Luo Feng get such a gift? The upper echelon of America were extremely shocked. The 5 great countries of Earth, even though they were grateful to Luo Feng. However, they weren't like the Chinese, bound by blood ties. The other countries were actually a little unhappy. Why did the leader of Earth have to be Chinese? Why couldn't he be from America, or India? Of course, no one dared to voice themselves, but the news now had completely stunned them. Attention all, please allow me to explain the meaning behind the universe genius competition, a golden-haired lady said. Once you've heard it, I believe you'll all understand Luo Feng's current status, and what he represents, why he can actually receive the treatment of a sector lord. Milky Way leader. Haha, Luo Feng sure is powerful. Old Wang, how many life planets are in our Milky Way galaxy? According to the information from the Virtual Universe Network, the Milky Way galaxy has over 210,000 life planets. Haha, over 210,000 life planets, and they are suddenly all Luo Feng's. Alright, fight for our Earth. He's also fought for the name of our Chinese people. We Chinese, even though we've been regarded as aboriginals, however, from us a genius has appeared and made it to rank 3 amongst the entire universe. The 5 great countries of Earth, all the leaders of the bases received the news. all dumbfounded by the Milky Way galaxy leader news. However, the leaders didn't tell the ordinary citizens. In truth, the majority of the people of Earth still didn't understand much about the universe. The upper echelons of Earth didn't want to allow them to connect with the universe that quickly either. Third brother's improvement are really shocking. Sitting cross-legged in a cottage, the black-cloaked youth Hong opened his eyes. I can't relax either. Teacher sure has weird friends and Undying is actually willing to live on a planet without any technology. His gaze swept through the cottage, looking at the outside world and hundreds of km of sky. In that sky were several wild men dressed in animal fur flying about. This planet was the living quarters of an Undying. The entire planet was conditioned in a very primal state. The humans of the planet all forced out their potential energies and gradually created sects, and this was the living quarters of an Undying. These sects didn't even seem to know there was an Undying of the universe living here. Hong, let's go. The time sector Lord Luo suddenly appeared in front of the cottage. Hong immediately stood up and flew, sitting in a universe ship and leaving the planet. The aboriginal sects of the planet didn't even know that two strong warriors of the universe had just passed through. Not bad, I allow you to rest, Lord Wu shouted. Not enough, still not enough. 30 has already made it to rank 3, my improvement is still not enough. On Mars of the solar system, Thunder God was training according to Lord Wu's plans, improving himself. Luo Feng didn't seem to know that his being ranked 3 TD in the entire universe had such an influence. He was with Rong Jun and the other 3, listening to the lecture from the scale armored giant. Tomorrow, the duels to get the remaining slots depend on your performance. Understood. You 3 can leave first. Luo Feng and Rong Jun stay, the scale armored giant said. Immediately the 3 other youths left the huge room respectfully, leaving behind only Luo Feng and Rong Jun. The scale armored giant's gaze landed on the 2 of them. Rank 13, rank 3, the giant's voice was thick and powerful. That powerful pressure caused both Luo Feng and Rong Jun to barely be able to maintain standing. Are you both feeling proud within, thinking you are very strong? No, savage, Rong Jun said. The training space doesn't prove anything, Luo Feng said too. Humph. The scale armored giant roared slightly. It's good you two still managed to keep calm and collected, not letting this small honor and glory get to your heads. Right, Luo Feng, what you said was right. The training space doesn't prove anything, let me tell you. The top 10 of the training space consist of 2 fighters and 8 spirit reader controllers. Luo Feng's expression slightly changed. There were actually 8 controllers in the top 10. Understand. This training space has a big advantage to spirit reader controllers. Next to fighters, to hynoptists, it's the worst, the giant said. That howling god clan genius Jiao Laishi, many of us Undyings have regarded him as being of the top 10, however his rank is only 189. In the training space, to be able to make it to the top 20, naturally they are all strong. However, some of them in the 30-50 ranks are not necessarily weak, especially spirit reader hypnotists. They are all ranked above the 100s in battle. However, it's a completely different story, the giant emphasized, hence you two must never get careless, otherwise, you'll be stepped on by others. Luo Feng and Rong Jun listened obediently. Of course, the training space does reflect some level of strength. From the many Undyings here, watching the broadcast and concluding Luo Feng Amongst our conclusions, you rank among the top 10, the scale-armored giant. Turn to look at Savage Rongjun. Rongjun, you are within the top 20. Luo Feng and Rongjun both remained silent. The giant looked at the two and paused for a while before saying, of course, in true battle, it depends on how you perform altogether, and also how you strategize and deal with your opponent. Anyone from the top 20 can make it into the top 10. The top 10 can still lose to anyone from behind after all. Everyone's strengths are pretty close. Alright. You two go rest, you both acquired your slots, there's nothing for you. Tomorrow, get ready for the final slaughter. Even though there are 1,000 able to enter the core, the treatment within has big differences. The core itself has its lower and higher levels, just like that death god Bolin, he'll definitely be able to enter the primal secret area. As for you two, work hard and do your best, the scale-armored giant said. Luo Feng and Savage Rongjun both walked out of the scale-armored giant's room together. Luo Feng Rongjun shouted. Luo Feng stood there and turned around. Rongjun's tiger-like eyes were gleaming, saying softly, your improvement has earned my respect. I hope to meet you in the arena and once again defeat you. Defeat me? Luo Feng's lips curled into a smile. I'll be waiting. Rongjun turned to leave after. Luo Feng watched his back as he left. This Rongjun seemed to be in disagreement with the scale-armored giants conclusion. He seems to have a guarantee of defeating me or something. Luo Feng didn't have any other feelings, only anticipation, one of which against a very powerful opponent. The stronger he was, the more it would shape and improve him. That day, over 1 million eliminated geniuses were all teleported away. The entire skyscraper 0825 had only 6 people left, the undying leader and the 5 youths. Daybreak of the second day. Including Luo Feng and Rongjun, 7,300 geniuses had gathered in the center plaza. Suddenly a formless energy engulfed the entire plaza, causing the 7,300 human geniuses to uncontrollably submit. They all looked up and in midair, a familiar silhouette appeared. He, dressed in a seemingly normal, but actually infused with mysterious energy. Green armor, he had purple scales on his head, his face carrying a smile. However, no one dared to actually match his gaze as he looked about. Sir Knight. The 1,008 undyings all said in unison and bowed respectfully. This caused the 7,300 geniuses to be shocked. The training space stage has ended. First, I'd like to congratulate the ranks 1 to 100 participants. You've all gained the right to enter the core of the Virtual Universe Company right now. Anyone who's unwilling can speak out. Our Virtual Universe Company will never force anyone. The green armored purple scaled man's voice was light, resounding in their ears and minds. Silence. No one made a sound. Good, the man nodded satisfied. Ranks 101, 7,300, these 7,200 geniuses. According to your training space performance, the Virtual Universe Company has already automatically arranged your arena duels. Continuous 3 victories will earn you a slot. Any losers will be eliminated. 7,200 people, in 1v1 battles, eliminating half every battle, with 3 consecutive victories, only 900 would remain. The moment the words left his mouth, a large portion of the geniuses below were suspicious. Consecutive 3 victories to get a slot. If 2 strong warriors met, wouldn't that eliminated 1? Luo Feng thought. The same situation had happened in the Ganwu Universe Country Selection, he and Rong Yung had met Luo Feng. Thought this was probably what many of the geniuses were thinking. The virtual universe company's system arrangement is definitely the best, no need to worry, the green-armored purple-scaled man said. Right now, 7,200 participants will begin their arena duels. Rumble. The plaza slight shook. The 7,200 geniuses participating were suddenly teleported away, with only the 100 remaining. Luo Feng looked around. With only 100 youths left, the plaza seemed empty. Within, the white-robed blood-blade death god Bolin, the Manka prince filled with battle spirit, the genius siblings from the Aogusi planet, almost like a meat mountain at 6 m tall, strong-looking man with a blood axe on his back. The dream shell youth, a huge youth, with a face full of fur like a bear, the seductive black thread young lady with 4 arms, the shy and bashful youth. 100 people. They were all the top 100 in the training space stage, absolute geniuses set to enter the core of the virtual universe company. These 100 all took note of the people around them, understanding that they would all become competitors. There are seats there, you can all go watch the broadcast. The green-armored purple-scaled man pointed in the distance. Immediately 100 large chairs and several tables appeared in the corner of the plaza. On the tables were drinks and food, and the green-armored man himself sat with the 1008 undyings at another spot. Death god Bolin, Luo Feng and the remaining 100 all sat, and Luo Feng and Rong Jun sat close together. No matter what, they were from the same universe. Country, naturally they felt closer. What's more, the two felt good about each other. Look, 3,600 screens. It's about to begin. Howling God Clan hypnotist Jiao Lai Shi, on that screen, some absolute geniuses who were well informed spoke. Indeed, 3,600 large screens appeared in the center of the plaza, every one displaying a different battle that was about to begin. Very quickly. On the 3,600 screens, the battles began almost simultaneously. The battle for the remaining 900 slots had begun. The victors progressed, while the losers were eliminated. Everything was very cruel. A youth knelt on the floor of the screen, with a hole on his forehead, his gaze dazzled, his lips moving. One could make out what he said. I can't accept this. Absolute geniuses falling one by one. 5 minutes had yet to pass, and 3,600 had already been eliminated. They couldn't accept this. Naturally, the eliminated people were unhappy. They had already reached this level, just a little more being in the universe country, compared to the core of the virtual universe company, were two completely different things. The 5 great leviathans were the true pinnacles of the humans of the universe. These absolute geniuses all considered themselves powerful. Only the pinnacle of the universe was worthy of themselves. If they wanted to enter, they'd want to enter the best. After half an hour, the second round began. 3,600 geniuses, once again half fell, the remaining half proceeded. Another half an hour later, after resting and preparing, the third round began. These 1,800 absolute geniuses all wished with great anticipation. They were only one step away from victory. However, there was only 1 out of 2 on every arena duel that could enter the virtual universe core. The other half were all eliminated. Luo Feng and Rong Jun focused on tens of screens at a time. To these absolute geniuses with powerful willpower and consciousness, multitasking was very easy. And the present 100 geniuses were all watching many screens at a time. However, they all focused on one together. The Howling God Clan hypnotist Jiao Laishi's broadcast. He won. He still won the same way Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Jiao Laishi's 3 matches, the first and second battle he didn't even move and just stood there. The opponent immediately crumbled, and in the third match his opponent managed to barely withstand the first soul attack. However, he still fell after the second. 3 consecutive victories. Hypnotist Jiao Laishi acquired 1 slot. This hypnotist is terrifying. Savage said softly. Luo Feng stared at the screen. Normal soul attacks are usually not too scary. However, if mixed with hypnotism, that's terrifying. The hypnotism can make one unconsciously enter into a fantasy land, oblivious to the fact itself. This sort of terrifying hypnotism is a fighter's natural enemy. Savage Rong Jun nodded. Like Luo Feng, studying the Soul Imprint and Void Pagoda, these 2 great techniques, his control of spirit energy had already reached an extremely high level. His defense was very strong too. He still had some confidence of defending against hypnotist Jiao Laishi. However, the fighters, many had powerful willpowers and states, maybe against spirit attacks they could withstand it. However, against hypnotism, many fighters wouldn't receive it too well. Hypnotist Jiao Laishi, against automaton puppets, metal life forms, Masha clans, etc., beings without a soul, his hypnotism had no effect. However, against others with souls, his power was huge. Shwa 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 shwa. 900 silhouettes suddenly appeared in the plaza. These 900 absolute geniuses mostly had excited expressions. Right, they had passed the 3 rounds of elimination among the 7,200. These final 900 had made it. However, amongst this group of geniuses, some still had no expressions. Just like the tall and skinny man, covered in a black robe. No wonder the group of undyings concluded that hypnotist Jiao Laishi has the strength to make it to the top 10. Luo Feng and the others of the 100 stood up, walking over to gather, his gaze fixed on the black-robed tall and skinny man. The black-robed tall and skinny man suddenly looked over at Luo Feng. The peculiar gaze seemed to bring with it some sort of formless suggestion. However, Luo Feng's willpower was extremely strong, not getting affected at all, his cold eyes staring back, almost as though a golden-horned beast was eyeing its opponent. The 2 regarded by the undyings as top 10 material. At this time, they couldn't wish any more to get matched up against each other. The 1,000 geniuses gathered together, many regarded as top 10, top 20, or regarded themselves as absolute geniuses, all looking at each other. Congratulations to you all. A floating dreamy voice entered the 1,000 minds. All of them realized the green-armored purple-scaled man had appeared before them. You all are this genius competition's most elite 1,000 of the human race 1008 universe. Countries. Our virtual universe company will nurture you to the best of our ability. If anyone wishes to not enter the virtual universe company, you can speak now. Silence. No one made a sound. Very good. However, you should understand that there will always be competition within the universe. Where there's competition, you 1,000 cannot expect to all receive the same amount of nurture and resources. Even our virtual universe company doesn't dare waste such valuable resources. The green-armored purple scaled man smiled. I'll announce this. Of the 1,000 of you, ranks 101 to 1,000, you can receive 10 mixed elements in Cash, you can enter the beginning universe. To study, you can enter the core of the virtual universe company's last phase secret area. Ranks 11-100, you are awarded 100 mixed elements in cash. You can enter the beginning universe to study and enter the core of the virtual universe. Company's heaven and land secret area. Ranks 310, you are awarded 1000 mixed elements in cash. You can enter the beginning universe to study and enter the core of the virtual universe. Company's absolute beginning secret area. Ranks 1 and 2, you are awarded 10,000 mixed elements in cash. You can enter the beginning universe to study and enter the core of the virtual universe. Company's primal secret area. Under normal circumstances, the primal secret area only accepts one genius. Every competition, however this batch's level is more outstanding, hence the virtual universe company's upper echelons have discussed and given your batch 2 slots to enter the primal secret area. Silence, the 1000 absolute geniuses were curious, last phase, heaven and land, absolute beginning and primal secret areas, just what was behind these 4 places. However, just from the names everyone could tell very obviously, the primal secret area was the best of the group. U1000, there are still the strong and the weak. The rewards, naturally, will be different. From tomorrow, the duels will begin, selecting the final victor. The green armored purple scaled man's voice was dreamy and distant, resounding in everyone's minds. The rules for the battle have already been sent to everyone of you. Get a good rest today. Rumble. The green armored purple scaled man immediately vanished after he finished. At this time, the 1008 Undyings began their discussions. Primal secret area, they are absorbing 2 this time. I initially thought the slot of that primal secret area will definitely belong to that bull and punk. I never expected to have an extra slot. The virtual universe company, it's rare for them to be so generous. During the time the Undyings were discussing, Luo Feng and the rest of the 1000 all lowered their heads to look at the screens on their wrists. On it displayed the dual rules they had received. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows as he looked. The rules are as follows. The 3-round duels that just ended, of which the 900 that made it through and received the 900 slots, they will be judged according to their performance in these 3 rounds. The virtual universe company system will choose from these the most outstanding 100. They are Jiao Lai Shi, Ka Peng Te, Lasha, Lei Shi, Wu Te, Wei Si, Ku. These 100 will engage in duels with the initial 100 from the training space. A total of 200 people engaged in 1v1 battles. The victorious 100 people have the right to enter the heaven and land secret area. As for the other 900, they will all enter the last phase secret area. Amongst the victorious 100, according to the judgment of the virtual universe system, they'll pick out the most outstanding 20 and allow these 20 to battle 1v1, deciding the final 10. The top 10 have the right to enter the absolute beginning secret area. The first and second of the top 10 will also be chosen from there to enter the primal secret area. The attachment below has specific details of the battles. This rule sure is dogmatic. Luo Feng thought. They actually let the virtual universe system pick 100 out of the 900 to battle with the current top 100. Looks like the virtual universe company has absolute trust and confidence in their system. Anyway, the problem doesn't affect me. I have the right to battle. How can it be this way? They don't even give us the right to duel. That's too much. This is overconfidence in the virtual universe system. In the plaza, the other absolute geniuses erupted in rage. The rules of this round meant that 800 of the final 1,000 were immediately out of the game, not even giving them the chance to display their strengths. Naturally, many of the geniuses were extremely unhappy and dissatisfied. Virtual Universe Company, a sharp voice roared fiercely. Luo Feng even felt some discomfort in his ears, turning to look amongst the group. A 5 m tall, skinny-bodied, with a vertical eye in the middle of his forehead. This youth's expression was pained. There was madness in his 3 eyes, raging and shouting, "I have a 100 guarantee of entering the top 100, even the top 20. How can you immediately rely on the virtual universe system and just toss me aside? I won't accept this, I won't accept this. Unfair, it's unfair." Beside, others began to shout out, "This way is unfair. Actually fighting, whoever loses gets eliminated, that's the fair way. Otherwise we won't accept this." Immediately about 10 youths from different universe countries began to shout out. Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and the others on the 200 name list remained calm. The other 800, however, were raging madly with the 3-eyed youth. The rest of them were extremely unhappy. "Shut up. What are you doing? All shut up." The distant 1008 undyings, many of them raged simultaneously. That strong consciousness and pressure extended over, immediately pressuring the 800 youths, causing all of them to go pale, all shivering, their legs trembling. Finally some couldn't take it and knelt down, and later, they all knelt down, unable to withstand the pressure. 800 youths kneeling down. Rumble. 1008 undyings, all of them appeared before the geniuses, looking over them. "I won't accept this, I won't accept this." Amongst the kneeling group, that 3-eyed youth slammed his fists on the ground, his muscles twitching like an earthworm, forcing his head up and roaring, "Idiot." From the 1008 undyings, the scale-armored giant looked coldly at the 3-eyed youth. At this time a dreamy distant voice resounded, "If one doesn't accept or doubts the rules of the virtual universe system, one can choose not to join our virtual universe company. Our virtual universe company will never force anyone to join." The voice resounded throughout the entire land and skies, making the expressions of the kneeling 800 geniuses change. Too, that's too brutal." Standing beside Luo Feng, savage Rong Jun, death god Bolin, and the other 200 were all shocked. He actually replied like that. Luo Feng was shocked. The 800 geniuses didn't dare to believe. The 3-eyed youth too had an expression of disbelief. Right, they were all true absolute geniuses. In their universe countries, they were number ones, always sitting high on a pedestal. Even the universe country leaders heavily respected him, his opinion respected by many undyings. From that youth's point of view, this rule was simply overbearing. His request should be able to be met. However, the answer of the virtual universe company was that simple. "If you don't agree, just leave. No one is forcing you to join." That simple. Really stupid. Among the 1008 undyings, a long black-haired undying, looking at the kneeling 800 people, saying coldly, "The virtual universe company's upper echelon made the rules and decisions. Do you think you little punks can actually change it? You are really ahead of yourselves. If it was that death god Bolin punk that raised an opinion, maybe it might get noticed, but that's only because he was long regarded as the one to enter The Primal Secret Area, a member of the Primal Secret Area, an old man in a white-robed covered in silver scales, looked at the three-eyed youth, as for you only the outer layer of the core, how can you dare to reject? Little punks, remember you may be the most elite geniuses of your universe. Countries, however in the Virtual Universe Company, they organize a star-level genius competition every 10,000 years, and a universe-level genius competition within the Virtual Universe Company. There are countless geniuses, the strong are numerous as the wind, you all should just stay low profile, it fits you better. Going against the decision of the upper echelon is a big mistake. 1008 Undyings, they were all very clear that these were all extremely talented geniuses, however geniuses normally had pride, temperament issues. And the path to the pinnacle of strength was extremely long and tedious. If one always kept this sort of pride, it was very easy to fall, hence fiercely knocking them back down was a good thing. Within the large hall of skyscraper 0825, Luo Feng and Rong Jun sat in chairs. As for the other three, they were all eliminated in the 3-round duels. Before, I was still a little proud, however that scene before I understand. Now, in the eyes of the Virtual Universe Company, we are only some seedlings. They are absorbing. Luo Feng shook his head. The Virtual Universe Company itself has accumulated many geniuses. The position is not the same, naturally our words and opinions matter at different levels too. Savage said softly, the 4 secret areas are the Virtual Universe's way of distinction between their members. Didn't you hear what that Undying said before? Maybe only Death God Bolan's opinion would get some recognition. Luo Feng nodded. Primal Secret Area, the name list is extremely short. Savage said, the Virtual Universe Company, such a huge power, the number of sector lords in the Primal Secret Area, I heard there's only 100. 100. Luo Feng was greatly shocked. Sector lords had long lifespans, even in the Ganwu Universe country the sector lords exceeded 1 million and the 100 to 1,000 times stronger and bigger. Virtual Universe Company, just how many sector lords did they have? And the number of sector lords that entered the Primal Secret Area was only a total of 100. So, you should understand just how special this Primal Secret Area absorbing 2 members is. Savage spoke, the Primal Secret Area as the core of the Virtual Universe Company's internal level, like Death God Bolan, even though he's only a star level or later a universe level, his position is still extremely high. Even your Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire cannot match up to him. Luo Feng was stunned. The position of a Primal Secret Area member was higher than the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Right. The sector lords in the Virtual Universe Company's Primal Secret Area was only a 101. Could easily see how special being a member was. Being higher than the Emperor of a starfield wasn't strange. Also, I heard, the members have special bodyguards. Savage spoke, the leader of the guards is an Undying, and within the guards there are 10 sector lords and a 100 domain lords. No matter how calm Luo Feng was, he couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Damn. Is it really true? Luo Feng couldn't help but lose his composure. Members of the Primal Secret Area having guards wasn't strange, however the leader of the guards was actually an Undying. This was too terrifying. Don't be surprised, the Virtual Universe Company, as one of the 5 great Leviathans, even Undyings in the Virtual Universe Company, many are mostly Only in the absolute beginning secret area, just from their position, they are. Much lower. Savage spoke, you should understand just how valuable and high the position of being a member of the primal secret area is. Any one of them are extremely important elites in the company. Just the resources spent on them, if changed to cash, are incredibly unbelievable amounts. Luo Feng was completely stunned. When Luo Feng returned to his room, he was still disturbed. It took a while for him to calm down. Ah, that savage Rong Jun, how does he know so much? Luo Feng thought. He actually knows quite a bit about the 4 secret areas of the virtual universe. Company, looks like his background isn't that simple. The 2 from the Ganwu universe that made it to the top 1000, Luo Feng and Rong Jun, came from their own star fields, while they seemed to not have any background at all. In truth, Luo Feng inherited the Yun Mo planet teachings, and is also a golden horned beast. And savage Rong Jun, his true identity and background, was obviously not that simple either. On Earth, Yangzhou City Westlake Courtyard, within the castle. Sitting in the tea room, pouring a glass of tea and taking a sip, his consciousness was communicating with Babata. Babata, just what's up with the 4 secret areas of the virtual universe company? Luo Feng told Babata everything he had just heard from Rong Jun, telling him the rules for the duel. 2. Also about what happened in the plaza. That group of idiots, they actually dared doubt the virtual universe company system. My God, their brains must be flooded with water. The virtual universe system is a transcendental existence that can emulate the origin laws, Babata exclaimed. Oh, Luo Feng realized. Babata obviously stood on the virtual universe system side. That savage Rong Jun said the right thing. The primal secret area members have extremely high positions, Babata said, to the virtual universe company. To be able to enter the primal secret area, these are the extremely rare geniuses of the entire universe, hence they are willing to spend huge amounts of treasure and wealth to nurture them. How much is it? As much as my teacher's wealth, Luo Feng asked. Luo Feng, you have to understand one thing, Babata said seriously, your teacher was indeed a very powerful undying. Even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had to lower its head in front of him. However, your teacher, compared to the Ganwu universe country, was a completely different level. Luo Feng nodded. Ganwu universe country leader, that was an ancient being that had lived for trillions of years, creating and opening an entire universe country. The leader of the Ganwu universe country has to show respect to the virtual universe company, Babata said. 1008 universe countries, who dare offend the virtual universe country? That's the true huge power, such a huge powerful existence, nurturing geniuses in the primal secret area. They have very strict plans, numbers extremely small and pitiful, the wealth that they actually spend. Do you think your teacher's wealth can compare to that? Luo Feng was silent. Your vision must be broader, look further, don't limit yourself to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, or the universe countries, but look to the entire universe. Actually, I've known, since the day you possessed the golden horned beast successfully, your path would be even further and brighter than the path of your teachers, Babata said. Of course, from what I know, getting into the primal secret area isn't the end of it, but comes with a lot of competition. The weak will be kicked out, and those in the absolute beginning secret area, the absolute geniuses within, might rise up to the primal secret area. Hence, to enjoy the most pinnacle of resources, you have to constantly work hard. Because in the future, there will be a large amount of absolute geniuses. Eyeing your position, the moment you relax, others might catch up. Luo Feng could feel hot blood rush through his veins. Anticipation. Yes, that was the life he wanted, the strong rise, while the weak fall, just. That simple. Babada, I don't understand too well now, the primal area members, just the star levels, they are able to get guards, and the leader of the guards is an undying, Luo Feng said. No matter how it is, that's an undying, a great undying. Yes, undying are great, Babada said. However, a primal area member is also a great being itself. Luo Feng, I'll explain it to you this way, Babada said. What determines the level of position isn't just strength alone, it depends on many factors like the virtual universe company's business division, some of the business geniuses or investors, their strength may be very low, however they still enjoy an extremely high position, just like the investor genius in the Universe First Bank, Fei, he invests with unbelievable amounts of wealth. Even though his strength may be weak, but he still has undyings to take care and protect him. Luo Feng was shocked. Same logic. Just like that death god Bolin, right, he's very weak now, but you have to understand he's an absolute genius, the pinnacle of the human race in a trillion years. One only appears every trillion years or so, and a trillion years is akin to a sector lord's lifespan. 1008 universe countries, every universe country has over 1 million sector lords. You calculate how many sector lords are produced by the entire human race over 1 trillion years. Luo Feng held his breath. That death god Bolin, in terms of value, position, one can only imagine. Everyone who enters the primal secret area are all the most important elites of the virtual universe company. That's their root, Babada exclaimed. Comprehension of the origin laws is easiest during the sector lord stage. And during the difficult star level stage, the death god Bolin already has such a level of comprehension of the space law. Think about it, how high will his achievements be in the future? No doubt about it. As long as he doesn't die. In space origin law itself, he will definitely exceed your teacher. As long as he becomes an undying, he'll be the pinnacle being even amongst the others. Almost invincible, Babada exclaimed, and the space origin law, as one of the 2 hardest origin laws, if he can become an undying, that would be terrifying. You have to remember, even amongst undyings, the differences are huge, hence that time Sector Lord had such ambition. However, he didn't succeed. If he did, and became an undying, his strength would be close to your teacher. Of course. The Virtual Universe Company core is separated into 4 secret areas from high to low, primal, absolute beginning, heaven and land, beginning phase. Many undyings are in the absolute beginning secret area. Don't bite off more than you can chew. If you can enter the absolute beginning secret area, that would be considered a success already. What's more, your most important task right now is to settle your first opponent, Wu Te Wei Si Ku. Luo Feng lifted his teacup and drank it all. Wu Te Wei Si Ku, that was his opponent tomorrow. Daybreak of the second day. Plaza, the 1,000 geniuses gathered. Luo Feng was mixed in the crowd, looking at the distant, tall, 3-eyed youth. Those 3 eyes were gloomy. Obviously the blow he suffered yesterday was huge. Sir Knight. The distant 1008 undying bowed respectfully. In mid-air, far away, the green-armored purple-scaled man nodded, then turned to look at the 1,000 youths, speaking, today is a good day, we will, in one day pick the top 100, top 10, and first and second from the 1,000 of you. Are you all ready? Then the battle will begin now. The green-armored purple-scaled man surveyed the crowd with a wave of his hand. 100 huge arenas appeared above the plaza. At the side of each arena, a black net covered and surrounded them simultaneously. Rong Jun, Jiao Lai, Shi, etc., and the 200 youths were transported into the arenas. Every arena had 2 people. Immediately the undyings, along with the participants that didn't qualify, all turned to watch Death God Bolan's battle. In one of the arenas was Luo Feng and Wu Teiwei Ku. The silver-white arena had an area of 10 square kilometers. The black net covered the entire arena. Madman Luo Feng, from the Ganwu Universe country Black Dragon Mountain Empire, rank in the training space 3, displaying madness with extreme calm. Hence the name. A skinny youth with completely black lips stared at the distant Luo Feng coldly, shouting, "My rank in the training space was 113, I will let you know that the training space didn't stand for anything." Cut the crap. Carrying the dark golden long rod on his back, Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and floated in the distant air, shouting back, "Very well," the skinny youth smiled, "I'll settle you, and I'll be able to enter the heaven and land secret area, then I'll settle another, and I'll enter the absolute beginning area." Who? A gust of wind blew. The skinny youth became a gust of wind and headed towards Luo Feng, seemingly slow, but actually extremely fast. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and surveyed his opponent from mid-air, details of his opponent flashing in his mind. Wu Teiwei Ku, nicknamed Gale, uses a level 5 genetic energy weapon Void Shadow Blade during battle. His blade moves extremely quick, mixed in the mad winds, extremely fierce and swift, hard to block. Go and die. The skinny youth's eyes gleamed. Show. The originally wind-like skinny youth suddenly increased his speed. Simultaneously, the void shadow blade in his hand became a fierce engulfing gale. Endless blades gathered together to form a mad wind that engulfed everything. This mad wind blade dance surrounded even Luo Feng, allowing him no space to dodge. Humph, Luo Feng snorted, standing on the dark cloud shuttle and suddenly becoming a mysterious trace. In that seemingly overwhelming blade wind dance, he found an opening to slip through, leaving 9 images behind, causing the skinny youth's expression to change. He can even escape this. The information on the 9 threads is indeed terrifying. In the time Luo Feng took to dodge the attacks, the dark golden long rod on his back shot out 5 golden lights, forming 5 golden blades in mid-air. Go. Luo Feng stared coldly at his opponent, as though he was staring at a dead person. With the golden energy flow wrapped around it, the 5 golden lights became like 5 golden dragons roaring towards the center of the blade wind dance. The skinny youth. Go and die. The skinny youth's expression struggled, his eyes filled with a sense of longing. Xiao. He waved his hand and shot out a white light. The white light immediately pierced through a 100 m of distance, almost reaching Luo Feng. It was even faster than the golden rainbows. Luo Feng's expression changed, quickly relying on the dark cloud shuttles fast speed to dodge and simultaneously unleashing 16 shields. As the white light shot over suddenly, Luo Feng, however, maintained total calm. Immediately coming up with the best decision one was to rely on the dark cloud Shuttle to dodge it as quickly as possible. 2. Use the soaring shuttle sword. Matrix for defense. 3. Use the dark golden long rod from behind to produce 4 more golden blades to block that white light. The 4 golden rainbows shot out from behind Luo Feng, almost like a net that engulfed the sky, wrapping over that white light. Dang! A clashing sound, causing the distant skinny youth's expression to change greatly. He stopped. That was his trump card, one that he had trained long for, with comprehension of the wind origin laws, a move infused with wind origin laws to unleash its full power. This leaving blade had the properties of the wind origin laws. Its speed was extremely quick, it floated and arced about, its power was huge, it was his biggest trump card during the training space stages. He didn't have any use for secret weapons, and later during the 3-round duels, his opponents weren't enough for him to have to use it, hence it had been kept a secret till now. He had been preparing to use it on an unready opponent. Trump card, they had the biggest power when unexpected. Without preparation, it was easy to get hit. The moment it was found out, however, they would automatically have defenses. For it, the trump card's power would be weakened. However, Luo Feng was too calm. Even though this move was sudden, Luo Feng's terrifying calmness, without any hesitation acting in the best course of action to deal with it, not only did 4 golden rainbows block it, unleashing the sword matrix along with his dodging made it completely useless. Go and die. Luo Feng looked coldly at his opponent. The other 5 golden rainbows surrounded the skinny youth. His speed obviously couldn't match up to the golden rainbows. In an instant, he was pierced through. Wu Te Wei Si Ku, fail. Luo Feng, victory. Luo Feng descended from mid-air and looked at the white light that was stopped. It was a silver-white little blade, anyone capable of making it into the top 100, indeed they are not to be sneezed at within the universe. A spirit reader could control their spirit weapons from far, and fighters too could use throwing weapons, like javelins, short hatchets, short blades, etc. Using Earth terms, these were called secret weapons. Secret weapons were indeed powerful, and rarely seen. After winning the first battle, Luo Feng entered the top 100, his prize rose to 100 mixed elements, and he gained the right to enter the virtual universe. Company Heaven and Land Secret Area. Congratulations to the punks in the arenas. The green armored purple scaled man stood in mid-air, surveying the 100 young ladies and gentlemen within the arenas. Firstly, I want to congratulate you on entering the top 100, able to enter our virtual universe company's Heaven and Earth secret area. Right now, we'll pick the top 20 from you all. According to the virtual universe system choices, I'll report the 20 names. Immediately, the 100 just victorious youth geniuses began to get nervous. Even though they had won, however, only 20 of them would get the chance to go to the next round and battle, picking out the final 10. Luo Feng stood in the arena he battled in, looking at the green armored purple scaled man in mid-air, creasing his eyebrows. I didn't reveal my strongest trump card. My rating in the virtual universe system might be lower, however. According to what the scale-armored giant said and concluded, I should be able to rank in the top 10, then, I should get chosen. Bolin. The green-armored purple, scaled man, began reporting the 20 names. Gusi Luo. Ai Chen. Wuka. Yi Feng. Jiao Laishi. Rong Jun. As the names were read out, those who didn't have their names read could barely suppressed their nervousness. They were all victorious, yet only 20 could participate in the next battle. Qian Shui, Luo Feng, Tao. The chosen 20 are the names that I just reported. The green armored purple scaled man smiled. Will the 20 of you rest and recover from the battle? Before, in a short time, we will begin the next battle. As for who your opponent is, you'll find out when the battle begins. A group of youths sat casually in the plaza. Candida, congrats on making it into the top 100. Don't even talk about it. Even though I made it to the top 100, however, I wasn't chosen in the final 20. The tall and sturdy Candida had a look of dissatisfaction, even though those in the top 20 are all powerful, and I don't have a chance of winning. However, without actually making a move, I still feel dissatisfaction. Candida, don't be upset. We are all unhappy too. I didn't even get the chance to make it into the top 100. The youths that didn't have any more battles to fight were chatting casually. Everyone chatted and got to know each other, because from today on, many of them would become long-term partners in the universe. And the final 20 sat in the corner quietly. They were quietly resting and controlling their mental state, because in a moment the more important battle was about to begin. The next battle would pick out the top 10, these 20 that were able to get on the name list. Probably only Death God Bolin had a 100 guarantee. The other 19 weren't sure of their victory. My opponent, just who is at Luo Feng's gaze swept his surroundings. 2 of the other 19 too were looking in all directions. One was the Manka Prince Wuka, and the other was the fat man carrying the blood axe, Tao. The Manka Prince smiled at Luo Feng and waved his fist. The fat man too glanced at Luo Feng and rubbed his ears. The arrangements of this battle, they didn't reveal. We'll only know when it's time to battle. This is probably a test too on our mental state. Luo Feng stopped worrying about it, closing his eyes, and according to his big and second brother's methods, cleansed himself and emptied his mind, entering a calm state, patiently waiting for the battle to begin. About half an hour later. Rumble, the plaza shook. In the vast plaza, 10 arenas rose gradually. All were enveloped in large amounts of black netting. Simultaneously the 20 resting people were immediately transported to the 10 arenas. Within the arena. Damn. Tragedy, that blood axe, Tao actually faces Death God Bolin. We've been guessing who'd be so unlucky to meet Bolin. It's actually Tao. Poor fellow. In the distance, the 980 other geniuses spectating laughed, and in the arena, the wild unrestricted fat man, Tao, gripped on that terrifying huge axe, almost like a ferocious beast staring at the white-robed youth. However, anyone could have predicted the outcome. Death God Bolin, that was an absolute genius that only appeared once after how many competitions. The Virtual Universe Company even specially included one more slot for the Primal Secret Area. Just because of him, the chances of the blood axe, Tao, being able to violently defeat the Death God Bolin were simply too low, unless he was a terrifying genius that appeared once every trillion years. Gusi Luo against Rong Jun. Gusi Luo was the training space ranked 2, a very perfect, no-error kind of strength among these 20. Probably only he has the ability to fight Bolin. That Rong Jun meeting Gusi Luo, it's over. Many in the entire arena stared at Bolin against Tao. However, there were many watching another match. Hypnotist Jiao Lai Shi against Madman Luo Feng. That hypnotist has met the madman. The two sick ones have met. From beginning to end, hypnotist didn't even make a move, just staring at his opponents and defeating them. Who knows whether that madman can withstand it? It's hard to say hypnotist is the most terrifying spirit reader hypnotist of this competition. Till now no one has been able to withstand it, and besides using hypnotism, he can also use a spirit weapon to engage in long-distance attacks, when the opponent is caught in the illusion without any defenses. It'll be over quickly. Up till now, he hasn't even used a spirit weapon. Always only using hypnotism, his hypnotism must be extremely terrifying. Don't look down on Madman, I've seen his battle footage, so many footages. I've never seen him nervous or at a lose. His eyes always cold, almost as though nothing affects his mental state. Hypnotist was regarded as the top 10, Madman 2 was regarded as the top 10, these two meeting, it'll be interesting. 10 arenas, 10 battles. Every match was a pinnacle fight, compared to the fights, to become the top 100. Before, the matchups, only now were they truly worthy of the title. Pinnacle fights. In the arena. One on the dark cloud shuttle, dressed in a dark gray armor, carrying a dark golden long rod, a skinny black-haired youth. The other stood on a black disc, a tall and skinny silhouette covered in a black robe. Both were spirit readers, however they walked two different paths of a spirit reader. One was a controller while the other a hypnotist. The controller directed spirit weapons to destroy the physical body, while hypnotists directed their attacks to destroy the soul directly. It was extremely hard to make progress as a hypnotist, however once that was achieved, they were terrifying. Becoming a controller was easier, however to become powerful, that too was difficult. Madman Luo Feng, the hypnotist Jiao Laishi's voice, was coarse, saying softly, "You have the strength of the top 10, however meeting me you'll only be able to rank outside the top 10. So confident. Luo Feng smiled, his eyes gleaming. The two awaited the announcement. In the 10 arenas, they all awaited. The victor will enter the top 10, little punks. Don't get careless, your opponents are all very strong. Let the battle begin. The green armored purple scaled man said from far away, his voice resounding in everyone's ears. Simultaneously, the 10 arena battles erupted. Jiao Laishi, who was standing on the black disc, his gaze cold as his lips slightly moved. Wang. A formless traceless spirit energy immediately rippled towards Luo Feng. Invading his mind, his spirit energy was simply too fast. While unleashing his hypnotism, Kia Laishi waved his hands simultaneously. The black disc below his feet had become a black light, cutting straight towards Luo Feng's head. The first time. In the arena battles, this was the first time the hypnotist Jiao Laishi used hypnotism and his spirit weapon in a simultaneous attack. A formless spirit energy sneakily invaded Luo Feng's consciousness. His consciousness was vast and endless, however a huge golden pagoda almost took up the entire space. This void pagoda had a total of 2 levels. This void pagoda, with engravings appearing all over, looked completely like a transparent crystal glowing with a golden light. It looked almost perfect, non-damaged, and was completely able to protect his soul core within. The Void Pagoda, Level 2. This was a secret technique passed down from the master of the Yunmo planet. Luo Feng had studied and focused on the soul imprint and Void Pagoda, of which the soul imprint was created by his teacher. However, the deeper he delved into these arts, the more they favored soul attacks. Since his specialty was a controller, he slowly reduced his training on the soul imprint once he reached the basic 10,000 blade soul imprint and was able to condense his enslavement imprint. He stopped going deeper. On the other hand, the Void Pagoda was very important in Luo Feng's plan as a spirit reader controller. He may be weaker in soul attacks, however, his defense had to be strong. He shouldn't have any obvious weaknesses, hence he never relaxed on that training. And the Void Pagoda was a very powerful technique. His teacher back then only acquired it by chance too, and before death, he had only reached 6 levels of the pagoda. If he had reached the 7th level, according to what his teacher assumed, that tragedy back then, he wouldn't have died. One could only imagine how powerful the Void Pagoda was. During the past 5 years, Luo Feng had never relaxed during his training with the Gold and Space Origin Law Comprehension. He reached level 2 of the pagoda. Void Pagoda was purely for defense. The hypnotist Jiao Lai Shi's traceless spirit energy invaded Luo Feng's consciousness, immediately hitting the Void Pagoda upon contact. It didn't attack, but spread like a membrane to wrap around the Void Pagoda, gradually contacting it. The Void Pagoda, in essence, was made of spirit energy, which was incomparably condensed. However, it was still spirit energy. And spirit energy was always infused with a trace of consciousness. Soul, in truth, was a complete fusion of countless amounts of spirit energy. With the formless spirit energy making contact with the Void Pagoda, Luo Feng's consciousness fell into a terrifying hypnotism. A second ago, he was still clearly battling Jiao Lai Shi, however in an instant his consciousness was in a different scene altogether. How can this be? Luo Feng stood above the Pacific Ocean looking at a over 100 kilometers long huge ferocious beast wreaking havoc, creating enormous waves. Simultaneously, there were 2 10 kilometers fierce absolute beasts spewing fire towards the ground. The skyscrapers and entire base city was in ruins. People were screaming in pain, while countless of them were running away. 30. What do we do? Just what can we do? These are at least domain lord level ferocious beasts. We can't match up to them. A panicked thunder god voice transmitted from his communicator watch. Third brother, quickly protect the final seedlings and leave Earth quickly. Flee, these are the last seedlings of Earth. Hong's panicked expression appeared on his communicator too. Something is not right. Wake up, wake up. Luo Feng felt as though he was dreaming when he was young. Even though he consciously knew that he was dreaming, it was still difficult to wake up. Although he was in this state, currently the main thing was that his consciousness was too strong along with his mental state training and golden horned beast influence. His soul was incomparably cold, hence his consciousness detected the hypnotism immediately. Being conscious of the fact was one thing, actually waking up was the important thing. Luckily, the Void Pagoda had a tight defense on his soul core, so even if the hypnotist Jiao Lai Shi's spirit hypnotism was incredibly powerful, it could only slightly affect him, as it was unable to penetrate deep into his soul. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Luo Feng's willpower let out a strong and powerful roar, and the illusion world began to shake. Pung. The illusion was broken. Luo Feng had completely regained consciousness. Unlike that dreamy illusion world, everything before his eyes was incredibly clear. This was the true 100 simulation of the virtual universe. Xiao, the black disk, had already reached close to Luo Feng. Just nice. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, standing on the dark cloud shuttle, his speed fiercely accelerated, simultaneously brandishing many shields as the Distance was too close, he didn't have time to use the Nanshan armament. Dang. The black disc clashed on the shield, causing the shield to get knocked away. It brushed Luo Feng's arm, cutting through the armor and a large part of his flesh. Fresh blood spewed out from mid-air, while Luo Feng had already dodged far away. Go and die, Luo Feng roared within, pointing at the distant Jiao Lai Shi, who had an expression of shock. Rumble. 6 golden energy flows flew out from behind Luo Feng and immediately formed 6 golden blades, piercing towards Jiao Lai Shi. Jiao Lai Shi's expression was filled with shock. Impossible. Simultaneously, large amounts of golden shards formed around him to become an armor. Pung pung pung, the 6 golden rainbows pierced right through his helmet, eventually reducing his body to nothing but a mess. Rumble. An explosion and fresh blood flew all over. Jiao Lai Shi was defeated. Madman Luo Feng was the victor. He entered the top 10. That was how fast a match between two absolute geniuses was. Like, if Luo Feng had awoken any later, it would have been him who would have died instead, with his head sliced right off. However, the moment he awoke, it meant Jiao Lai Shi's death. How can that be covered in a black robe? Jiao Lai Shi's eyes were filled with shock. My confusion god technique, according to my country leader, he said. That only Bolin had reached a level where he wouldn't be affected. Others wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even within the top 10, I had a guarantee I should even have had the hope of making it to the top 2. How come he even, if he wasn't caught in the illusion, to actually struggle and break out of the dream requires time. Within that little time, I should have been able to kill him, but he indeed had defensive methods. That defensive spirit weapon which formed his armor could barely withstand the 6 golden blades attack. However, Luo Feng's attack was simply too strong and ended up destroying him. Strong defense along with an even more terrifying spirit weapon attack with hypnotism. 1v1, he was indeed a terrifying opponent. However, he still lost. He lost. Jiao Lai Shi lost. Many spectating geniuses were all shocked from the previous footages of Jiao Lai Shi. He was simply too intrepid. He did not even have to use his spirit weapon before, just his soul attack alone along with hypnotism could kill the enemy, and his moves were outstanding every time. This time, Jiao Lai Shi didn't even take his enemy lightly, as he regarded Madman Luo Feng as a true enemy. Hence, he used hypnotism and his spirit weapon simultaneously. However, he still lost. With his full strength, he still lost. Luo Feng actually won the distant 1008 Undyings. Their eyes gleamed over. Half of them had regarded Luo Feng as the loser of this match from the get-go, because they were very clear about the difficulty of training in hypnotism, and just how terrifying a powerful hypnotist was. To be able to immediately awaken, just how strong must one's willpower be? How calm this punk is powerful, definitely powerful. A 10m tall man who looked like a bull with a horn exclaimed and complimented, his voice booming like thunder. Luo Feng's victory was considered quite a surprise. The main thing was Jiao Lai. She was long regarded by the Undyings as one that only Bolin could withstand. After all, with his comprehension of the origin laws being that deep, his consciousness was affected by the universe energies. Hence, he wouldn't so easily be shaken. The stronger a fighter, the stronger one comprehends the origin laws. His willpower and strength were more terrifying. If it was anyone else against Jiao Lai Shi, their losing percentage would have exceeded 80. Actually, of the top 20, other than Bolin, the other 18 would naturally feel apprehensive against Jiao Lai. Even Luo Feng didn't have full confidence. However, this difficult person was actually eliminated by Luo Feng. 10 arenas, within one of them, the white-robed youth carrying the blood blade. One he turned and was obviously shocked when he saw the arena Luo Feng was in, creasing his eyebrows slightly, saying, Luo Feng. Luo Feng, the green-haired lady Qian Shui, who had similarly achieved victory, looked at the distant Luo Feng in his arena, with her bright and intelligent eyes. Right. During the time Luo Feng won, 3 victors had been decided. They were Bolin, Qian Shui, and Luo Feng. It may have seemed like a slow exchange, but Luo Feng's was actually very fast. Qi. Similarly, a green-haired youth, with engravings on his face, revealed a smile in his arena. Big brother, Qian Shui shouted and cheered. Her big brother Jiang Mo had entered the top 10 as well. Both siblings entered the top 10. The victors of the 10 arenas began to emerge one by one. Bolin, Qian Shui, Luo Feng, Jiang Mo, Lancelot, Wuka, Ai Chen, Long Yun, Ao Pa, Tai La, and the final one, Rong Jun. The battle between Gusi Luo and Rong Jun was the longest one of the 10 Gusi. Luo was a so-called perfect spirit reader controller from the beginning of the battle. He seemed to be in control as the rank 2 of the training space round and the one with the most hope of being the second one to enter the primal secret area. He actually lost to Savage Rong Jun. Rong Jun won. Gusi Luo actually lost. The one with the most hope of getting number 2, Gusi Luo, he actually lost. The spectators on site, over 900 absolute geniuses, were all completely shocked. At the same time, the 9 victors in the arenas all stared hard at the blood-covered war god Rong Jun, who looked like he just came from the wilderness. Powerful blade work. What terrifying blade work. Even death god Bolin creased his eyebrows. Everyone else, including Luo Feng, could barely contain their shocked expressions. This blade work. Luo Feng stared at Savage Rong Jun, looking at the huge blade. He remembered that brutal slash that could even slice mountains. So his movement wasn't his strongest trait, it was his blade work. Instead, Luo Feng stared at the youth Rong Jun. At the same time, he reminisced about his match with him from 5 years ago. My true aim is the entire universe's number 1. That roar seemed to resound in Luo Feng's ears. Once again. Number 1. So, this savage Rong Jun wasn't just making bold comments. Yes, Rong Jun had so much knowledge on even the 4 secret areas of the virtual universe company. Obviously, he wasn't just a simple frog in the well. Luo Feng thought he had so much information on the standards of the previous number 1s of the competitions, and he dared to actually say his aim was to be the overall number 1, meaning he had some guarantee. Before unleashing that completely shocking blade work, Rong Jun was regarded as one who would reach within the top 20, but now that he's defeated Gusi Luo top 5, he definitely has strength. Who could reach top 5? The large youth that was completely black, Ao Pa Tai La said softly. That blade work is simply. The green-robed purple-scaled man flew in mid-air. A formless pressure naturally caused the 1,000 geniuses to turn to him. Congratulations to the 10 victors. You've entered the top 10. Your prize has risen to 1,000 mixed elements, and you have the right to enter the absolute Beginning secret area, the green-armored purple-scaled man smiled. This time's top 10 battles have been very exciting. Some punks have actually really surprised me. The 1000 geniuses along with the 1008 undyings all listened obediently to that 9 Blades Knight. Bolin, Qian Shui, Luo Feng, Jiang Mo, Lancelot, Wuka, Ai Chen, Long Yun, Ao. Pa Te La, Rong Jun, congratulations to the 10 of you. In a moment, we'll pick the top 5 from you 10 and finally the top 2 from the final 5. The green-armored purple-scaled man smiled, as to how you are separated into your groups, according to the virtual universe system set. Rules on how fast you completed your match before. There were some quick and slow matches before. The fastest will battle against the slowest, the second fastest will battle against the second slowest, and so on. Hua. The 1008 undyings were shocked, the 990 spectating geniuses were shocked too. Even the 10 absolute geniuses who were about to battle were stunned. The time sequence was Bolin, Qian Shui, Luo Feng Jiang Mo, Lancelot, Wuka, Ai Chen, Long Yun, Ao Pa Te La, and Rong Jun. If the fastest were to match up against the slowest, then Bolin was up against Rong Jun. Qian Shui versus Ao Pa Te La. Luo Feng against Long Yun. Jiang Mo against Ai Chen. Lancelot against Wuka. The most outstanding from the earlier battle, Rong Jun, actually matched up against the terrifying death god Bolin according to what everyone present thought, including the 1008 undyings. Everyone regarded meeting the death god as a sure loss without doubt. Rong Jun against Bolin. Luo Feng looked at the distant wild youth. That's bad, even though Rong Jun's true strength is terrifying, no matter how much his strength explodes. His opponent is Bolin, and Bolin far exceeds the rest of us. Rong Jun will definitely lose as Bolin was too strong. One could see just from the training space what the outcome would be. Being ahead of everyone by an entire tower, almost everyone held their breaths. For Rong Jun, one had to know that the settings by the virtual universe system couldn't be changed, and only accepted. Also, other than the 9 present, no one else would want to meet Bolin. However, one would ultimately have to, and this unlucky person was Rong Jun. Rest for a while, the arena duels will begin shortly. The green-armored, purple-scared man's voice resounded in everyone's ears. Interesting, really interesting. 13. Your 2 seedlings from the Gongwu universe country are both very powerful, especially that Rong Jun, while others are using techniques created by ancestors and earlier generations, that Rong Jun actually created his own technique, that blade work, after fusing both the ground and space origin laws together. The strength is actually so powerful, if he didn't meet Bolin, he could have totally made it to number 2. Don't compliment him so much, he is strong, but that other one, Luo Feng, doesn't seem any weaker. His mental state and willpower is perfect within his generation. One's willpower and mental state will determine how far one finally goes later on. In comparison, I actually prefer Luo Feng. As for Rong Jun, actually he's still too weak now in the star level. Creating his own technique at this time is too early. Learn from others first, at least become a sector lord, and when your sights have widened and your understanding of the origin laws have gotten deeper, it wouldn't be too late to create your own technique then. Makes sense. What you say isn't exactly right, that Rong Jun creating his own technique, even though it's just the beginning, you can still see how huge that power is, and by creating one's own technique, when unleashing its strength, it becomes even greater. Other people's techniques are, after all, still others, your own would be best. It's much too early for that. Now isn't the time to be creating your own technique. Surrounding the scale-armored giant, the other Undyings began to discuss. The scale-armored giant creased his eyebrows, looking at the distant Rongjun. And Luo Feng, his eyes could hardly suppress the happiness. These two punks really surprised me time and again. Among the 1008 universe countries competing, there are actually 2 of them in the top 10 from Argonwu universe country. Haha, if the leader knew, he'd be very happy. The 1008 Undyings in the plaza, along with the 990 other geniuses, were constantly discussing. However, the final 10 geniuses were quietly waiting. Initially, they felt a little pity for Rongjun, but after, they all began to notice their own opponents. Longyun Luo Feng looked at the distant silhouette. He was tall at 2 m, he had a muscular build and looked strong, wearing a strange style of heavy armor. He had a helmet with a horn on it. His gaze was deep and unfathomable, and the side of his face even had some yellow fur. He was Longyun, a very low-profile youth from the Lonting universe country. He had never attracted anyone's attention. Since the beginning of the gathering of the million geniuses, people like hypnotist Jiao Laishi, the Manka Prince, Aogu, say planet's genius siblings, Savage Rongjun, etc., many had reputations that were much more renowned. However, no one really paid attention to Longyun. During the training space, even though he was in the top 100, he was still in the back 50. As for making it into the top 100, Longyun's victories were simple. These victories were not very glaring or outstanding, because everyone else's victories were simple to eye-catching. Making it into the top 10, Longyun's victory seemed very taxing. This Longyun's strength, Luo Feng jumped within. Right, I've never really noticed him before. Very average and keeping a low profile, this was Longyun. What seemed like a rather normal punk actually made it to the top 10. Luo Feng, sitting not too far from Luo Feng, was the wild youth, communicating via genetic energy. Something the matter? Luo Feng looked over. Be careful of Longyun, the wild youth communicated. From my observations and information gathered before, among the top 20, 19 of them have comprehension of 2 origin laws. Only one person has comprehension of just 1 origin law. Luo Feng stepped through the gateway of gold and space laws. Rongjun stepped through the gateway of ground and space laws. Everyone else was similar, like the death god Bolin stepped through the gateway of wind and space laws, while Yifeng stepped through wind and wood. Or that Aichen stepping through light and time. Of the 19 that stepped through 2 gateways, 8 had stepped through space, 6 stepped through time. The other 5 didn't have any comprehension of time or space at all. However, no matter the case, these 19 are all that stepped through 2 gateway laws. Only one person had comprehension of just 1 origin law, and that's Long Yun, the wild youth, communicated. Luo Feng was shocked. He hadn't researched so much in detail in the history of every genius competition between the 1008 universe countries' absolute geniuses. Those that were able to make it into the top 20 were mostly all who comprehended 2 origin laws, or focused on space or time. He comprehends the ground origin laws, which are very heavy and grounded. His defense is extremely strong, and his attack is very strong too. His Comprehension far exceeds my single use of the ground origin laws. Be careful, Rong Jun communicated. Thanks, Luo Feng replied. No need, I don't have a big chance of victory in my fight if you can win. I'll be happy to, Rong Jun said. Luo Feng looked at Rong Jun and smiled. All the best, you never know, you might be able to topple that Bolin. Haha, you never know, however, I will never admit defeat easily, Rong Jun smiled back. Half an hour later. The original arenas in the plaza had vanished, tremors began again, and 5 even more luxurious and beautiful arenas rose and floated above the light cover on. The arenas were translucent light membranes, these membranes, under the light ball in the sky reflected 7 colors of light below. It was beautiful as for the 10 youth geniuses. They were all transported to their respective arenas. Rong Jun against Bolin, Luo Feng against Long Yun. 5 absolute pinnacle battles. It was about to begin. Within the beautiful arena, Luo Feng faced Long Yun. Long Yun's entire body was covered in heavy armor, his helmet had a horn on it. With a flip of his hand, he brandished a terrifying huge axe, his eyes staring hard at Luo Feng, a powerful strength-based fighter. The skinny Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle, carrying the Nanshin armament on his back. He was a proper spirit reader controller. You are very strong. A thick booming voice, almost like a bull roaring, Long Yun stared coldly at Luo Feng, emphasizing, you are much stronger than what I expected to show you the respect I have for such a strong warrior like yourself. I will use my full strength and defeat you. The moment his words ended, yellow energy began to emanate from his body. This yellow energy rippled about the surrounding space, seemed to almost condense and solidify. A formless heavy pressure was formed. This made the distant Luo Feng's expression change. It's too abnormal. Monster. This madness. This Long Yun is really sly and simply too devious. The spectating 990 geniuses were all shocked, even the distant 1008 undyings. Among those who were watching this match, many of them revealing a look of shock. Right, to be able to rely on only the ground origin laws to make it into the top 10, also, to have such deep comprehension of the ground laws, yet not stepping into the space laws is the weird thing, but it's really true. It's just this way, and just his domain alone was already that terrifying. Luo Feng squinted, staring at the distant wild fighter, Long Yun, who was releasing his domain. The top 10 of the universe, all of them had their domains, and most of their domains were at level 9s. Having a domain wasn't strange at all. However, this wild fighter's domain had almost perfectly melded the ground origin laws with it. The moment he released his domain, the space around it felt almost like it condensed and solidified. It was terrifying. His comprehension of the ground origin laws is even stronger than Rong Jun's. As for the space origin law comprehension, there's no way to confirm, but from the look of his domain, it shows that his fusion is almost perfect. Luo Feng understood that he was in a predicament. He had comprehended 2 origin laws and melded them together perfectly. Like the Nanshin armament, which required 2 types of origin laws to be fused together, however, this was something Luo Feng was able to achieve only when he actually used Nanshin armament. As for himself, after all, the gold origin laws were reliant on the golden horned beast, and the space origin laws were reliant on the Masha clan clone. Using them together was his earth body. Luo Feng's improvement was too quick indeed. The resulting fusing efficiency was not able to keep up with the golden horned beast and Masha clan's speed. Let the battle being the green-armored, purple-scaled man shot a look at the distant Long Yun in the arena and said. The 5 battles began immediately. Go standing on the dark cloud shuttle in mid-air, Luo Feng pointed at Long Yun. Immediately 9 golden energy flows shot out from the dark golden long rod on his back, immediately forming 9 golden blades, with the golden energy wrapped around it. The 9 golden rainbows were like 9 golden dragon heads, roaring as they rushed towards that wild fighter Long Yun, solidly standing on the ground. 9 golden rainbows, let's see how many you can block. Luo Feng looked on. Chi. The yellow domain, with a diameter of 50 m, seemed incredibly solid. The 9 golden rainbow speeds dropped drastically the moment they entered the domain, so much so that one could even see the difference in speed. It was almost as though piercing through the domain was incredibly difficult. When they reached about 50 m away from Long Yun's body, their speeds had already dropped till only 1/3 of the original. Their power were also reduced compared to before. Dang, 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 dang. The golden rainbows clashed with his armor. Long Yun didn't even budge. This domain has already in mid-air. Luo Feng's expression changed greatly. Earth's thickness and heaviness, space and domain best combination, these 3 are perfectly fused. The distant 1008 undyings, that tall and huge bull man laughed loudly. It seems like just from his domain's pressure alone, Long Yun ranks number 1 in the top 10. Bolin emphasizes more on speed, Long Yun emphasizes on defense. These two are completely different. This Luo Feng is unlucky. The last time he met the difficult Jiao Lai Shi, and now the even stronger Long Yun. Haha. When the distant undyings were discussing Long Yun, he had already taken a big step and rushed towards Luo Feng. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The running Long Yun, every step made the entire arena rumble, almost as though an entire mountain was rushing forward, following which his body became a blur and flew into the air. Luo Feng immediately used the 9 threads and left 9 images in mid-air, dodging far away. Rumble. Long Yun landed on the ground. Long Yun, take my strongest move in mid-air, Luo Feng roared, gritting his teeth, sky-piercing formation. Ong. The 9 golden rainbows immediately stopped in mid-air. They simultaneously swiftly flew together and fused. These 9 golden lights immediately became one body as large amounts of blurry golden threads weaved through each other. The golden light it formed also constantly shrank, and the golden threads were constantly growing thinner, even though it seemed like it was shrinking. In truth, every golden blade was formed from 9 little blades. This golden light fusion was actually made from 81 little golden blades together, and these 81 blades were small in form. The only thing was it was closing the distance between each of them in the blink of an eye. The 81 blades had fused perfectly, forming one single true golden blade. This golden blade didn't seem like an illusion at all. It was solid. At 1/3 of a meter long, it was completely formed by the 81 little golden blades melding together as they continued to condense and tightly fuse. Simultaneously, countless golden threads weaved through it, causing this blade to be incomparably real and perfect. Examining it further, one couldn't even find a trace or mark of the parts, almost as though it had always been this 1/3 m long golden blade. The golden engravings on its surface caused the entire blade to emit an ancient aura. Nanshan armament second level sky-piercing formation. Xiao. The golden blade wrapped with the golden energy flow was almost like a comet, leaving behind a golden energy flow as it streaked towards Long Yun. Long Yun's expression changed. The yellow domain he controlled shook the ground. Chi chi chi. Like a needle piercing through layers of cloth, even after entering the yellow domain all the way, it still had 80 of its power. Roar Long Yun waved his terrifying huge axe. The area around the axe seemed to be pressurized, immediately hitting that golden blade. Rumble. The arena shook violently. Long Yun took 3 heavy steps back, every step itself shaking the arena. 990 spectating geniuses, along with the 1008 undyings, were all surprised as they watched this scene. Surprise, what a surprise! This Luo Feng has not only reached the 2nd level of the 10,000 threads, his gold origin laws comprehension has improved greatly. 2. He can actually use the sky-piercing formation. A group of undyings were shocked. This time's competition not only had the once in a trillion years exceptional genius death god Bolin, simultaneously it had others that could definitely made it to number 1 in the other competitions. Jiao Laishi, Luo Feng, Gusi Luo, Rongjun, Long Yun, if they were in the earlier competitions, they definitely could get number 1 even if it wasn't number 1, they'd have made it to the top 3. And this time, it was a gathering of the elite. In terms of origin laws, Luo Feng was indeed much better at his gold laws than the space laws. One must know Luo Feng had began to feel the gold laws much earlier, and in terms of difficulty, space laws were much harder than the gold laws. Ever since he began using the 9 threads. Fusing the 9 threads along with his gold laws comprehension, Luo Feng could fuse the 9 blades into one to form the sky-piercing formation. This was his big trump card. He had no rush to use it when he was in the training space 6th tower. Before, he faced 10,000 blood hair mammoths. Against 10,000, Luo Feng's blades weren't enough. Naturally, using the 9 made more sense. Against Long Yun, however, 1v1, the sky-piercing formation was stronger. Very good. Long Yun's eyes gleamed, immediately rushing forward with a stride. He managed to deflect the power, only suffering light injuries. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. The power of the sky-piercing formation was shocking. One could be said to be invincible in the star level for being able to use the first dream blade formation. If that was the case, then using the sky-piercing second formation was even more invincible. This was comparable to even the golden horned beast in the same level, or even pressuring it. It was mentioned before that the golden horned beast wasn't the crazy training types. This meant that only in these pinnacle genius competitions will one even meet a match. Rumble. Long Yun rushed into the sky, the yellow energy flow following and covering that huge axe. Luo Feng, however, had long formed 9 images and dodged. Go. Luo Feng dodged and roared. Xiao. The golden blade once again pierced towards Long Yun. Rumble. It seemed like a simple straightforward pierce, however, it was infused with unimaginable strength, only slightly weakening in Long Yun's heavy domain. However, Long Yun still only stepped back and deflected the power. Xiao xiao xiao. Time and again, the golden blade pierced forward. Long Yun was like a tortoise, blocking it over and over. He wanted to chase Luo Feng, however, Luo Feng's speed on the dark cloud shuttle was too fast. Within the 5 arenas, the matches ended one after another. Bolin against Rongjun. Bolin wins. Qian Shui against Ao Pa Te La, Qian Shui wins. Jiang Mo against Ai Chen wins. Lancelot against Wuka wins. Only one battle remained at this point, that was between Long Yun and Luo. Feng Long Yun was like a shelled warrior, blocking the sky-piercing formation. Time and again, even though his body's injuries were still within his control. The Golden Blade's attacks had also affected his speed, making him unable to immediately explode and chase after Luo Feng. The fighter's close-range explosion and speed was very shocking, enough to close in and kill a controller. It was a pity, the sky-piercing formation stopped Long Yun, and he couldn't do anything against Luo Feng. And Luo Feng had used even soul attacks, yet he couldn't do anything against Long Yun. These two were at a stalemate. Minutes and seconds passed and the arena space gradually shrank, the longest one of these pinnacle fights lasted was 10 minutes, the arena would continue to shrink till its diameter was but 1 m. This was to stop a controller from constantly flying far away, a constant rule throughout. Damn. Luo Feng's in trouble. As the arena continues to shrink more, there will be only 1 kilometer in diameter left. Luo Feng's circling space will shrink too, it will be very disadvantageous to him. When there was only 100 m in diameter left, Luo Feng could only force a smile. 100 m. At star level 9, just one step could close that distance. The more important thing was that Long Yun's domain maintained the highest of pressures within an area of 50 m, considering that the arena's diameter was only 100 m now, his pressure almost covered the entire arena space. That meant that no matter where Luo Feng flew to avoid him, he would still be in the domain. In terms of domain pressures, no one was Long Yun's match. Even Bolin would have been weaker. Pung pung ping in that little area, Long Yun's face flushed red. He was madly dancing with the huge axe. The domain pressure had completely stifled Luo Feng, persevering until the space had only a diameter of 50 m left. Luo Feng finally fell. His loss seemed unfair, yet not unfair at all. It was unfair because if the space hadn't shrunk, Long Yun would never have gotten the chance to close in and kill him. It wasn't unfair because in terms of law comprehension and fusion and usage, his opponent was indeed stronger in every way. The top 5 had been picked out. They were Bolin, Qian Shui, Ai Chen, Wuka, and Long Yun. 3 men and 2 ladies. Very exciting. These 5 battles have indeed been exciting with many surprises. The green-armored purple-scaled man smiled and looked at the 1,000 youths. Everyone take a rest. In a second, these 5 will engage in a winner's round duel. The rules are every one of the 5 will have to battle each of the other 4. Each victory will get 1 point, and the final points will determine the top 1 and 2. After a while, Luo Feng lifted some tea and drank. Rongjun sat beside him and both of them watched the distant battles in the arenas. What a pity, Rongjun sighed. You actually reached the sky-piercing formation. You definitely had the power to make it to number 2. If one said that Long Yun was strong in defense, then you Rongjun are strong in offense. If you hadn't met Bolin, you could have the chance to make it to number 2. Luo Feng laughed too. These 2 exchanged glances and laughed. These 2 were both strong-willed and well-planned people. Luo Feng insisted on his path of a controller, while Rongjun insisted on his own created techniques. Each road had trillions of pathways. The main thing was being Committed to one's choice. After all, any road could lead to becoming an absolute strong warrior. The only fear would be that in doubting oneself. In this genius battle, the two of them were considered unlucky. One of them met Bolin, while the other lost due to the shrinking of arena. It had ended. The journey for both of them had ended here, as they were finally able to reach within the top 10. This Long Yun sure is strong, Rong Jun exclaimed, as he looked at him defeat the Manca prince in the arena. His domain fusion is stronger than you, however his axe work cannot compare to your blade work. Luo Feng said, look, that Qian Shui is really powerful. She won. She's the only controller of the top 5, however, her attack strength obviously cannot compare to your sky-piercing formation. If you were there, you could have easily defeated Qian Shui, Rong Jun said, while they chatted and watched the battles. The matches passed by quickly. Soon, the final results were out. Bolin, after 4 consecutive victories, he became the undisputed number 1. Long Yun, with 3 wins 1 loss, became number 2. He lost against Bolin. Bolin's blade work was simply too fast and vicious. Bolin gained the right to enter the primal secret area, and everybody accepted that. As for Long Yun entering the primal secret area, that aroused many people's suspicion. After all, Jiao Laishi, Luo Feng, Rong Jun were all comparable to him. However, if any of these made it into the primal secret area, they too would have aroused the same suspicion. Similarly, without any clear exceptional lead, everybody wouldn't be convinced. The 1,000 geniuses and 1,008 undyings stood in the plaza and listened to the purple-armored, purple-scaled man speak. Number 1 and 2. Numbers 3 to 10. Numbers 11 to 100. Numbers 101 to 1,000. The 4 levels have been picked out. This time's pinnacle genius competition of humans has ended perfectly today. The green-armored, purple-scaled man smiled. You all have been a very exceptional batch. I believe that in 10 to 100 eras, there will be many of you whose names alone will shake the entire universe. Later, there will be a specialist contacting you to take you to our virtual universe company's main headquarters. There, you will gather and later head to the primal universe. From today on, your paths will no longer be ordinary. Our virtual universe company will use our full strength to assist you. As for whether you become powerful beings who shake the entire universe, or normal warriors, or die midway, it all depends on yourself. Work hard, your path to become strong has just begun. The green-robed, purple-scaled man's voice resounded in everyone's minds. This genius competition had finally ended. Distance. The genius battle had finally ended. Whether it was the mighty 9-Blade Knight or the 1,008 undyings, they all left immediately. Luo Feng and the 1,000 youths still remained there as the worker beside them shouted, "Everybody please stay for a while, we still have some matters to discuss with you all regarding us taking you to the virtual universe company headquarters." After a while, within restaurant number 2 in the plaza, Luo Feng and the 1,000 geniuses sat in the meeting room. Let me introduce myself. I am Mana, at about 267 m, wearing a smile with a streak on his neck. The man stood at the front of the meeting room. As our virtual universe company has to arrange for the universe ships to specially go receive you all, can everybody please fill up the paper in front of you with the correct planet address, and I will collect them. Luo Feng picked up the pen and began to write, Ganwu Universe Country, Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, Milky Way Galaxy, by Lone Star. The 1,000 youths from the many universe countries were writing. Do we even need this? Just tell us where to gather and we'll take our own ships and head over, wouldn't that do? Right, there's no need to pick us up, it's troublesome. Among the group there were some shouting. Mana smiled and said, as the travel will pass many universe countries, it is very very far away, and the normal universe ships travel very slow within the dark universe. To actually reach our company's headquarters would require a very long time. To save everybody's time, naturally, our virtual universe company will specially arrange for the best universe ships to receive you. This 1,000 here, the one that's the furthest from our headquarters, is 15 billion light-years away. Mana smiled, and the ratio of distance between the dark universe compared to the real universe is 1/10,000 and 81,000 times. Even if one moved at light speed all the way, it would still require 150 years to reach. Silence. The initially bustling meeting room went silent. Even Luo Feng, who was seriously filling out the form, couldn't help but look up. 150 years. My God, 150 years, a beast man, who looked like a lion in the corner, exclaimed as he was shocked. The longest I've sat in a universe ship and traveled was for only about 2 months, this 150 years. The universe was too huge. Back then, just heading from Earth to Horned Dragon Star, by utilizing that universe travel within the Black Dragon Mountain star field, required about half a month. And that was only one starfield. Above the starfield was the bigger star sector, and every star sector was incredibly vast, that farthest away from the headquarters being 15 billion light-years wasn't an exaggeration at all. If everybody took their own ships, first point would be that the speed is too slow, hence it would require too much time. Second point would be that due to long period of travel, the amount of energy wasted by the ship would be shocking. Third, and also the most important point, is that when you travel in the dark universe, there are some special spots which are not safe. You'll meet universe pirates or even some other races that will rob you to all here. Safety is of utmost importance on the stage. Mana smiled. Right now the best normal universe ships can at most do a couple of times light speed in the dark universe. This means that the travel would still take far too long. Luo Feng nodded. By reaching light speed in the actual universe, according to the rules of calculation, one could immediately reach the dark universe. However, there was a base speed but no upper limit. As long as your ship was good enough, one could reach even faster, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times light speed. If your universe ship was good enough, you could reach that speed in the dark universe. A C-grade Black Dragon Mountain ship could reach up to 15 times the light speed in the dark universe. Even with that speed, for a distance of 15 billion light-years, one would still have to fly continuously for 100 years. Do. Collection complete. Beams of light landed on each person's paper, and a screen appeared at the front of the meeting room. On it was a large galaxy map, and beside it were complicated numbers and symbols. Mana took a look and turned back to the 1,000 geniuses, smiling. Attention all, your written addresses have all been recorded in our file according to your 1,000 different locations and our ship resources. We've already chosen the best route for each of you. How long will it take? How long will it take for us to reach the virtual universe headquarters? Few couldn't help but ask. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows too and stared at Mana on the stage. 150 years, 100 years, no matter what it was still too long. As you all have different distances, the arranged ships will travel at different speeds too. I can still guarantee you that the maximum travel time will be 3 years. 3 years. So short. How is that possible? How fast can that universe ship reach for it to travel? 15 billion light-years in 3 years, the 1,000 geniuses, including Luo Feng, all mostly stared wide-eyed. They were anything but naive. Even Luo Feng, who had participated in 2 Ganwu auctions, was shocked. 3 years of traveling in the dark universe, with a distance of 15 billion light-years, that meant the ship could reach 50 times light speed. This was simply an unbelievable number. A C-grade ship was normally a little above 1 time even an E-grade ship was. Probably just a few times, like Luo Feng's acquired automaton ship. That level of technology was much more than a regular human's 3-grade ship. However, that automaton ship could at most travel 10 times light speed in the dark universe. Our virtual universe company will arrange an F-grade ships for everybody. Mana smiled, and these aren't the easily purchasable F-grade ships, but rather special F-grade ships that are only manufactured in the virtual universe company. The technology far exceeds that of regular F-grade ships. Within universe countries. Silence. Stunned. Shocked. F-grade ship, the Yunmo planet master Hu Yanbo spent countless amounts of wealth to get one F-grade ship. Many undyings couldn't even afford it. Just from those 2 facts, one could see how expensive and valuable an F-grade ship was within the many star-field empires, like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. There wasn't even one F-grade ship in the entire empire. Even though the universe countries normally had it, the majority of the F-grade ships couldn't even reach 50 times light speed in the dark universe. Incredible. Sitting on Luo Feng's right was the Manka Prince. The Manka Prince Wuka stared at Mana on the stage and said softly, "Really incredible. It actually can send 1,000 F-grade ships, and all of them with such technology." My imperial father had said before that the virtual universe company's technology is like the sacred land for humanity's technology, but that's just simply too incredible. Among the groups in humanity, the virtual universe company's technology ranked first. Even in the vast universe, within countless races, those who were actually able to compete with the virtual universe company's technology were far and few. Only races like the automaton race or other very few races had such level. "Mr. Mana, can we buy these F-grade ships?" someone shouted. "Right, can we buy them?" the Manka Prince shouted. "These are internal items of our virtual universe company as core members. Within our company, you all can definitely purchase them. However, you can only use them for yourselves. You can't sell it to others. If you want to sell, you have to sell it back to our virtual universe company." Mana smiled. "The only thing is that these F-grade ships are too expensive even among the undyings. Many of them can't afford them. You all shouldn't be too anxious. Train hard. And when you become absolute warriors within our company, the company may just give you one altogether." A group of the youth smiled immediately. Absolute warriors were given an F-grade universe ship. To actually be allocated one, just what level of strength did one have to reach to these bunch of star-level punks? That was indeed too far away. Awesome. Luo Feng couldn't help but mutter. Sigh, madman. The Manka Prince Wooka, beside, turned over and said softly. Don't listen to this guy's boast so much. There's no such thing as a free meal. In the universe, if you want to receive one, you definitely have to pay for it in one way or another. That's what my father said. However, let me tell you, the virtual universe company is definitely a sacred land for the human race. With countless treasures and techniques, it's a pity we didn't enter the primal secret area, but it's still okay, we've entered the absolute beginning area. There are many perks there too, you'll know in the future. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Let me inform you all. Mana smiled. The top 1,000 ranks, the prize money for each is being sent now. Please go check your bank accounts when you return. As for now, everyone can leave when our virtual universe company sends a special letter to you all later to inform you of the pickup time. Please be present at the written addresses and be ready. Don't let us not be able to find you. Mana smiled. So then, go back and accompany your family and friends. Very soon, you'll all be leaving your home for a long period of time. The bustling meeting room became silent suddenly. Right. They'd have to leave their homes for a long time. Just heading to the headquarters alone took 3 years, and that was in the expensive F-grade universe ship they sent. One had to say, facing the vast universe, just the travel alone took up a shocking amount of time. Human silhouettes began to vanish from the meeting room. Everyone left. After leaving, Luo Feng's consciousness once again entered the virtual universe and entering at the set location of Black Dragon Mountain Island 9. Starbay District. Who? He appeared in the grass patch. There was, however, no one at all there. They are all not around. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. Right, I haven't told them about the competition ending today. The genius competition wasn't broadcasted publicly. The footage was edited and cut after everything to produce the best and most exciting footage to broadcast. After all, many battles happened simultaneously, and they happened very quickly. My wife should be at her company now. Luo Feng sat in a chair in the grass patch. Her company headquarters seemed to have moved to the Ganwu continent. Truly fierce. Su Xian was originally very good at business. Opening a business on Earth didn't give her much accomplishment, hence she entered the virtual universe and opened it there. This virtual universe was humanity's largest market in the universe, as it gathered 1,008 universe countries, almost 100 of elites. Hence, there were many companies in the virtual universe. With Luo Feng's financial support, Su Xian had enough capital and grew very quickly. Little Hai and Ping Ping should be at the Ganwu dojo, or playing virtual games. Luo Feng muttered, my parents should be playing virtual games too. Who knows how they came to like the Chinese Immortals kind of virtual games. The virtual universe had tens of thousands of different kind of games. Types like the Chinese Immortals, even though the names may vary, but many were similar. His parents came to like them. His dad even shouted, I've always thought of such a day when I was young, that I'd be able to experience virtual games like these. This is so thrilling. His parents were happy. Naturally, Luo Feng didn't bother them. I need to go. I'm going to leave my home for a very long time. Luo Feng's feelings were complex. He could kind of understand Hong's thoughts back then. Big brother, you are back. Suddenly a voice resounded from the balcony of a distant 3-story villa. Luo Hua was looking over and shouted. His little brother was extremely excited, and he swiftly contacted everyone else. They all arrived shortly. Even Hong and Thunder God arrived. What, little Feng, you are leaving for so long? His mother, Gong Xian Lan, couldn't help but exclaim because of the large amounts of treasures that helped alter and enhance them from the inside out. Whether it was his mother or father, they both still looked very young, like they were in their 30s. That's pretty long, his father Luo Hongwa couldn't help but say too. The most important thing is his little brother Luo Hua said, just the travel alone will be 3 years, and returning will take another 3 years, and you have to stay at the headquarters for a long time, just the primal universe. Participation will take 100 years, this is simply. Luo Feng sat there, feeling uncomfortable. He had just received the email from the virtual universe company informing him that they would pick him up in 12 days' time from Bylon Star. Within the email it spoke of the participation within the primal universe being 30 years, however the time flow in there was different compared to outside, as the time flowed slower within that space. 30 years in the primal universe would mean a 100 years in the actual universe. The good news was that even though he was within the primal universe, he could still enter the virtual universe network. Luo Feng felt his hand being squeezed. He turned to look at his wife Su Xian beside him, who was still dressed in her office attire. She held his hands, and her eyes filled with reluctance. "All right, be good." Luo Feng gently touched the back of her hand. "Dad, Mom, it's actually not as serious as you think. Even though I'm leaving Earth, I can still enter the virtual universe once in a while." He forced out a smile. The virtual universe 100 simulation is no different from meeting in reality. Even though it says 100, however, Daddy, it's still not reality. Luo Hai couldn't help but say. Luo Feng extended his hand and pulled his 2 sons over. He couldn't bear to leave them. He really couldn't bear to leave his whole family behind. However, Luo Hongwa and Gong Xian Lan had both experienced the Great Nirvana era. Luo Hua and the others too experienced the swallowing beast disaster, etc. disasters that happened to Earth time and again, along with their perceptions widening with more information from the universe. They understood that what he was doing was right. "Third brother, you are doing the right thing." In the grass patch in front of Luo Feng's house, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God stood together. "I see it clearly." Dressed in all black, Hong gazed far away. "Back during the Great Nirvana, when I was young, I saw the many painful scenes of countless fellow people dying. I understood that someone from us had to stand out. We couldn't survive without anyone taking the lead. Hence, I built the dojo of limits, built the competition structure, and raised the strength of human fighters. However, the universe is tens of thousands of times more dangerous than just Earth." Hong exclaimed. "The competition will be even more intense. Just look, even though there are trillions of human races, some of the races have completely been enslaved." Luo Feng nodded. Thunder God nodded too. "Why have they been enslaved?" "It's because they didn't have any true absolute warrior from their race. Their race itself isn't strong enough." Hong shook his head. "If their race had just one undying, even if that undying wasn't within their area, but somewhere else in the universe, just one undying alone would scare off the slave traders and intimidate others." One Aboriginal race. If an Aboriginal race enters the universe for the first time, there are usually 3 outcomes. One is to be stepped on and become subservient, which was still okay. The second outcome is to immediately be enslaved, just like goods, and sold around. The females will be sold as waitresses, etc., while the men will be sent to do dangerous level of work. The third outcome is to rise up and become a strong race within the universe of humans, just like our Earth now. Earth people, they haven't been enslaved and haven't been stepped on. Because of third brother Hong looked at Luo Feng, you are the leader of the Milky Way galaxy. The leader of the Milky Way galaxy is a person from Earth, and this leader has even entered the core of the virtual universe company along with a very high position within, which was the absolute beginning secret area. Even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire wouldn't dare mess around. Even the Ganwu Universe country has to respect you with such influence. Who dare bully or mess with the people of Earth? Who dare? Luo Feng took a deep breath. Third brother, you've done well. Hong took a deep breath and said, for a human race to rise up, especially during its early stages, means that someone had to stand out, someone had to lead and take that bold first step. Third brother, Thunder God, and we are still weak right now. You are doing well right now, because of the genius battle. However, genius doesn't mean one is strong. Hong emphasized, people do not dare mess with you because of your position and reputation. However, the moment you fall, with our little strength, how will we protect Earth? Even universe-level slaves could be bought in the market. Hong and Thunder God were only star level. How could they protect Earth? Hence, third brother, we have to rely on you now to carry the burden. Hong emphasized, we both will work hard too. In 10,000 years, Earth will have the three of us to protect it. By then, Earth itself would have produced generations of strong warriors. Then its power will rise greatly, and when it's that strong, we wouldn't have to rely on one person to intimidate others. When a race could produce universe levels one generation after another, occasionally producing a domain lord, no slave trader would dare mess with them anymore. Work hard, Hong emphasized. Relax, 30, we will chase up to you very quickly. Thunder God laughed. We three will work hard together. Luo Feng smiled too. To Earth, this was a very important era. An era of great change. Whether the people of Earth would be placed in the middle levels amongst the countless human races, or be stepped on right at the bottom, doing the most tedious and dangerous works, getting the least amounts of pay, or even nothing. As slaves, it all depended on these 10,000 years, and Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng, these three had long realized this. They were Earth's strongest. If they didn't take this burden, who else would? Night. Yangzhou City Westlake Courtyard. The moonlight was mesmerizing as it was shining through the window into the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, a thin blanket covered two bodies which were wrapped tightly around each other, almost as though they were venting out all their reluctance. Madly, after some time, Luo Feng wore his pajamas and walked onto the balcony, looking up at the sky and the moon. This was the moon of his home, Earth's moon. And in the coming 100 years or so, he wouldn't be able to witness this scene. You are leaving tomorrow. Similarly dressed in her pajamas, Su Xian hugged Luo Feng from behind as she gently snuggled to his back. Yes. Luo Feng gently nodded. So sorry. What are you sorry about? We are an old couple already. Su Xian walked to his side. Looking at the moonlight, she laughed. Time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, we've been married for over 10 years. It is indeed fast. Luo Feng nodded. They had been married for over 10 years. These 10 years, with the sea creatures invading the bases, with the swallowing beast disaster, with the Newland Shan family invading Earth, with the world within the world fight for treasures, and the recent 5-6 years of the genius battle, his wife had quietly supported him from the shadows throughout these ordeals. I still remember back in high school, Su Xian smiled, you were still a student at the dojo. You were still a plain and simple lady back then. Luo Feng laughed. The main thing was my grandfather made me attend a normal high school, not some expensive private school, Su Xian said, and he also restricted me from revealing my family roots, or talk about love or anything over honestly. The reason our Su family was able to rise up was indeed because of my grandfather. He's a very knowledgeable man. Luo Feng nodded. During the Great Nirvana, when the bases were first built, the Su family initially didn't have much background, but because of her grandfather's hard work, they made it to this level. He was indeed an exceptional figure. Back then you used to secretly look at me from behind. Su Xian smiled. Haha, Luo Feng laughed too. You were even caught many times. The moment you got caught, you'd get shy. Even I wasn't like that, Su Xian couldn't help but say. The married couple spoke a lot during the night. They even left Yangzhou City and flew to many places on Earth to look around. They went to Egypt to see the pyramids, to the ancient Great Wall, looking at the traces of the wilderness breaking into the city. Finally they stood before the Yellow River. The water creatures were plenty within. Luo Feng stood by the shore and grabbed some soil from the ground and used a bowl to store some of the river water. He then kept it within his storage ring. Beside him, Su Xian watched this quietly. Let's go, we'll go back. Luo Feng gripped Su Xian's hand. So his domain became a light net, becoming a golden shooting star and heading towards Yangzhou City. 2071, September 18th. The pinnacle of the humans of Earth, Luo Feng sat in the universe ship and left Earth. This trip was going to be a very long one, and by the time he returned, the world would have changed drastically. Bylon Star. Master, his slave guards said respectfully. Luo Feng turned to look at his two soul slaves. Both of them were universe level 9s. He said seriously, D-Fan, by Callow, this time I'm heading to the primal universe located within the virtual universe company's headquarters. I have no way to bring anyone along, hence I have to lead both of you on Earth. Understood. D-Fan and by Callow nodded. I've already passed all the techniques to you. If you do not understand anything, you can enter the virtual universe network and contact me. Luo Feng said seriously, I think, with your talents and the techniques I've given you, the next time I see you, you'll both have entered the domain lord level. The two slaves had extremely high talents. Only thing was that one was a slave before and the other one had a teacher that was Newland Shan. Without a proper teacher, you wouldn't get good techniques. Many strong warriors in the universe lacked good teachers and techniques, as a good teacher's instructions could raise the efficiency of a strong warrior being produced by 10 times. Luo Feng turned to the distance. An ancient translucent black long blade-like simple ship descended from above. I have to go. Luo Feng turned and looked seriously at D-Fan and by Callow. When I'm not around, help me to protect my family. As for Earth's safety with the intimidation of the virtual universe company, no one would dare come mess with Earth. Yes, Master. D-Fan and by Callow replied respectfully. Following which Luo Feng flew directly towards that simple ship. This was a long ship that was about 600 m in length. Its width was also close to 100 m. As a battle blade-shaped universe ship, its entire body was black. Facing this ship, it gave off a faint sense of ancient energy, almost as though it had existed in the flows of time for a very long period of time. The cold winter wind blew and the snow fell heavily. Amidst the snow, Luo Feng walked towards the ship. Jade essence, this is a F-grade ship made of jade essence. Within his consciousness, Babata's shocked voice resounded. I know it's F-grade, Luo Feng replied as he looked ahead. A group of people flew out of the ship's cabin door. Leading them was one similar in appearance to that of Earth's humans. He was dressed in dark armor, the skinny old man with a Roman nose had intrepid short hair. As he smiled, one could even see an ice mark on his forehead. That energy feeling that dominated the sky and land, this made Luo Feng understand that this was a sector lord that had gained the recognition of the universe origin laws. Shawa greet your majesty. The skinny old man bowed slightly. Greetings to your majesty. Behind him were a group of domain lords and universe levels that were incomparably respectful to Luo Feng and bowing. Your Majesty. Luo Feng was taken aback. It looks like your Majesty is still oblivious to many things, the skinny old man laughed. Your Majesty, we'll first enter the ship. The entire trip to the Virtual Universe Company takes 3 full years. We cannot waste any time. Luo Feng nodded. Under the protection of this group, he entered the F-grade ship. The interior of this ship was enormous. The entire space for the defense mechanism of this ship was the main cabin itself. There were even cabins laid out throughout the lower decks. At this time, Luo Feng flew into a 300 m long and 60 m wide luxurious hall. Comfortable sofa, enticing wine, precious fruits, all were already laid out. At the back were even beautiful waitresses awaiting his command. Your Majesty, please sit. The skinny old man smiled. Luo Feng sat down facing the skinny old man. This place is not bad. Luo Feng looked around and nodded. This F-grade universe ship with its entire body made of jade essence is definitely a treasure. Your Majesty has good taste. The old man's smile got even wider. This is the F6 grade jade essence. The sides of the ships are extremely sharp and even infused with origin laws, incredibly piercing. Once it accelerates, it can immediately pierce right through a planet. Also, going through planets doesn't even affect its speed much. Luo Feng nodded. This was similar to the Yun-Mo planet ship when one compared the materials it was constructed from. The Yun-Mo planet ship was actually still a little stronger. Mr. Shawu, what's this about you calling me your Majesty? Luo Feng asked curiously. Looks like your Majesty has many points to uncover. The skinny old man smiled. Let me first introduce myself. I, Shawu, am a sector lord from the Virtual Universe Company's last phase secret area. Luo Feng nodded. Last phase secret area. There were 4 large secret areas. Their names were actually very easy to understand. Take a world's change and evolution for instance. It would first begin in the primal phase, and later slowly begin to reach the absolute beginning, and finally expanding and forming the skies and land, hence heaven and land, and right before it dies, it reaches the last phase. Primal, absolute beginning, heaven and land, last phase. It was simply the process of evolution of a world. Our Virtual Universe Company's core members are very few. The skinny old man smiled. Absorbing these core members usually has 3 ways of doing so. 1 is from the genius battles, picking the strongest from the universe's most elite. Another is the company's internal nurturing of their own elites, and the last is a small number of sector lords being selected and absorbed. Small number of sector lords. Luo Feng was shocked. Sector lords, even they didn't have the worth to become core members. The skinny old man nodded, as normal sector lords usually have no chance of breaking through to the undying, or some not even gaining the recognition of the origin laws. How could the company respect or even absorb them? After all, there are simply too many sector lords in the company. Luo Feng couldn't help but nod. Right, the Ganwu Universe country alone had millions of sector lords then. Compared to one of the 5 great Leviathans, the Virtual Universe Company, 100 times of a universe country or even more. The true elites and warriors, only they can become core members. The skinny old man smiled. As for the term Your Majesty, in the 4 secret areas within the last phase secret area belongs to the most outer layer, the members in this area, as long as they meet any other members from the other 3 secret areas, even if their ranks are lower than Undying, we have to call you all Your Majesties. And Your Majesty has entered the absolute beginning secret area, hence, your rank is much higher. The skinny old man smiled. Also, those normal helpers who are not in the core, if they meet any members under Undying, they also have to call them Your Majesties. Luo Feng nodded. Your Majesty. In the universe, these were normally emperors or kings that received such titles. Obviously the Virtual Universe Company core members that were below Undying level were comparable to emperors and kings, given the hope of becoming the next ultimate warriors. In terms of position, they were much higher than those universe country princes. Those princes almost had no hopes of ever succeeding the throne. Your Majesty, let's enter the virtual universe together. The skinny old man smiled. I'll take you to the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The universe ship had long begun its universe transfer through the dark universe. Its speed was rising continuously, until it reached 20 times light speed and later maintaining this speed as it progressed. Luo Feng first entered the ship's most luxurious resting room, and later his consciousness entered the virtual universe network. Right now Luo Feng had the status of a core member, hence his virtual assistant Babata automatically gained a feature. The moment he entered the virtual universe, he could immediately be transferred to a special location. Teleport. Who? Luo Feng vanished from the Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-star Bay Virtual Universe headquarters. It was a mountain peak covered in clouds and mist and was incredibly huge. Even more so than a planet in real life. A person suddenly appeared within one of its stone paths. It was Luo Feng. Luo Feng glanced around. There were many people in the distance, and also on this path there were also many constructs all around him, and on his left there were many beautiful villas. Your Majesty, a silhouette ran over from afar. It was Shawu. Mr. Shawu. Luo Feng smiled and shouted. Your Majesty, the skinny old man smiled. This entire space is our virtual universe company's virtual headquarters. Actually, compared to the real headquarters, the virtual headquarters is more bustling, as there are many huge figures here who can't always stay within the real headquarters. Luo Feng nodded. Come. The skinny old man brought Luo Feng about to sightsee. This is a mountain peak that floats, and it is named Yuxiang Mountain. Its diameter alone is about 89,000 kilometers. That big. Luo Feng was shocked. The Earth's diameter was only about 10,000 kilometers, and this mountain peak alone was 7 times that of Earth. Of course it has to be big, otherwise there wouldn't be enough space for the Training spaces, the skinny old man laughed. The entire Yuxiang mountain is separated into 5 regions each, for the primal, the absolute beginning, heaven, and land, and last phase regions along with the public region. These 5 regions are about the same size, of which, the primal region has less than 120 people. The absolute beginning region has about 1,000 people. The heaven and land region has about 10,000 people. And the last phase region has over 10 million people, the skinny old man said. As for the public region, they are filled with shops and entertainment, etc. Anyone from the other 4 regions can enter there, right, Your Majesty. The primal region, absolute beginning region, heaven and land region, and last phase region, none of the members can enter regions other than their own. Luo Feng nodded, curious. You said that the area of each region is about the same. The primal region has less than 120 people, yet the last phase region has over 10 million. This is ranking. The skinny old man exclaimed. The internal department of the company picks out the elites to enter the core. These all enter the last phase. A few exceptional sector lords that get absorbed in also enter the last phase. The genius battles and warrior competitions mostly enter the last phase too. Hence, this results in the last phase having the most people. The living quarters of the last phase are skyscrapers, and everyone gets an apartment. Within the heaven and land region, everyone gets their own villa. Within the absolute beginning region, everyone gets their own training space, their own learning grounds, etc. These are considered very luxurious. The primal region, however, with less than 120 people, they get villas and mansions with territories of diameters over 10,000 km. Within them, they have training facilities, and they even have specially placed undying teachers stationed long-term there. They also have large amounts of helpers and staff to be called over at any time to help in training, etc. The skinny old man's eyes were filled with envy. Luo Feng was stunned. The difference in treatment was too huge. The last phase stayed in skyscrapers, the heaven and land got villas, the absolute beginning got villas and training areas. The primal region, however, my God, building a huge villa with a diameter over 1,000 kilometers. What kind of villa was this? It was bigger than any base on Earth. During the Great Nirvana it was simply an empire, and they even have undyings specially stationed there. The primal area has less than 120 people. The number of sector lords there doesn't exceed 100. Every sector lord who are present there, in the universe, they would be considered to be at the pinnacle and invincible. The skinny old man smiled. They are all the true elites of the country. Getting this kind of treatment wasn't strange at all. Under Shawa's instructions, Luo Feng got a good understanding of the entire Yuxiang mountain. This was where the core members under the undying level of the virtual universe company gathered. Standing on a precipitous mountain stone, the skinny old man pointed to the distant clouds where an incredibly huge island floated. It was surrounded by lightning snakes. See, that's Lightning Island, also named Undying Island. It's 100 to 1,000 times bigger than Yuxiang Mountain. All the undyings from the virtual universe company normally live there. If one said that Yuxiang Mountain was where the geniuses and core members under undying level gathered, then Lightning Island was where the truly strong gathered. It was the undying gathering area. Luo Feng looked at the Lightning Island amidst the clouds, nodding. That place was named as one of the sacred lands of all the universe. Humans. Your Majesty, I'll send you to the absolute beginning region. Of course I can. Only send you to the entrance, the skinny old man smiled, even though the benefits of the absolute beginning region are slightly lousier than the primal region. However, it is still the second best, the living quarters you've been assigned to. Once you see it, you'll understand why countless people are vying hard to get in, and the absolute beginning rank is assigned only to a little more than a 1,000 on average, one for every universe country. Absolute beginning region, let's go. Luo Feng couldn't wait anymore. Yuxiang Mountain, it was where they gathered the core members under Undying level. Lightning Island was where all the Undyings of the Virtual Universe Company gathered. It was the gathering point of those with highest authority. Walking in the public region, he would see sector lords everywhere, easily spotting up to 100 of them, and 99 of them were recognized by their law origins, with marks on their foreheads. Sector lords that gain the recognition of their origin laws, in the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field, they would be at the level of Jiang Tianchen. Luo Feng exclaimed. However, in the Virtual Universe Company, even though they were such a great leviathan, they only barely received the right to enter the last phase secret area. There were probably over 100 million sector lords that can't even enter the core. No wonder during the genius battle, even for the top 1,000, one of the 3 great prizes was to become a core member. After a while, they reached a spacious, quiet limestone road. The sides of the path were covered with flowers. Through the flowers' organization and arrangement, one could make out the words in universe language: absolute beginning region. D. The skinny old man's body glimmered slightly, and he couldn't proceed further. He had to shout out, "Your Majesty, I'm no longer able to proceed any further. Follow this path, and the region ahead is the absolute beginning region. There'll be managers there to lead you within." "Thank you, Mr. Wuxia." Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Following the beautiful and quiet limestone path, smelling the fragrance of the flowers and plants beside, his footsteps got quicker as he moved. After half a minute of walking and about 10 kilometers of distance, he reached an incredibly luxurious entrance to the absolute beginning region. There were many staff around. Seeing Luo Feng approach, one leader stepped forward to invite him over. "Your Majesty Luo Feng, we've been awaiting your arrival." A beautiful lady with a fox tail was very passionate. There was a fire mark on her forehead. "You can just call me Fox. I am the manager, placed specially for the affairs of the absolute beginning region." "Understood." Luo Feng nodded. Actually, as this was the virtual universe, things like cleanliness or sweeping, maintenance of the plants and flowers, these could all be easily simulated immediately. However, maybe for the realism effect, these were all 100 simulated, even arranging for a large amount of staff to specially sweep and maintain the gardens, and even service the members. When one was hungry, he'd have to buy something to eat. When one was thirsty, he'd have to buy something to drink. One had to spend money even within his own house. Even in the virtual universe, everything that happened here was truly like it would happen in the real world. As it was too realistic, in the vast universe, many people who were rich and always protected by their ancestors from the beginning, without facing any dangers in their lives, would spend most of their lives in the virtual universe or play virtual games, doing whatever they pleased. Many of them had already treated the virtual universe as their reality. However, this type of illusory lives, only few people could actually enjoy it. After all, doing anything in the virtual universe still required money. Even maintaining contacts had its usage fees. Without funds from their ancestors, one was unable to live such a life. Your Majesty Luo Feng, please follow me, the Sector Lord Fox smiled and led the way. Hoo-hoo. The two of them flew up into the sky as one of the 5 regions. Its area was huge after all. Even though it was 1/5 of the entire Yuxiang mountain, it was still bigger than the entire surface area of Earth, and this whole area was given to only a little more than 1,000 people to live in. The absolute beginning region has a total of 1,138 members flying in mid-air. Lady Fox pointed below. Within this region, there are many training spaces, libraries, restaurants, etc. As for the living quarters, they are all right at the back, the 1,138 villas, every one of them with a length of 98 kilometers and width of 81 kilometers. Luo Feng was shocked when he heard this. 98 kilometers long and 81 kilometers wide, such a huge villa was simply too extravagant. This was the treatment for the people of absolute beginning and the lowest last phase region had to live in apartments. The highest level primal region had areas of diameters over 1,000 kilometers. Your Majesty Luo Feng's villa is number 1136. Lady Fox pointed at a distant, incredibly quiet villa. It obviously looked very ancient, and on its walls were many different kinds of plants. So. The two descended. Your Majesty, the large door of the villa was 100 m high, 26 m tall. Bull giants bowed respectfully. Your Majesty Luo Feng. Lady Fox smiled, as a member of the absolute beginning secret area, your guards form a large team. This team comprises of a general, 10 captains, and 100 soldiers, of which the general is a sector lord. Of the last phase secret area, the 10 captains are domain lords, and the 100 soldiers are universe level. In the virtual universe, they'll be stationed here by your Majesty. In reality, they will similarly protect your Majesty and listen to your command. Luo Feng nodded, feeling shocked within. Even though he had heard from Rong Jun earlier, however, actually seeing it was pretty shocking. 2 domain lords guarded the doors. 1 guard team. The leader of the group was a sector lord recognized by the origin laws. However, according to the news he acquired before, the guard team of the absolute beginning member paled in comparison to the primal members there. Guard team was led by an undying. Other than the guard team, there are 100 helpers and staff standing by within the villa to assist you. Lady Fox smiled and said. At this time a gust of wind blew over as a group of people suddenly appeared. At the entrance leading the group was a bald old man who looked very similar to the people of Earth. This bald old man looked at Luo Feng and bowed. Your Majesty. The large group of people behind too all bowed respectfully, shouting out simultaneously, "Greetings, Your Majesty." This is the leader of the guard team. His full name is Ao Duo Liku Wenxing. Lai Sua. Lady Fox smiled and said. Your Majesty can simply call me Ao Duo, the bald old man said. Mr. Ao Duo, I'll be in your care from now on. Luo Feng was respectful. Of course Ao Duo Liku said internally. He wasn't fully comfortable though. From the virtual universe company's arrangement and status ranking, he was indeed lower than Luo Feng, but he was after all a sector lord recognized by the origin laws. His Majesty before him was a genius no doubt, but still not a strong warrior. He may even fall before he reached the sector lord level. Lady Fox said, Your Majesty Luo Feng, then I'll take my leave. Everything within here, Ao Duo knows well. He'll inform you if you need. Thank you. Lady Fox. Luo Feng nodded. Lady Fox immediately became a beam of light and vanished into the distance. Your Majesty, please. Ao Duo Li Ko led the way, and Luo Feng entered his own villa. Within the villa, with a glance, he was able to see that everything was filled with greenery and looked very natural. Over there is your Majesty's training grounds. Ao Duo pointed at the distant large construct that was sealed. The entire grounds is 50 kilometers long and 30 kilometers wide. The height is 300 m, and the interiors are all incredibly solid. Luo Feng nodded satisfied. His speed on the dark cloud shuttle was shocking. If the space was too small, he wouldn't be able to unleash it all. 50 kilometers long and 30 kilometers wide and 300 tall. That was not bad for a controller. He could get by. Of course, such a huge space for a fighter would be too much. What if he wanted a bigger place? He'd have to get into the Primal Secret Area. Primal Secret Area members even had undying teachers stationed there specially for them. That's the swimming pond. Ao Duo pointed at a large pool at the other side. The pool is separated into the internal pool and external pool. The internal pool is infused with special qualities. Lying in it can help a tired body recover quickly, and it is further separated into 6 regions according to the temperature of the water. This actually simulates reality in the actual absolute beginning secret area. Your Majesty's living quarters is even better than here. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, shaking his head. Unfortunately, it will still take a while to get there. His trip in the universe this time was 3 years long. After 3 years, he'd enter the primal universe, and only after exiting from there would he be able to enter the absolute beginning secret area. Ao Duo continued to introduce the facilities of the constructs. He pointed to the distant, quiet, 3-story building. Your Majesty, there's where you'll spend your regular life. Whatever you want in there, you can arrange for virtual helpers to make it happen according to your likes and hobbies. Within the villa, this construct's first level was for welcoming guests, the second level was for fun, and the third was a bedroom with a huge screen and other things within. He started changing the system to what he was accustomed to on Earth, a laptop-like computer, along with some news and the entertainment broadcasts. He changed to somewhat like a television. Even the book racks on the side he translated all to Mandarin. He also immediately altered a few chairs and bed structures. That's about right. Luo Feng smiled and sat in the chair, after which he opened his laptop and opened a treasure trove mail. Opening it, the screen immediately displayed 8 categories: the secret laws, secret weapons, unique treasures, technology weapons, materials, tools, living things, and other special types. Every one of these categories had many little subdivisions, like under the living things floated plant life, metal lives, beasts, etc., and under techniques were different types. Tens of millions of categories to open. Luo Feng, open the treasure category. From the trove, the fist-sized little demon Babata shouted out. Luo Feng gently tapped. Immediately a huge blur of countless words appeared along with pictures. 10k spirit purple blood juice, 120k points for 1 portion primal area 70. Of the price, absolute beginning 80, heaven and land 90, last phase full price. 7 color fruit 100k for 1 portion primal area 70. Of the price, absolute beginning 80, heaven and land 90, last phase full price. Kuli crystal 200k for 1 portion primal area 70. Of the price, absolute beginning 80, heaven and land 90, last phase full price. my God, it's too extravagant, it's simply bullying people even. When your teacher wanted to buy them, they limited his portions every time he went for the auctions to buy them, they'd be astronomical prices, and they have everything here, requiring only points to exchange for. What bullshit is this? Points, Babata shouted. Open the techniques category, Soul. Techniques. Luo Feng opened again. Looking at all these extremely well-reputed techniques in the universe, it was almost as though everything had simply appeared with just one look, and this was only the first page. Madness. Outside, the Undyings are all fighting extremely hard just for a small treasure, yet this virtual universe company actually uses some bullshit point system to exchange for them points. This is completely their internal system, not like cash outside the demon. Babata was completely agitated. Open it for me. Babata stared and roared. Luo Feng obediently opened file after file. The numbers were extraordinary. Anything one could imagine could be found there. The virtual universe company's treasure trove list had completely shocked Babata. He already knew the virtual universe company was terrifyingly strong. The master of the UNMO planet, who was leading that solitude life as an undying, couldn't compare to even a strand of hair of this. However, looking at these, Babata was still utterly shocked. Even though Luo Feng was shocked after seeing the treasure trove, it was still within his threshold. One of the reasons was because the inherited memories of the golden horned beast were filled with many techniques as well. Naturally, those were suited only for golden horned beasts. The second reason was that because of the names of many treasures, Luo Feng didn't even know what they represented. Babata was different. He had followed the UNMO planet master Hu Yanbo battling over countless galaxies and experiencing life and death situations countless times, having seen too many strong warriors killing each other. He was very clear in regards to the meanings of those names and what they represented. One of these techniques was enough to make even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire crumble. One of these treasures was enough to make up to 10,000 Undyings crazy. Babata was able to see the meanings behind those names, hence he was completely stunned and agitated at the same time. Madness, this is too crazy. The little demon looked at the screen on the laptop, his eyes gleaming with even tears, saying softly, "Big boss, if you were willing to lower your head and follow that man back then, even though you would have been only in the outer layers of the virtual universe company. When you became an Undying, you'd naturally enter the core of the virtual universe company. How could you have ended up like that then?" Luo Feng turned to look at the little demon on his shoulder. "No problem." The little demon shook his head. "I'm only exclaiming about your teacher. There's a saying on Earth that goes like this: a stupid bird flies first. However, if a smart bird took that first leap and continued to fly, no matter how hard a stupid bird tries, it would never catch up. One theory is that if one starts ahead and continues to lead, naturally he would stand at the pinnacle. Your starting line far exceeds your teacher already," the little demon exclaimed. "I'm only a star-level teacher, was even able to create techniques like soul imprint. I'm still far behind," Luo Feng said. "Right, this kind of mentality is right. Don't ever get cocky, no matter how impressive the genius battle was. It was only at the star level. This path to be strong has just begun." The little demon shook his head. "What you must do now is to grab these valuable resources, strengthen yourself, and even more So, let yourself ditch the others far behind. Luo Feng nodded. Suddenly, the screen's mail slightly shook, displaying a newly received mail. Opening the mail. A mail was received. Luo Feng, congratulations on becoming an absolute beginning member. The Virtual Universe Company's training plan for the young generation begins from the universe level. Hence, the first thing you need to do is become universe level. You don't have to worry about this though by the time you complete your training in the primal universe. I believe you definitely have already broken through. You've been awarded 10,000 points. You can use these points to purchase any item within the treasure trove. As long as you have enough points, you can buy anything. I suggest that you purchase the techniques you require this 3-year journey. Utilizing this time frame to train would be the best choice. Also, I advise you to not waste any time on training your body and spirit energy. From the star level 1 to 9, these levels are based more on quantity. However, from the star level to the universe level, that's an evolution of life itself. From the universe level 1 to 9, domain lord 1 to 9, sector lord 1 to 9, these are all simply quantity and time-based. Star traveler, star level, universe level, domain lord level, sector lord level breakthroughs, these are all evolutions of life. They belong to one's essence actually breaking through. The company will spend money on every one of you, giving each core member an invaluable way to strengthen their bodies and to raise their genetic and spirit energy. This will help one to grow from level 1 to 9 in a short time, allowing one's body to reach saturation quickly. As for the life evolution itself and breakthrough, that requires each member to work hard to break through themselves. The company will not let the core members waste time on building just strength itself. For all core members, their time should be used to strengthen their battle ability, to comprehend the origin laws, and to learn techniques. Virtual Universe Company. This mail wasn't considered long, but Luo Feng and Babata were both stunned for quite a while after. What? From level 1 to 9, the company will provide the body strengthening. Luo Feng was in disbelief. The sayings were all true. Babata was stunned too. A strong warrior had to seriously train to absorb energy. This was common knowledge in the universe. However, there were countless treasures in the universe, like the life fruit that was able to make a cloud contact vine breakthrough to universe level 2. Immediately, humans couldn't withstand such powerful treasures. However, to the greatest leviathan of the human universe, the Virtual Universe Company, they were able to supply such items to the core members to strengthen themselves. The moment you broke through to the universe level 1, the company will help you strengthen you to level 9. The moment you break through to sector lord level 1, the company will help you to reach level 9. One didn't have to waste time quietly sitting and absorbing universe energy. There was no need to. Wealthy indeed, wealthy. Babata shook his head. Your teacher's nest, the Yun Mo planet, is only reserved for the most important disciples. Even then he wouldn't use it like that. Sector lords level 1 to 9, how much energy does that even require? How many treasures? Your teacher's entire fortune wouldn't even be enough. No wonder the Virtual Universe Company has such strict regulations on its number of core members. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, a voice resounded from outside. Aoduo. Luo Feng walked onto the balcony, looking at the entrance of the 3-story building. Something the matter? There are Majesties Rongjun and Wuka outside here to visit. Aoduo Liku said respectfully. Rong Jun, Wuka Luo Fengyi eyes gleamed, I'm coming. After a while, Luo Feng invited Rong Jun and Wuka back into his living room. Rong Jun and I were just at the library upon hearing that you've come, we rushed over to take a look. The Manka Prince Wuka sat on the sofa, laughing loudly. This virtual universe is really not bad. The treatment of this absolute beginning members is even better than the treatment on Manka planet. Luo Feng and Rong Jun exchanged glances. Vicious Luo Feng said, I got stunned just from looking at the mail. Shock from just the mail, what's there to be shocked about? You are talking about the pool of life. Wuka said nonchalantly, on Manka planet, the younger generation are all treated this way as long as they reach universe level 1. They'll immediately go bathe in the pool of life and raise to universe level 9. This amount of training so much is simply a waste of time in the universe. It's not just our Manka planet, there's also the Huangshan clan, the Dream Shell clan, the Muzu planet, even the 1008 universe countries' secret areas. The top 10 to 100 geniuses would get such treatment. Luo Feng and Rong Jun were both speechless. He was the prince of Manka, his sights and vision was different. Luo Feng and Rong Jun were already considered not bad in terms of sights. However, even an Undying didn't have such resources to nurture his disciple. This way, only the Ganwu secret area of the Manka planet, this level of super power, their core, could get such treatment, and only the top 10 to 100 had such treatment. Yet, in the virtual universe company, they nurtured up to tens of millions. This way, they were wealthy indeed. These are all the external things. Wuka shook his head. The virtual universe company can give only so many benefits, such as the best environment. As for whether one is actually able to make any achievement, that will still rely on himself. The universe is extremely mysterious, with tens of millions of miracles and sights. However, every 10 million years, how many absolute warriors can actually stand out? Wuka exclaimed, don't bother looking, even though there are up to 10 million people on Yuxiang Mountain, with countless sector lords, all with shockingly good conditions. However, after 10 million years, 99.9 of them would have fallen, while the remaining became Undyings, yet even then most of them are just normal Undyings. If you want to become an absolute warrior even amongst the Undying, Wuka shook his head, out of a batch in 10 million years, trillion years, with so many geniuses being nurtured, and so many falling along the way, as long as they can produce a few absolute beings, that would be considered a success. Our batch of 1,000, according to the records of history, in 10 million years, there won't even be 10 of us left, Wuka said. The three chatted for a long time, feeling the pressure. Normal people would be satisfied after reaching the universe level. For some geniuses, the moment they reached Sector Lord and owned one galaxy, that was enough. However, with different foresight, their aims would naturally be different. Luo Feng, Rong Jun and Wuka, they all had extremely far-reaching visions. Luo Feng had the Golden Horned Beast and Masha clan, the two great races of the galaxy. He could reach the Sector Lord even in his sleep. Even if he became an Undying, he wanted to become a pinnacle warrior amongst the Undying. He even wanted to reach the level of the country leader of the Ganwu universe country, opening a new universe country and dominating for a trillion years. Rong Jun, his talents were no lesser than Luo Feng's. His enemy was even more terrifying. Becoming a normal Undying couldn't satisfy him at all. Wuka, a rare absolute genius from the Manka planet, his father was one of the universe's ultimate warriors. With his father as his target, he similarly had his sights set very high. However, facts were facts according to history's probability. Out of these 1,000, less than 10 would become undyings. Even the golden horned beast, with so many generations being stuck in the sector lord level, they were unable to break through. The path to undying was indeed tough. Luo Feng's path had only just begun. Luo Feng sat before the laptop and chose the technique trove. The golden horned beast's inherited memories have countless techniques. I don't need to buy anything. The Masha clan doesn't have any inherited memories, however with its high talents its battle abilities are all based on its natural talents. It doesn't have any effective battle techniques. Luo Feng opened a large amount of fighter close combat weapons. Weapon choice. Level 5 genetic energy weapon, Gold Shadow Blade. It requires 12 points. You can customize your own design, according to the Shadow Blood Blade design. Shield. I'll choose a level 5 Absolute Void Shield. It only requires 8 points. I'll set the design to the 6-edged shield design. Gold Shadow Blade, Absolute Void Shield. These were all for the Masha clan to use. Battle techniques. Luo Feng opened the techniques and swiftly found the most suitable one. With Babada's help, he was able to make a quick decision. Absolute space fits the golden horned beast. 9 threads fits a controller's flight. What about a fighter? The techniques are that expensive. Luo Feng was shocked. The Gold Shadow Blade was only 12 points, however the techniques before him, the cheaper ones, were tens of points. Many of them were worth hundreds of points and even thousands, the highest reaching even 1,000,000, tens of millions. It was exorbitant. The techniques are all something the absolute warriors treasure and never spread. It's their life's work and blood, your teacher's soul imprint, even though it is special and powerful, but according to my estimate, it's only worth about 10,000 points, Babada said. The points given out by the Virtual Universe Company were very precious. As a new member of the Absolute Beginning Secret Area, he was given 10,000 points. Of course he had to treasure them, even though there were many techniques on the list that were enough to make undyings go crazy. However, their prices were exorbitant too, as some of items were millions of points, or even tens of millions. Luo Feng could only drool as he looked. Not good. I'll choose this. Luo Feng, as they say, one's feet should be firmly planted on the ground. Save your points. That's really expensive. I bought it. Luo Feng was discussing and debating with Babada while calculating his 10,000 points. He ended up spending close to half an hour before he finished his final exchanges. Golden Horned Beast, he used 0 points. The Masha clan, he spent 9,820 points on it, buying a complete set of techniques and weapons for it. One was the close combat technique worth at 3,200 points, and the more basic shield techniques worth 800 points, and buying a not bad blade technique worth 5,800 points. The Gold Shadow Blade was worth 12 points, and the Absolute Void Shield was 8 points. Movement, shield work, blade work, these formed a complete set and were extremely powerful in both movement and technique. Luo Feng himself, he used 180 points, buying the Golden Shadow Blade, and Absolute Shield cost 20 points, buying 2 Life Fruits cost 100 points, and he also bought 30 Swelling Water Fruit at 60 points. 10,000 points, he used it all. The universe ship traveled through the dark universe at 20 times light speed, continuously progressing. Within the ship, Luo Feng grabbed onto a wine bottle and glass, walking straight into the resting room beside the bedroom, opening the screen and looking at the news program. On it displayed the genius battle that had ended not too long ago. My points were used up so quickly. Luo Feng poured himself a cup of fruit wine before lying on the comfortable sofa. Especially the techniques, I spent almost all of my points on just one complete set. Hopefully they don't disappoint me, otherwise I'd definitely feel the pinch. Luo Feng, these illusionary body, illusionary shield and illusionary 7 blades form one complete illusionary technique set. They definitely won't let you down, Babata said, even though they are more basic techniques. After all, you are only a star-level punk. At least before you become undying, these will be enough. Luo Feng nodded. He understood too that some techniques weren't too deep and difficult. However, undyings would still fight hard to study them. If he got something heavenly but couldn't grasp even the basic understanding, what was the point buying something like this that was cheaper, but being able to help him grasp the strong basics, that was more effective? Even the soul imprint his teacher created, with so many types of soul techniques, Babata estimated it would only be worth about 10,000 points. This complete illusionary set, which had 3 techniques in total and worth a total of over 9,000 points, it was comparable to the soul imprint. Babata, which battle techniques do you think the golden horned beast should train? Luo Feng asked. We are allowing the golden horned beast to begin training battle techniques. Babata asked, how about we first work on the foundation? Golden horned beast, right now it only knew deities of the world and absolute space. Absolute space was related to movement. Deities of the world was purely about shrinking and condensing its body. It didn't have any battle techniques. Right now it battled relying totally on its natural ability, which was its strength, or its body's inner quality. It didn't have any system or battle technique. According to Babata's point of view, it was better to get a solid foundation first, then learning the battle techniques would be easy. And within the golden horned beast's inherited memories, there were battle techniques. It could begin training at any time. Different types of battle techniques, from the claws to the scaled wings, the tail, and strengthening its body, while becoming a slaughter machine. The many generations of golden horned beasts had created many techniques and knew how to unleash the greatest strength when in battle, as many of these techniques were extremely brutal. Basics, Luo Feng pondered. That's good too. There'll be a long period of time in the future where I won't be using the golden horned beast to attack anyway. Following which Luo Feng lifted his head and finished the wine eventually. Standing up, his eyes gleamed with battle spirit. Time to begin. Time was fleeting, as months passed on. The Jade Essence F-grade universe ship continued to progress towards the center of the human universe, where the virtual universe company's headquarters was located. Luo Feng naturally spent his time within the ship. His consciousness in the virtual universe was almost like a sponge absorbing every bit of information. While within his internal world, the golden continent's length and width had already reached 9,000 kilometers. Obviously, during the time Luo Feng spent in the genius battle, the golden horned beast had already evolved till universe level 9, from universe level 9 to domain Lord level 1. Normally it would require 500 years even with the highest Efficiency of metal groupings, it could only be raised 56 times, requiring about 9 years in total. Feeling the internal world constantly expanding and condensing with the ripples of the golden origin laws, the golden horned beast seriously listened, looked around and experienced, working hard at its domain and gold origin laws. The Masha clan was in the form of a little golden horned beast while training in absolute space and raising the comprehension of the space origin laws. It was either that or staying in human form, using a blade, shield, and training the illusionary techniques. Virtual universe, absolute beginning region, within the training space of Dilla number 1136. The completely sealed training space was empty. Barefooted and in shorts, Luo Feng held the six-edged shield Absolute Void shield and carried a blood shadow blade life golden shadow blade. Simulate battle, Luo Feng shouted, opponent, Rong Jun, simulate him with his highest battle ability during the Genius Pinnacle battle. Chi. The huge training space that was 50 kilometers wide and 30 kilometers long, it formed the silhouette of a person within, who eventually turned into the over 3 m tall savage Rong Jun. Rong Jun was carrying a huge battle blade on his back, his entire body dressed in a simple animal skin, barefooted. His eyes, however, were lifeless, as he was just standing there and not moving at all. Begin, Luo Feng shouted. Rumble. The simulated Rong Jun's eyes lit up and he became like a mountain rushing straight at Luo Feng. Bring it! Luo Feng brandished his blade in one hand, and the other hand with a shield, becoming 18 Luo Fengs, almost like 18 demon golden lights rushing forward. Dang! The two clashed. Luo Feng began using his blade work, and in an instant he had slashed almost 10,000 times. It was simply too fast. Not only were his movements shockingly fast, even his blade work was terrifying, totally like a demon floating about. His blade work seemed like it wasn't strong, however the instantaneous explosion of power was terrifying. Slash! The savage Rong Jun's hair flew in the wind, his gaze was like lightning, and roaring like thunder, he swung his huge blade down. Slash! Slash! Each roar was extremely powerful. In terms of offensive strength from the Genius battle, the strongest was Bolin. In terms of mysteriousness, was probably the hypnotist Jiao Laishi's hypnotism. In terms of being unblockable, it was Luo Feng's sky-piercing formation, and in terms of brutality, it was Savage's blade work. They fought head-on for a few minutes. Chi. Fresh blood spewed everywhere. Luo Feng's entire body was knocked away, dropping like a torn sandbag. Rumble! The training space warped. The simulated Rong Jun from before vanished, and Luo Feng's wounds were healed. This was a specially customized training space, with the effects of the slaughterhouse. It was able to completely simulate any opponent, however its space was limited. There's improvement. Luo Feng smiled and stood up. My close combat probably has the ability to make it into the top 100 of the Genius battle. Close combat. Right, Luo Feng's greatest weakness was close combat during the Pinnacle competition. He had 2 losses, one against Rong Jun and the other against Long Yun. This happened because he had to fight them in close combat and hence, he lost as a controller. Luo Feng had the ability to easily kill his opponent when he distances himself. However, the moment he got close, that was it. As one's attention itself had limits, Luo Feng didn't have time to dilute his training. however, now was different. The Masha clan itself was a master at close combat. Naturally it had to train the illusionary techniques. Three great bodies with the same soul and consciousness. If any one of them learnt something, the other two would naturally learn it too. In terms of comprehension of the origin laws, I'm stronger than Rong Jun. However, my close combat still loses to him. Luo Feng shook his head. There's indeed a difference between the human body and the Masha clan body. When the Masha clan body unleashed the illusionary techniques, that was the true illusion. With the Masha clan body, even if he compared to Death God Bolin, the difference wasn't that huge. His human body, however, was way different. Continue to persevere. I will not only be able to attack from far, but also in close combat. This way, there truly would not be any weakness. Luo Feng continued to work hard. Finally, after traveling for about 2 years and 3 months in the universe, Luo Feng finally killed Rong Jun in close combat. I defeated Rong Jun of the genius battle. The current Rong Jun must be similar to me, using the resources given by the virtual universe company, and strengthening himself. He would have definitely gotten stronger. Luo Feng didn't dare relax at all. Indeed, 3 years' journey, none of the 1,000 absorbed geniuses dared to relax. This genius battle had too great an effect on them in the past. It was hard for them to even meet a match. However, the many life or death battles in the competition had affected them greatly. Many of them had been training ever since then and had improved a lot since the battles. That and the fact that they could pick any techniques they wanted to Rong Jun, Wuka, and Ao Pa, Te La, etc., the ones from the absolute beginning region. The 10,000 points was enough for them to buy almost anything they desired. At their level, they didn't need anything too expensive. Within these 3 years of training, they all improved a lot. Within the Hall of the Universe ship, dressed in a completely fitting armor and boots, the black short-haired youth stood there. Beside him was a skinny old man with silver hair saying, "Respectfully, Your Majesty, we are about to arrive at the virtual universe company headquarters." Luo Feng nodded. 3 years. This was considered his fastest improvement in 3 years. However, the deeper he went, he could feel that the universe itself was unfathomable. The entire mysteries and profoundness of the universe, and that the techniques he used could only be considered under Undying's or normal Undying level. However, he still felt they were profound. This path was indeed a tough one. I've improved so much. I wonder how the others are doing, Luo Feng thought. I have the golden horned beast and the Masha clan. This level of miraculous combination. However, the universe is vast. Just about anything can happen. Who knows, there may even be someone within the top 1,000 geniuses with an even greater miracle within them. Never looking down on others or being arrogant. The universe was incomparably vast and mysterious, with trillions of races. Humans were but one of them. One had to always maintain a level of respect to the universe. Beginning universe travel, entering the actual universe. 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Luo Feng felt the entire ship slightly shake after about 10 seconds. Everything returned to normal, he shouted, "External simulation 100." Immediately, the entire large hall became transparent. He could see the simulated space. In the distance, there was an incomparably vast continent floating in space. Luo Feng was stunned. The headquarters of the virtual universe company, they had finally arrived. Here. That's a continent. Luo Feng stood within the universe ship, looking at the distant floating endless continent, staring wide-eyed. Planets, stars, nebulas, etc., all the heavenly bodies, wandering the universe. For a long time, one would have seen them all, even occasionally spotting remains of universe ships, even living space beasts. Luo Feng wouldn't even be shocked by these. However, to see such a huge continent in space itself, it was simply too shocking. This wasn't the virtual universe, it was reality. So huge Luo Feng was speechless. This huge continent floating in space had stars and planets beside it, however. They were nothing but little dots beside it. Even the universe ship, which was constantly getting closer, after a while, it still seemed as though the continent was as far away as before. It's bigger than any planets I've seen before, by at least 10 million times. It's too huge. Luo Feng held his breath. Your Majesty, how's the headquarters beside? The skinny old man smiled. Luo Feng asked curiously, just how big is it? How big? The skinny old man shook his head. If we don't go through universe transfer through the dark universe, just relying on the universe ship to fly from side to side, will take at least 10 years. You mean? Luo Feng was shocked. Its diameter alone is about 1 light years. 1 light year was a little more than 90 quintillion km. The Earth's diameter was but 10,000 kilometers. It was no wonder the distant stars and planets seemed nothing more than little dots. This continent floating in the universe was simply outrageous. The silver-haired, skinny old man nodded his head. Such a big continent, where did it come from? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask, was there such a large naturally formed continent in the universe even? Though the universe was mysterious, with many mysterious places, however, naturally forming a 10 light-years diameter continent was simply unbelievable. Not sure. The skinny old man shook his head. Luo Feng didn't ask more. Even though he could see the distant floating continent was incomparably vast. However, with the F-grade universe ship traveling close to light speed and about 13 hours later, he finally reached the entrance of the virtual universe company headquarters. During the flight, Luo Feng could only gaze in awe as he appreciated the beauty and perfection of the construction of this continent. Even though it seemed like it was a wonder naturally formed by the universe. As his ship drew closer, Luo Feng could feel this natural continent was infused with high amounts of technology. Your Majesty, those stars, planets, and nebulas surrounding this continent are actually very terrifying technological weapons within the ship's luxurious hall, the skinny old man introduced. All Luo Feng nodded. With the company's measures, those planets and stars are indeed easily controllable like toys to them. Even undyings could play with the stars. With the virtual company's unbelievable technology, changing the stars and planets to where even a sector lord knows they are weapons, these two were probably just for show. The virtual universe headquarters' true defenses probably weren't that simple. The universe ship entered the continent through an opening and flew at light speed for a few minutes before finally slowing down and stopping. Luo Feng and the sector lord Shawu and others flew out of the cabin door. Outside there were 10 men and women dressed in uniform waiting. When Luo Feng arrived, these 10, with a silver-armored man with a green horn leading, said in unison, Your Majesty Luo Feng, Knight Feng is awaiting your arrival. Please follow me. Luo Feng nodded. Thanks. Shawu. Luo Feng turned back and looked at the skinny old man. Sector Lord Shawa revealed a smile. "It was my honor to accompany your majesty for 3 years." After which, the two separated. Luo Feng followed the silver-armored green-horned man and others through a dreamy-like pathway. The later half of the pathway was translucent. With one look, one could see the beautiful space outside, along with the surrounding mountain scenery. "Your Majesty Luo Feng, Your Majesty Luo Feng." Along the pathway, there were 3 people waiting. Luo Feng looked curiously at the 3 approaching people. "Your Majesty, these are the items you ordered, according to Your Majesty's request. The exchange will be done here in the headquarters." The 3 immediately submitted the items. As Luo Feng's 3-year journey was in the Dark Universe, also plus the fact that his training was mostly in the virtual universe, hence the Golden Shadow Blade, the Absolute Void Shield, and the life fruits he purchased didn't require an immediate exchange, since the Cloud Contact Vine already had enough food prepared. He decided to exchange for these at the headquarters itself. Of course, something like the illusionary techniques, he learned it in the virtual universe. Thanks. Luo Feng opened to take a look and immediately kept it within his storage ring. At that time, he was taken into an oval-shaped large hall. The entire surroundings of the hall was completely transparent. Looking up, one could see the endless space. Viewing the distant beautiful scenery, one could also see universe ships and shooting star-like undyings flying past. Luo Feng. "Madman, you've come." "Haha, madman." Luo Feng's entrance immediately attracted welcomes from many. Long Yun, Wuka, Jianma. Luo Feng laughed and immediately waved at each of them. Training hard in Yuxiang Mountain for 3 years, the same batch of youths had interacted quite a bit over the 3 years, except for a small number that preferred solitude. Many of them had become good friends. At least they were able to chat and laugh. There may have been some that preferred solitude, but this was also because they were too lonely, having never met anyone of their level. And to be able to enter the Genius Battle's entire universe, top 1000, at least they'd recognize each other's strengths. Becoming good friends was normal. Rong Jun hasn't arrived. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. "He'll be here soon. He's almost within the headquarters." The Manka Prince Wuka laughed casually. "Come, sit here." Similarly in the Absolute Beginning region, the 8 of them were closer than with others. Just from the sitting arrangement within the hall, one could easily see cliques and circles had been formed within these 1000. Bolan. Luo Feng looked at the side where a white-clothed youth sat beside the window. Luo Feng smiled and shouted out. The white-clothed youth turned and glanced over. Just making a sound, and immediately turning once again to peer outside. These 3 years on Yuxiang Mountain, Death God Bolan had been in solitude, only seldom communicating with a few people, but actually speaking very little. However, for the contact they had, Luo Feng and the others realized that even though Bolan was very cold and enjoyed being alone, his character was still not bad. The Absolute Beginning few seemed to be pretty proud, actually sticking and talking to Bolan, thinking they are much stronger than us. Right, back then we made it into the top 100, the Virtual Universe Company immediately picked the top 20 from us to fight for the final 10, not even giving us a chance. And it's been 3 years. These 3 years, those of us in the Heaven and Land region have all made improvements, some even shocking. I believe there are a Few of us even stronger than those in the absolute beginning region. Just wait, there'll be time to compete. At the other side, about 10 youths relied on genetic energy to communicate. Chatting amongst themselves. They remained unconvinced. Since the time the virtual universe system back then had directly picked the people to eliminate, many had remained unhappy with the decisions. What's more, over these 3 years, many had improved by quite a bit, especially since some didn't have good techniques back then. Over these 3 years they had time to exchange for fitting techniques. Their improvements were huge. They were all confident now. After about 6 more hours, all 1,000 had gathered. Attention all, please follow me. Once the 1,000 had gathered, a man with red eyes, dressed in a simple, but elegant white robe, spoke hoarsely. That aura he emitted made the 1,000 youths feel a sense of fear within, almost as though a normal person was facing a venomous snake. The tall red-eyed man left the hall and immediately released a powerful invincible aura that completely subdued the 1,000 youths. So, immediately becoming a light ray and flying for a few minutes, they stopped before a peculiar ship, before releasing the 1,000 youths. Phew! Only then did Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. That inability to resist, that aura that made their hearts tremble, the surrounding geniuses all felt the same. Attention all, please enter the ship. The tall and skinny red-eyed man spoke coldly. Luo Feng looked up and saw the peculiar ship before them. This is a ship. Luo Feng was shocked. This ship before them was simply too strange and special, mainly because its entire shape was simply like a fish. A translucent dull blue huge fish. Its tail was even waving about. Its entire length was about 1,000 m. However, the stomach portion of this huge fish actually had a cabin door. Through it one could see the internal pathways. Dumbfounded, the 1,000 geniuses, very few of them actually knew about these kinds of ships. The others seemed confused and stunned. Under the coaxing of the tall and skinny red-eyed man, they all entered through the door. The interiors are similar to other ships. How come its exterior is just like a fish? Luo Feng and the group walked within the ship's pathways. F-grade universe ships were made from pure natural metals. Even the ships that went to receive us were all F grades, and right now this ship that's taking us to the primal universe, this is definitely at least an F grade, I think. Pure metals were supposedly strong and durable. This one was exactly like a fish. It was unbelievable. Stupid. You don't even know about this. This is a universe ship that's been fused with other life forms. Babata's voice resounded, and it's a very high level of life form, at least an undying level, like the metal life forms, plant life forms. There are some special races that can actually fuse and become one with ships. This universe ship is much better than your teacher's Yanemo planet ship. If what I'm guessing isn't wrong, it can be considered even as surpassing the F-grade AG-grade universe ship. To be able to have such a ship in the vast universe, that would be one who stands at the pinnacle of existences. Fusing an undying life form with a ship. Luo Feng didn't even have time to react before he followed the others into the ship's large hall. Within the hall, a formless pressure caused the 1,000 geniuses to not dare to make a sound. Even the 10 undyings within the ship, including that tall and skinny red-eyed man, slightly bowed. Luo Feng glanced over and spotted the green armored purple scaled man standing right in front, even though he still felt as though he wasn't truly present. giving a sense like he was virtual projection, not a real person. The purple scaled man looked at the youths and said, "Let's depart, towards the primal universe." Rumble. The fish-like universe ship waved its tail and immediately vanished from its position within the large hall. None of the 1,000 geniuses dared to make a sound against such an intimidating undying. It felt almost like a mountain pressing down on you against this purple-scaled man, who seemed like he was there physically, yet not at all. It was completely different. He wasn't intentionally pressuring them at all. It was simply his natural aura. It naturally made others respect him. That was life submitting itself. Stop! A thunderous roar resounded from outside, entering within the universe ship interior and eventually resounding throughout the entire ship, feeling this level of pressure. All the geniuses were shocked still, as they were only a bunch of star levels, with some that have broken through to the universe level. They were simply helpless against such great beings. If they didn't control their auras, probably just a look would make their souls crumble. Geniuses were after all just geniuses. They weren't truly strong yet. Their path had just begun. "It's me, open the universe pathway," the purple-scaled man said indifferently. His voice passed through the universe ship and reverberated even outside. Rumble. A low rumbling came from outside and the ship continued its path. This is really uncomfortable. Not right. The 1,000 geniuses had gone pale. Even Luo Feng felt his head ache badly, and it started to throb. He tried hard to keep his eyes open, yet he couldn't even see his surroundings clearly. We are currently within the pathway between the actual universe and the primal universe. The purple-scaled man looked at the group of pale youths, some even falling to the ground. The primal universe and the actual universe have different time flows, hence creating a chaotic time flow within this pathway. This will make you all uncomfortable for a while. Of the 1,000 youths, only about 300 of them could barely stand. "I can't see clearly anymore." Luo Feng fought hard to keep his eyes open. "Wow, Luo Feng, this is the legendary universe pathway. The chaotic time flow actually feels this way. Even I, a living AI, feel kind of weird. Haha, it's too mystical, simply too mystical." Babata, however, was incomparably excited. These chances are extremely rare. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the feeling passed. Luo Feng regained his full consciousness. Luo Feng looked around, discovering that many were lying on the ground, their expressions pale, and some even had tears flowing out, following which they all began to climb back up, brushing off their tears and regaining their composure. "Right now, we've already entered the primal universe," the purple-scaled man smiled. "Primal universe. We've already reached the primal universe." The geniuses from many universe countries were all filled with curiosity. Even the 10 undyings that came along with the purple-scaled 9-blade knight, their eyes were filled with anticipation as they started looking around. "Open the top," the purple-scaled man said. Chi-Chi, the large metallic roof, actually automatically opened above the hall, revealing a transparent glass outer layer. Immediately, the top of the hall became transparent and everyone looked up to look through that layer towards the outer world. Luo Feng raised his head too. With one glance, he discovered that there was a dark aura floating about outside. Some energy flowed above them. In the distance, he could barely make out the lands and skies splitting apart. Even large amounts of engravings flowing through these splits and spaces. Threads weaving in and out, with engravings floating all about, almost like a looms slowly rebuilding and growing the land and skies further. This as Luo Feng felt a space split open in the distance, with crystal-like threads flowing within, which were filled with engravings. Even the 10 Undyings kept looking up, occasionally closing their eyes to ponder and then opening to observe again. The ship continued to move forward. They frequently saw spaces splitting apart and the peculiar threads of engravings. Stars and planets all have their own lifespans. This universe too has its own lifespan, only that it's incredibly long. The purple-scaled man smiled. This primal universe is a new universe belonging to when a universe is in its beginning stages. During this period, the universe will constantly improve itself and form anew. Hence the universe origin laws will be flowing about and will be very obvious to the eyes. The universe space splits will continue to regrow and recover. Even the flowing energy flows all contain within them the origin laws. Luo Feng and the rest of the 1,000 all listened wide-eyed and stunned. The crystal threads that rebuilt the splits all over, these large amounts of threads with engravings, were all the universe origin laws energy flow. The actual universe in which we live in is incomparably vast, huge, and perfect, the purple-scaled man said, and because it's perfect, we cannot easily see the energy flow. Hence comprehension is much harder. However, in the primal universe, the naked eye can easily spot such energy flows. You've all seen how perfectly the different laws work together, how the universe forms and the law energy flows. Since everything can be seen with your eyes, the comprehension here is much easier. The name list for the primal universe is incomparably valuable, the purple-scaled man said, glancing at the 10 Undyings. The 10 Undyings all continued to look up, obviously treasuring every bit of time. Close, the purple-scaled man said. The roof immediately sealed up. Actually, just from looking at the splits in space and the threads of engravings about, Luo Feng understood that the virtual simulation couldn't simulate something like this, because these engravings were meant to be felt and not just seen. Relying just on technology to simulate it wasn't enough. If it could be simulated, then there would be no need to even enter the primal universe. In a while, we will arrive at Primal Chaos City, the purple-scaled man said. The Primal Chaos City is where the participants within the primal universe train and live. You are all under me. I hope to see all of you alive in 30 years. We can die here. There's danger. Luo Feng and the others were suspicious. Remember, after entering Primal Chaos City, first listen to the person receiving you, listen clearly to the rules. Oh, we've arrived, the purple-scaled man said, and the universe ship's speed began to slow down. This large fish began its travel through this vast universe space. In the short time since the roof closed, the large fish had flown to an ancient city. In the air, its stomach portion cabin door opened and the 1,000 geniuses flew out, following which the door closed and the large fish waved its tail and immediately disappeared into the distance. The feeling of this primal universe sure is special. This feels really comfortable. Right, extremely comfortable. A group of youths stood in mid-air. Luo Feng looked down at the ancient majestic city as a city built within the primal universe itself. It gave off an aura of profoundness. In the distance a black light flew over. Attention all, I am the receiver of Primal Chaos City. A low voice resounded. A black-robed man flew over, following which he stopped and smiled. His head was filled with green scales. This city is called Primal Chaos City. Its time in existence is even longer than many of your universe countries. Themselves right now, it's governed by the Virtual Universe Company, Huge Axe, Dojo, Universe First Bank, Universe Galaxy Bank and the Universe Mercenaries. All together. Silence. The 1,000 youths looked at this receiver of Primal Chaos City. Follow me, the receiver smiled and flew down. The 1,000 people flew downwards and landed in the streets of the city. The pathway allowed up to a few tens of people to form a line. The Primal Chaos City has been around for a very long time, the receiver walked ahead, explaining as he walked, among the participants that come to Primal Chaos City, many absolute beings have already been produced. Luo Feng looked around. This city had many buildings around, and on the balconies of these buildings, there were many human-like people sitting crossed-legged. Some were drawing several things on the grounds, strong auras from all over, much stronger than sector lords, some even muttering things from their mouths. Luo Feng looked up at the sky. In the sky above, close to one of the universe splits, he could make out undyings all around it floating about. Occasionally these beings even looked down at Luo Feng's group. Another group of punks have arrived. It's receiver number 11, those are the punks from the Virtual Universe Company. I heard that among the Virtual Universe Company's batch, there's someone called Bolin. He's not bad. Beside that universe split, a few great beings floated and chatted. Luo Feng and their group of youths, they were all very low profile. They could feel that there were many undyings around, and these undyings were all being conservative, not daring to release their auras at all. However, within the city there were 10 absolute energy flows that were simply heavenly. Even Luo Feng could clearly feel them. Just like 10 absolute ferocious beasts, stationed at different locations within Primal Chaos City. There are many absolute beings within Primal Chaos City. The receiver turned and said, don't ever go disturb any of them when they are studying the origin laws. The moment you disturb them, I can only send you out of the Primal Universe and end your participation. The group nodded. The receiver immediately entered an empty building beside. There are many buildings within Primal Chaos City. If the doors are white, it means there's no one is living there. The receiver pointed at a large door. As long as you place your hand on the surface of the door system will automatically activate and cause it to change to a dark gray. You'll then become the building's owner, and it'll automatically record your signal. Everyone can only choose one living quarter. After which, he walked up to the balcony. The balcony was pretty huge, as the length and width were close to 100 m. Enough to stand 1,000 people. This is Luo Feng looked at the many pictures engraved on the surface of the balcony. Many of them were mysterious and peculiar. This Luo Feng looked carefully, getting lost in the engravings. Many youths too were completely immersed within space origin laws. This has been infused with space origin laws. Many youths shouted out. Attention! All the receiver's voice entered everyone's minds. All their souls were immediately awoken. Primal Chaos City has many generations of countless absolute beings sitting on the balconies and studying. During their progress, they occasionally draw and carve as well, hence they've left behind many of their thoughts and origin law studies. If you have interest in them, a good half of Primal Chaos City is vacant right now. You can go from balcony to balcony to take a look. You never know, you might find some comprehension. Engravings of some knights from the past. The group of youths' eyes gleamed. Let me first tell you all a very important rule, the receiver emphasized. Within the primal universe, any human against human killing is strictly Forbidden, whoever makes a move will be punished and killed without a doubt. Understood. The group of youths nodded. The primal universe, compared to the actual universe, has a time ratio of 1:328. The black-robed receiver laughed. Your participation time in here this round is a little more than 30 years. Time is very precious, don't waste it. The black-robed receiver jumped down from the balcony, landing on the ground below. The 1,000 geniuses behind followed suit and jumped, like a big group of locusts, covering the skies as they landed in the spacious pathway in front of the building. Follow me, we'll head to the city owner's mansion, the black-robed receiver said. That's where the city owner stays, and it's also the core of the entire Primal Chaos City. City owner. Luo Feng was shocked when he heard it as the only city within the entire Primal Universe. The history of the Primal Chaos City was even more ancient than many universe countries. The owner of this ancient city could only imagine his position as he was able to take on such a position. His strength definitely wouldn't be weaker than those country leaders. Rumble ahead in the distance, a 30 m tall single-horned beast, clad in red scales walked over. It took up more than half of the entire pathway, and on its back stood a purple short-haired youth. He was dressed in a dark blue armor, with similar dark blue boots, while carrying one huge purple blade on his back, looking up at the sky. The black-robed receiver bowed respectfully to display his respect, and the 1,000 youths watched as the huge beast left. Beast taming. You can even bring tamed beasts into Primal Chaos City. The group of youths couldn't help but discuss softly ahead. The black-robed receiver smiled. That person before is an eternal resident of Primal Chaos City. As an eternal resident, he has the privilege to bring tamed beasts in. Eternal resident. I heard that even undyings who want to enter here, the slot alone is incomparably expensive and valuable. The youths were all shocked. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim, how can that be? His own teacher, even as a powerful being amongst the undying, couldn't even afford a slot to enter the primal universe. However, that youthful-looking man from before was an eternal resident. Nothing's impossible, the black-robed receiver smiled, as long as one has a large enough contribution, or absolute strength, and eventually acquiring the admittance from the Alliance, one can become an eternal resident. Luo Feng pondered. Alliance, right? This Primal Chaos City was governed by the 5 Leviathans together. He guessed that the alliance he mentioned was that of these 5 together. May I ask, how does one become an eternal resident amongst the crowd? The Menka Prince Wuka shouted. The requirements are extremely strict. The black-robed receiver smiled. When you become an undying, you'll know them. Asking now is just futile. The black-robed receiver led the bustling group of youths who were of many different human races, walking along the pathways. It was indeed quite a sight. Luo Feng, however, discovered that on the balconies of the buildings along the pathway, among those quietly meditating warriors, only very few of them actually opened their eyes to glance over at this group. Many were too immersed within their training. Many had beards and hair that grew extremely long, almost as though they hadn't been trimmed in hundreds to thousands of years. Ahead is the city owner's mansion. The black-robed receiver pointed ahead. Luo Feng looked up. There was a majestic construct, which was over 300 m tall. Even from afar, one could distinctly see the most glaring 3 words in universe language on the building: city owner residence. Just looking at those words, one couldn't help but get enticed by it, almost as though hidden within those words was a new space or even universe. One's entire focus couldn't help but get drawn into it, and entering into the universe space within those words. This shocked Luo Feng so much he lowered his head and didn't dare take another look. The three huge words city owner residence, just take one quick look and don't look at it often. The black-robed receiver laughed. It'll cause you to lose yourself in them. Even undyings normally wouldn't dare stare at it. Ah, that mystical. Many geniuses that hadn't noticed the three words before looked up curiously to see. With that, they all fell for it. Haha, the black-robed receiver couldn't help but laugh at the scene. He normally attended to groups of absolute warriors. He'd have to be more rigid and felt uncomfortable. However, with these punks, it was much more relaxing. Although it looked like it was located fairly close, as they continued to walk, they realized that it was pretty far. Even though they were walking pretty quickly, it still took several minutes to reach the entrance of the building. With one look, they spotted frequent black-robed receivers heading over and away. They also occasionally spotted a few undyings and sector lords entering and leaving the building. Primal Chaos City is the only city within the primal universe. The black-robed receiver smiled. In this city, there are three treasures. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, listening intently. The first of the three, which everybody knows about, is that one can naturally see the origin laws movement in the universe. The black-robed receiver smiled. As for the second, it's within the city. It's located within the city owner's mansion. The third is located outside the city. Just what are these treasures? A group of youths couldn't help but ask. The black-robed receiver pointed around the surrounding balconies where many have trained before. For over 1 trillion years, many warriors have stayed and left this city during their training. Any spark or idea would be carved into the grounds and surfaces of the walls, and with deep thought, or whatever gains they discovered, they would also carve there. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, comprehending the origin laws was akin to flashes of inspiration. When one suddenly comprehended something, one would carve it down. After all, a picture was worth 1,000 words. Even though some people would casually write down a line of words, after a few years, by looking at those few words, could easily jolt the memory of the time from before. And ironically, if one typed it into a computer, after a few years, looking at it may not even help recall anything. Personally, drawing and writing, it was a very good comprehending medium. Primal Chaos City, this sort of tradition has been around for countless years, the black-robed youth exclaimed, because the records are all casually left behind. There are no rules. Many of them are even just odd bits and pieces, hence many of them only help a little here and there. However, over 1 trillion years, countless such flashes of inspiration and records have left behind very strong and systematic training aids. The black-robed receiver emphasized, in our Primal Chaos City, there are also the most valuable 52 Primal Chaos tablets. Every tablet records a large amount of mysterious pictures, etc. These 52 tablets are the 52 large pathways of training. These are the pathways that lead directly to the top. If one manages to comprehend even one entire tablet, then he would immediately become an absolute existence within the universe. Even opening your own universe country would be simple. Luo Feng couldn't help but hold his breath. Beside him, Savage Rong, Jun, Menka, youth and the 1,000 men and women were all excited. 52 Primal Chaos tablets infused with the pinnacle pathways. After Comprehending just one tablet, one could open a universe country. These 52 primal chaos tablets are the second treasure located within this city. The black-robed receiver smiled. As for the third treasure, it's outside the city. At the entrance there's a stone monument with specific details. You can all go look at it yourselves. The group were extremely excited with anticipation. The first and second treasure both had huge benefits to everybody. This third treasure couldn't be anything less. The 52 primal chaos tablets, the black-robed receiver said. Everyone who comes into the primal chaos to train will have one chance to look at them. Every time, you'll have a total of 7 days. 7 days. The group stared. That short. The primal chaos tablets are the treasures of humanity. They are clearer than any technique manual, and they were pathways to the pinnacle of strength. Just the 7 days of viewing would be sufficient for the likes of you. The black-robed receiver immediately walked towards the entrance door. Enter, get ready to pick your tablet. The residence was a huge place. Even the normal balconies in the living districts were 100 m long and wide. One could only imagine just how big this residence was. Everyone can only pick one tablet to view and study. The black-robed receiver led the group and quickly entered a mystical pathway. The pathway had 2 walls, and hung on them were the many huge pictures. Luo Feng took one glance and knew immediately there were 52 pictures. Hung on these walls are the 52 stone-rubbing copies every picture depicts. The primal chaos tablets. You will first take a look at these, and even though they are unable to infuse within them the energy flows of the original tablets, they will still make you feel a strand of their original energy flow. Just take a look at these 52 pictures, and later decide which tablet you will study. The black-robed receiver spoke. The group of youths walked along the pathway and were stunned by the 52 pictures on the walls. They had to pick the tablets just from these pictures. Every picture was specifically 10 m long and wide, and beside them were their names. I'll give you all half an hour. The black-robed receiver stood outside the pathway. Luo Feng and the group began to look around. Luo Feng randomly picked one to begin. This first one, he looked at, had an ancient tree that rose to the skies. Its leaves were already yellow and countless of them were falling, these floating leaves that were in mid-air of this picture. With Luo Feng's mental calculation, in an instant he deduced there were definitely over 10,000 leaves. On the picture, the yellow leaves fell one after another. There were still some leaves on the tree itself. The ground, however, was fully covered in them. Looking on, Luo Feng felt that the leaves floating in mid-air were like soldiers, one after another, forming an entire army. That incomparably complex formation, with every 100 forming one complex little group. Just adding one extra leaf, that 101 immediately made the formation even more magical and mystical. 1 minute up. Babada's voice resounded within his mind and woke him up. Luo Feng, you only have half an hour to look at all the pictures. You cannot spend more than 1 minute on one picture. Understood. Luo Feng awoke and looked at the name on that picture. Muzu. Primal Chaos Tablet. This made Luo Feng crease his eyebrows. Muzu, is it linked to the Muzu planet? He didn't dare think too much. After all, there were 52 pictures to go through. Luo Feng quickly went to view the rest. He had to look for the most suitable for himself within that half an hour, and the most suitable, only that would have the highest efficiency for his training. As for the Muzu tablet, it gave Luo Feng some headaches when he looked at it. 101 leaves, compared to the 100 leaves formation, it was 100 times more magical and mystical. Those over 10,000 leaves, just how much would they change and evolve? It was impossible to imagine. Picture after picture, total silence. The 1,000 geniuses were like starving wolves, their eyes were all gleaming. While staring at the many pictures before, they were all dissatisfied on having to choose their tablet from looking at pictures. However, they still got totally immersed in them. Luckily, everyone had their own AI systems to remind them, otherwise they would spend the entire half an hour on one picture. Luo Feng stared at the large picture before him. On it were many slash marks. Every mark gave off a different feeling. The entire picture had a total of 10,081 slashes. The name of the picture was Scarred Heart Primal Chaos Tablet. Alright, your half an hour is up. Tell me your tablet choices, and I'll record them, the black-robed receiver shouted. I choose the Dragon Order Primal Chaos Tablet. I choose the Wind Shadow Primal Chaos Tablet. The black-robed receiver walked from the outermost layer of the group, slowly progressing inwards, simultaneously asking for each of the geniuses' choices. However, behind the crowd, Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and his gaze sweeping past the 52 pictures. Honesty, out of these 52, there were a total of 38 that actually caught his attention and piqued his interest, including that Muzu Primal Chaos Tablet. Even though it had enticed him, it did however work with a very complex flow movement. Most suitable for me. Luo Feng looked at the picture on the left, and another on the right. In the distance, his most favorite, the 9 Universe Primal Chaos Tablet, and the final one he saw, the Scarred Heart Primal Chaos Tablet. When he looked at the 9 Universe Tablet, his entire being cheered excitedly from within, feeling that the 9 Universe Tablet was the most suitable for his Nanshan armaments. Progress with slight changes, he could even incorporate it into his close combat techniques. However, the Scarred Heart Tablet, Luo Feng looked. He could faintly see the skills and blade works appearing within his mind. Those 10081 slashes, they could be said to fully incorporate an extreme level of blade work. Which should I choose? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. He wanted to train them all. The 9 Universe was most suited for his Nanshan armament, while the Scarred Heart Tablet was most suitable for his blade work. Of course, his current strength was still very weak. He could only make out very little bits of each of the complex tablets that were infused with extremely profound elements. These 52 tablets were after all the huge pathways to the pinnacle of strength. Theoretically speaking, every tablet in itself could help one comprehend close combat and long-distance combat. He's come. Luo Feng turned to look. The black-robed receiver had already recorded over 700 answers. He had already reached beside Luo Feng, looking up and staring at him. Which do you choose? The black-robed receiver asked. I choose the 9 Universe Primal Chaos Tablet, Luo Feng replied seriously. The black-robed receiver nodded, and the screen on his arm recorded it. Immediately, he turned and continued on to the next person. Even though the Scarred Heart Tablet and the 9 Universe Tablets are both my favorites, and my close combat improves at a fast rate, my strongest skill is still without doubt my long-distance attacks. Right now, my close combat is improving mainly because of the Masha clone training the illusionary techniques. A true warrior doesn't need every skill and technique to be that strong. If they are all strong, it also means they aren't all that strong in general. Strengthen my strong point. Constantly strengthening my strong points, making them become absolute and powerful. That's a true absolute warrior. And the Scarred Heart tablet begins from the Gold Origin Laws entrance the 9. Universe tablet approaches however from the Space Origin Law amidst the many Origin Laws. It was without a doubt that space and time were the two strongest. If he had to pick, he would pick the stronger one. The black-robed receiver walked till the end of the pathway and recorded everybody's answer, turning and smiling. I've already sent your choices out. Follow me. Luo Feng and the rest of the 1,000 followed the black-robed receiver and left that pathway to go deeper, eventually leading to an empty training ground. This training ground was extremely empty and spacious, about 10 kilometers long and wide. If it were an ordinary person from Earth, he wouldn't be able to see end to end. Naturally, Luo Feng and the rest could see it all clearly. Within the empty training ground, the 1,000 people gathered. The black-robed receiver stood in front of them. Right now, among the secret rooms of the 52 tablets, 12 of them currently have people in them, the other 40 are empty. The black-robed receiver looked at the group before him. I will now read out the names of these 40 empty rooms. Yan Shan Primal Chaos Tablet, Scarred Heart Primal Chaos Tablet. The black-robed receiver swiftly reported the 40 names in one breath. Those that have chosen these 40 tablets, immediately head towards the left entrance ahead. You will be arranged to enter the secret rooms. The receiver pointed into the distance. On the left end of the training ground, there was a 30 tall entrance. Head over there now. Immediately, at least 800 over of the youths became beam of lights and left, leaving behind only a little more than 100 youths. U-139 will wait a while, the black-robed receiver said. The tablets that you have chosen currently have people in them when other people are in there. It is absolutely forbidden for anyone to open the room and disturb them. Hence when they've finished, you all will enter. The longest time you'll have to wait will only be 3 days. This way, you can go to the city owner residence's tower. The black-robed receiver pointed ahead. Over there, you can train there first. When it's time for your turn, I'll inform you all. Luo Feng, Savage Rong Jun, and the rest of the 139 youths could only head to the tower. So unlucky. 52 Primal Chaos tablets, only 12 of these had people in them, and it's actually us. Along the way, the youths were somewhat helpless. Savage Rong Jun smiled and looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you and I are really brothers in arms. We entered the top 10 together, up to the top 5 battles. Even the choices of the tablets, both our choices have people in them. Luo Feng nodded, asking, which did you choose? Me, the huge axe tablet, Savage Rong Jun said. Rong Jun, I too chose the huge axe tablet. The Manka youth Wuka, who was speaking to others, turned and suddenly shouted, running over and spoke softly. Luo Feng, Rong Jun, do you know just who left behind this huge axe tablet? Every tablet was left behind by true pinnacle warriors of the human race. History in the universe. 52 Primal Chaos tablets, they became the treasures of humanity. Who? Rong Jun asked. Don't tell me it's connected to the huge axe dojo, Luo Feng thought and asked. Right. Wuka nodded, saying softly, this huge axe tablet is left behind by the founder of one of the 5 great Leviathans, the huge axe dojo. It holds within unbelievable power. The moment one completely comprehends it, that's simply heavenly. You'd become the pinnacle of pinnacle existence within the entire universe. The founder of the huge axe dojo, Luo Feng, and Rong Jun exchanged glances. My God! One of the 5 great leviathans of humanity. If one actually wanted to put a ranking to these 5 leviathans, it was actually pretty simple from one thing: the entire universe. Humans, 1008 universe. Countries, every 10,000 years they hold 2 genius battles. One was organized by the Virtual Universe Company, and another by the Huge Axe Dojo. The most exceptional geniuses were picked by these 2, the Universe First Bank, the Universe Galaxy Bank, and Universe Mercenary Alliance, however, never do such things. So who's stronger in the 5? The Virtual Universe Company and the Huge Axe Dojo naturally stand above the rest. And as the founder of the Huge Axe Dojo, his status was much higher than any of the 1008 universe country leaders. Hence I chose the Huge Axe Tablet. Wooka was satisfied. Also amongst the sector lords and undying, this tablet is also the most popular. Haha, Rong Jun laughed. Luo Feng twitched his lips. Of course, the rest of the other tablets are also not ordinary in any way. Otherwise they'd never gain the right to be erected beside the huge axe. Tablet. Wooka consoled Luo Feng. Luo Feng, study that 9 universe tablet properly, you still have a bright future, as he said. Wooka held his stomach and laughed. You punk. Luo Feng shook his head. In the tower of the residence, Luo Feng and that group of over 100 youths sat within, gazing into the distance. It was too huge. The entire primal chaos was extremely huge. As for the distant areas outside the city, they were a complete blur, and hard to see clearly. The main thing was a large amount of primal chaotic energy was flowing within the primal universe, causing people to be unable to see too far. So comfortable. This primal universe is so much more comfortable than the actual universe. The group of youths were discussing. Luo Feng could feel it too. Ever since they entered the primal universe, his entire body was incomparably comfortable, from internally to external, from mental to his body, they were all comfortable. This is the reason for the primal universe. In the distance, a middle-aged man in a loose purple golden long robe walked over. You are the winners from this time's genius competition organized by the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng and the rest of the 139 turned and nodded. The reason why you feel so comfortable is because of this. The middle-aged man pointed beside to the primal chaos energy flow floating. This is what we call primal chaos energy. It has different properties from the elemental universe energies in the actual universe. It's also different from those mixed universe energies. This primal chaos energy has the peculiar energy to nurture and evolve many types of things. Surrounded by this energy, naturally you'll feel comfortable. The middle-aged man smiled. Luo Feng and the rest realized. However, this type of energy is only present in the primal universe. The middle-aged man in the purple golden long robe shook his head. Even if you try and bring this energy back to the actual universe, it will only dissipate into other forms of energy. When Luo Feng and the group of youths were chatting with this powerful warrior, suddenly, rumble in the distant land and sky's powerful ripples were happening. The sound shook both the land and skies. Ways. An angry roar resounded throughout the skies of the entire primal chaos city. A fearsome lightning energy immediately pierced through tens of millions of li, causing the strong warriors on the balconies of the buildings to all open their eyes and look into the distance. Luo Feng and the group who were suppressed by that powerful energy had all gone pale, looking shocked from the tower. In the distance, a tall and sturdy bull giant dressed in ancient copper armor was almost like a god of the land and skies, wielding a huge axe that was almost his size, and waving it and slashing towards another great being that was currently a beam of lightning fleeing. That lightning energy they all felt was from this absolute being fleeing. Silence. Luo Feng and the rest of them were all shocked and pressured by the energies of these two absolute beings. They actually dare to battle in Primal Chaos City. The purple golden long robed middle-aged man looked in the distance, saying shocked, "Ways, how can this bull man be so stupid? Ways, you just entered Primal Chaos City for a few days, and you actually dare to make a move on Labwa? Isn't making a move in Primal Chaos City looking for death?" Engulfed in the blurry chaos energy within the city, it was impossible to see the end of the city. On the balconies of the many buildings, the warriors of the universe all opened their eyes wide and stared at the distant two people. The one being chased was completely engulfed in lightning. He purposely let his lightning pierce through the entire skies. Roar, the tall and sturdy wild bull giant, with his bright red eyes, raged as he waved that terrifying huge axe. His opponent simultaneously fled as he too waved his lightning pike. The space around them crumbled, chaos energy rippled throughout. In the tower of the owner's residence, Luo Feng and the group of individuals had all gone pale. They were simply like ants, while the two in the distance were like giant ancient gods. These two. Luo Feng held his breath, looking at the distant space crumble. His eyes opened wide. They are two strong undyings, are actually that terrifying. Most of the undyings he had met were mostly in the virtual universe. Even the ones he met in reality were controlling their auras. This was the first time he was witnessing an undying actually raging, and this rage, with just a wave, was enough to crumble space within the universe. Just his strength alone can break space. Luo Feng looked up, the surge of lightning snakes in the air. The lightning pierced through 10 million li. With a flip of their hands they could easily destroy a planet. These were undying. Luo Feng finally understood. Rumble. Within the entire Primal Chaos City resounded a rage-filled roar. Suddenly the land and skies completely went dark. Luo Feng was shocked to realize that the initial occasional splits and crumbles in space had sealed by itself the flowing origin law energies, and even the chaos energies. These all completely went silent and stopped moving altogether. In the distance, the two absolute warriors went silent too. Rumble above them, large amounts of chaos energy had formed a giant hand, almost like a mountain-size hand. This chaos energy hand violently smacked down, like the heavens smashing down. Altogether. Chi-chi. The two undyings had a look of shock and fear in their eyes. Ways and Labwa. These two had pretty high reputations even within the 1008 universe countries. As powerful undyings, nevertheless, they were immediately reduced to powder. Almost like smashing tofu, the powerful warriors within Primal Chaos City all stared wide-eyed. Both of them became nothing but powder. Even their souls turned to dust. Chi-chi. Chi-chi. In the distant space, the dust began to swiftly gather again, forming two human shapes. One was the bull giant and the other the skinny man engulfed in lightning, their faces both pale. The skinny man shouted out, "City leader. It's him who wants to kill me. it's Waze who wants to kill me, I'm innocent. I only hate I wasn't able to kill you. The bull man's eyes were red, staring hard at the skinny man, roaring softly. Stupid, the skinny man laughed coldly and glanced at him. Ah, the bull man roared with rage. It couldn't be helped. Just a thought from the city leader and 100,000 Li of chaos energy formed a hand, causing these two undyings to barely survive through it, with no ability to fight back at all. That level of attack control, it was terrifying. The third law enforcement team will kick both Waze and Lebwa out of the primal universe. Waze will be locked in the 9th Starfield jail, Libio in the 2nd Starfield jail. A low voice, infused with traces of metal or something similar, resounded throughout the entire primal universe. Yes. A resounding reply echoed through the airs of the city. 5 blood-colored lights flew over, against the law enforcement team. The two undyings that had already suffered a heavy blow from before had no resistance at all, and not even a trace of resentment. They obediently followed the team and left in an entirely blood-red universe ship. Within that blood-red universe ship, Waze, you are considered lucky. This time you didn't kill anyone. If you had killed someone, you'd be dead without a doubt. You wouldn't be simply locked up in the 9th Starfield jail, dressed in a blood-red armor, carrying a peculiar round blade. The law enforcement undying shook his head. Humph. The bull man raged softly, his expression struggling as he stared at the distant skinny man. I only hate that I didn't kill Lebwa. Lebwa, so what if you hide within Primal Chaos City? I will still come to kill you. Stupid, even after you came in you were unable to kill me. This time I'm entering the 2nd jail, while you the 9th Starfield jail. Haha, I'll watch how you die. Lebwa laughed maniacally. Die? How can I die before I kill you? The bull giant seemed to want to swallow his opponent. You've been injured this badly, you won't be able to recover within the next 100 years, and you can still rave on so crazily. Silence. The law enforcement's 5 undyings roared simultaneously. The bull giant and the skinny man finally stopped bickering with each other. Everything happened in an instant, and the group of youths in the tower were all stunned. Most of the Primal Chaos City's tens of thousands of warriors 2 were calm. Only very few who were close or had spoken to Lebwa and Waze began discussing. Many continued their training. After all, the time within Primal Chaos City was simply too valuable for undyings to enter. Just one slot was incredibly shocking. They even became dust, but they still survived. I dare to guarantee, both their souls were dead beyond dead. What do you know? Those 2 undyings have already reached the immortal body level. Their every cell has been infused with their mental memories. Even if their souls are destroyed and reduced to ashes, as long as one cell remains, they can swiftly absorb energy and their body bits and regain their form. Immortal body. I heard that even amongst the undying, very few actually make it to this level. Those 2 undyings don't even mean anything. That city leader that made that move, now that was a truly terrifying being. He didn't even show himself. With just a thought, the entire universe space stopped its movement. Even the space splits and origin law engravings all stopped. The group of geniuses were discussing rampantly. Luo Feng and the group were both shocked and excited over what had happened. Especially that move by the city leader. It was simply overwhelming. Their bloods rushed with adrenaline. This was because they could all see that the city leader didn't even reveal himself, and he actually controlled the entire space within the city. Just how big of a deal was this? all of the universe laws, all of primal chaosity, stopping its movement. Within an instant all beings were forced to freeze. Just what level was this? Simply unbelievable. To be primal chaosity's leader, his position must be much higher than all the universe country leaders, even in the entire universe. He must be in absolute being. With just a thought he can control the entire universe space and freeze its movement. Luo Feng was completely stunned, the leader of primal chaosity. He felt like he was the master of the universe. Right, master. Damn, I've followed your teacher for over 60 million years. I've never seen such a powerful and brutal being. In his mind, Babata's high voice resounded. That's sick. I've seen a universe country leader make a move I thought that was terrifying, as within an instant he controlled the space and destroyed and injured countless within a starfield. However, it still pales in comparison to that primal chaosity leader's attack. This leader must definitely be a pinnacle being. I even feel like this primal universe is his. Luo Feng nodded. Right. There was indeed that feeling of the city being the leaders, and the leader was the universe itself. Primal universe, there's just this one primal chaos city. It's a lot more ancient than many universe countries. The leader of this city is the true pinnacle being of the vast universe. Luo Feng completely held his breath. He had the confidence of becoming an undying, even the power to head towards becoming a universe country leader, no matter what happened. At least he was able to see and touch this dream of his. A universe country leader, opening a new universe country, not falling for a trillion years. That was already a heavenly goal. In the history of the entire humanity in the universe, it took trillions of years for a universe country leader to appear. Hence, one could only imagine its difficulty. As for the even higher primal chaosity leader, Luo Feng felt like he did when he was young, looking into the skies. He was mortal. That leader was like the gods himself for someone that small to look up. It made him wonder, is that a place a normal person can actually reach? Universe country leader, dominating for a trillion years. They were all unbelievable existences, and even during your teacher's lifespan, there was no news of any new universe country leaders being produced at all. Even stronger than a universe country leader. My God, Babata had completely descended into madness. The ancient primal chaos city, Luo Feng and the group of youths stood in the tower, watching the splits in spaces within the skies. Those splits had threads of origin laws interweaving between each other. Watching them gave off a feeling of the origin laws and their peculiar ripples mixing with each other. Luo Feng and the group were immersed within. They were all geniuses that had stepped through the gateway of the origin laws. Hence it was naturally very easy to get immersed within. If it was some normal fighter or spirit reader that hadn't stepped through the entrance, they'd only be stunned while watching this scene in front of them. They had been stimulated. Of the 100, they were all proud geniuses, all absolute geniuses within their universe countries. However, no matter how absolute a genius they where there was a group every 5,000 years. Just how many were there in a trillion years? However, since the primal universe had humans from a long time ago, with countless vast and long time flows, how long did it take for a primal chaosity leader like person to appear? They were all stimulated. The group of proud geniuses were all holding their breaths within. Even if they couldn't become a primal chaosity leader, they would still become universe country leaders. However, their logical side was telling them even for the most genius of the group, Bolin, his chances of becoming a universe country leader was probably at most 1 over 10 million, much less the rest of them. Wei-Tai, Luo Feng U12 follow me, enter the 9-universe primal chaos tablet room. The black-robed receiver came to castle and called 12 names. Standing there with his eyes closed and immersed in his training, Luo Feng had to be awoken by his living AI Babata before he startled, after which, he followed the other 11 young geniuses who chose the 9-universe tablet, all being led by the black-robed receiver into the training room. The city leader's residence was extremely spacious. There were many constructs within, taking up a circular area of 1,000 li. The black-robed receiver took Luo Feng and a group of 12 through a pathway that was about 60 m wide and 120 m tall. The sides of that pathway had huge bronze doors. Every one of them were 160 m long and 120 m tall, and each of them had ancient words on them. Muzu, huge axe, dragon age. Before each door stood a kind-looking old man. The peculiar thing was, the old man standing before each door all looked exactly similar. There are a total of 52 doors here, each of them leading to one of the 52 primal chaos tablet rooms. The black-robed receiver smiled. Ahead is the 9-universe tablet training room entrance. Oh, we've arrived. Luo Feng looked at the huge bronze door. The bronze door that had been here for over 100 million years had 2 universe language words on it. 9 doors, at 120 tall. It made one able to help but look up to see it in its entirety. Beside the door stood an old man with a vertical eye on his forehead, similar in appearance to all the other old men. Lord Candeli, the black-robed receiver, bowed. The three-eyed old man smiled and looked at Luo Feng and the group, a new group of punks from the Virtual Universe Company. Yes. The black-robed receiver was incomparably respectful, following which he turned and looked at the group. This is Lord Candeli, the guardian of the primal chaos tablet training rooms. Before each of the 52 tablet doors they are all clones that Lord Candeli has conjured. He has been guarding the 52 doors for over 1 million eras. He's the most respected warrior in primal chaos city. Hua. The group of youths were shocked as they looked at this ordinary kind-looking three-eyed old man. They were surprised to find out that it was actually one person guarding all 52 doors as one of the 3 treasures of Primal Chaos City. The importance of these 52 tablets were inconceivable, allowing one person to conjure 52 clones to watch over them. Just how strong was this person? And he had been guarding them for over 1 million eras. As for the master of the UNMO planet Hu Yanbo, he had only been living for over 6,000 eras. Lord Candeli, Luo Feng and the group bowed respectfully. He, they are really young. Looking at you is akin to looking to the future. Hope of humanity. Candeli smiled and nodded. Wait a moment, the group inside are coming out momentarily. Yes, Luo Feng and the group obediently complied. Incredible Primal Chaos City is indeed the sacred training land of humanity. The strong are like clouds, powerful beyond reason. In an instant, we met a guardian that has been watching over the rooms for over 1 million eras. An old monster, Babata shouted, shocked. Your teacher was stronger than you, and he had lived longer too. However, the amount of strong warriors he's met pales in comparison to you. The difference in the circles you travel in really depicts the people you meet. The master of the UNMO planet was after all a lone warrior. Him meeting even one universe country leader was a rare occurrence. Even though Luo Feng was weak, however he had entered the core of the virtual universe company, hence, getting the opportunity to interact with the pinnacle of the human race and other unbelievable beings was not a surprise at all. Lord Candeli, a shout resounded. Schwa. With a gold band on his head and boots on his feet, an ape youth emitting a strong aura suddenly appeared at the entrance of the bronze door. He immediately bowed respectfully at Lord Candeli, and looking at Luo Feng's group, he smiled from his eyes. Lord Candeli, looks like my timing was just right. I'll be able to enter with them to participate. If I was a bit slower, I'd have to wait another 7 days. Ah, you've broken through. Candeli smiled as he looked at the ape youth. Right, I've successfully passed the 6th level, thereby getting another 7 days to view and study the tablet, the ape youth said. Candeli closed his eyes for a couple of seconds and opened after, nodding. You've indeed received another 7 days to study the tablet. Addition. In the group beside, Luo Feng thought, when you first enter Primal Chaos City, one can receive 7 days to study the tablet, and from the looks of it seems like fulfilling a condition, or passing some test, one can get another chance. How does one actually receive another chance to study the tablet? Luo Feng and the group still didn't know, however, they believed they would learn about it soon. After all, they were going to stay in Primal Chaos City for 30 years. They quietly waited. After about 5 to 6 minutes, rumble, the entire bronze door opened gradually. The chaos energy leaked out from within, making it impossible to see clearly within. Come out. Candeli looked inside and roared softly. His voice resounded continuously within the training room. Very quickly, human silhouettes began to emerge from the chaos energy flow, and many seemed to be covering their ears with their hands. There was one tall and sturdy youth with 6 eyes on his forehead. He seemed reluctant as he turned back to take one last look, however he still left in the end. U13, you can enter now. Candeli looked at the group before them. After 7 days, the door will open and you will exit immediately. Understood? Understood. The group nodded. Okay. Candeli nodded. Go in. The group immediately entered one after another, filled with anticipation and nervousness. The training room was extremely huge and the chaos energy revolved within. Luo Feng carefully surveyed the area, looking at the chaos energy revolve about a huge stone tablet. That's the 9 universe tablet. Luo Feng felt both anticipation as well as nervousness. The other 11 youths too were similar. Only that ape youth was very familiar with the insides of the training room as he began his study immediately. Drawing close to the Primal Chaos tablet, only then could one see it clearly. This was a 100 tall, 100 wide Primal Chaos tablet. On it were 9 pictures, and at the sides of the tablet were universe language words. 9 universe. Every picture was similar to the pictures on the walls they had seen before. However, the feeling it gave off was obviously different from the earlier viewing of the pictures of the 9 universe before. They already knew how it looked. The first picture was that of a drizzle of rain. However, on careful examination, one would realize there were only 9 drops of rain. The second picture was that of continuous rain. On careful examination, there was a total of 36 raindrops. The third picture was that of a downpour. Large amounts of rain gathered together. There were a total of 108 raindrops. The fourth was that of a star diagram. One planet had 4 moons surrounding it. The fifth was that of a galaxy with 12 planets within, everyone with different amounts of moons. The sixth was Galaxia, with countless planets forming a vast Galaxia even when Luo Feng was viewing the picture before, he had asked Babata to count them, but he too was unable to determine the number of planets, as there were many areas that were distant and faint. They seemed to be filled with planets, yet it was impossible to count the exact number. The seventh picture seemed like a peculiar beast. The eighth was also similarly to the peculiar beast. The ninth picture was one with countless peculiar beasts. It was impossible to count them. If one said that with these set of 1/6 pictures, Luo Feng could still faintly understand a little and feel the faint origin law paths within the 9 universe tablet, then the final set of pictures 7 to 9, they were extremely abstract. Luo Feng simply felt they were some weird beasts. How could they possibly hold anything with regards to the origin laws? They were simply too abstract. However, the 52 primal chaos tablets were still the treasures of the humanity of the universe. By comprehending any one of the tablets, becoming a universe country leader would be simple. As such, countless absolute warriors had regarded the set of pictures 7 to 9 held unbelievable profound mysteries within its. Simply Luo Feng's power was too weak, hence, he couldn't even feel a hint of its meaning. Luo Feng had seen the entire 9 universe tablet in the picture before, however. Now when faced with the actual thing, especially when seeing the first drizzle picture, his consciousness immediately got immersed within those 9 raindrops, began to morph into limitless images. Within his mind one had to know that Luo Feng had 3 bodies, and as all 3 bodies had consciousness conduits, like the one of an earth human was within the consciousness of the soul. The golden-horned beast's conduit was the internal core within the Masha clans, was within the life crystal. And as the 3 were one, their consciousness was linked. Hence, whatever Luo Feng saw, naturally the other 2 would see within his internal space. Roar within the golden-horned beast's eyes, the 9 raindrops became extremely sharp claws, a powerful waving tail, even like golden horns shooting out. The Masha clan clone, who was in the form of a black-clothed Luo Feng, wielding a shield and a blade, the internal life core slightly revolved. Melding perfectly with the space origin laws, he felt that the 9 drops formed blade work, which was infused with space laws. As the Masha clan was favored by space itself, the Masha clan automatically began to unleash its blade work. And the human being standing right before the 9 universe tablet, looking at the 9 drops, he could faintly see 9 different concepts, almost as though it became 9 golden blades that continuously formed and rippled over and over like strong waves. They were all good at different things, hence the things they saw were different. Yet all these different paths led to one destination. To be able to be called one of the treasures of Primal Chaos City, a treasure of the entire humanity, the 9 universe tablet was indeed a mysterious and incredibly profound. The energy and origin laws emanating from it would automatically suck the viewer into subconsciously study it as it was incredibly valuable. One would get the chance to study it when one first enters Primal Chaos City. However, one would have to rely on his own comprehension after to perceive the profoundness of these tablets. Resources were limited. A true strong warrior, only he would receive 1, 2, maybe even 3 more times to study them again every time, lasting 7 days. The 13 people within the training room were completely immersed, unable to even comprehend the amount of time that passed. Rumble, the huge bronze door rumbled open, the 13 still immersed within, weren't even awoken from that. Come out. A voice resounded within, immediately piercing into all their minds. Come out, come out, come out, come out, the voice repeatedly resounded within their minds, getting louder as it continued, causing all of them to be startled and awoken. That continuous roar within his mind caused Luo Feng to grab his head unconsciously. So, the 13 quickly rushed outside. During the time they passed through the entrance, only then did the repeated roars vanish, and they regained comfort. Has it ended? When Luo Feng walked through the entrance, he turned back reluctantly to give it one last look. However, with the chaos energy revolving within, one couldn't see the tablet clearly. Only now did Luo Feng understand why the previous group was reluctant as they left.